Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. Shine on. 恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね恋も弱りで sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやめないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Will you realize, recognize it's never over, and the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
If you missed out on the games yesterday, shame on you. Kalis was breaking ankles, Jojo was still shitting on people. Bye, Isma? And today, Giant X is looking at handing G2 a Giant L. In today's Ready Check, we review the state of the LEC with Nymira and Finn. But first, we put them to the test against Movistar Koi last night in the game of Climb the Crown. Let's hope my analysts won't embarrass us this time. Yeah. Action, reading your teammate's mind. So here's how the game works. Today, Nymira and Finn are competing against Jojo Pyun and Mirvin, and they will take turns in climbing the crown, giving clues for their allies to get what is on the wall behind them. The higher you climb, the more points correct guesses are worth, but be careful. You cannot use any words that are on the board as your hints, or else you will be banned from earning those points. You also cannot use hand gesture, so Nymira, Finn, hide your hands.
Do I have to hide my hands as well?
Sit on them. If you're having trouble, the clue giver can say pass, and we'll come back to the category later. You have 60 seconds each round to get through 6 categories, and if you get them all, we'll give your team a bonus 4 points for that round. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm. I will completely and utterly smurf this.
Please make us proud. I'm tired of analysts losing to players. Okay, 60 seconds on the clock. Here's your first category. Let's reveal.
The goat.
Yeah, Faker.
Mickey, Yankos,
G2.
Trick. Yes, but
G2
Trick,
G2
Sven,
MVPs.
Missy, from the past.
Old G2 players.
Another word for it.
Old Kings.
No, it's skip. Mortal Reminder, Blade of the Ruin King, Kraken Slayer.
Items, armor pen.
Runan's Hurricane, Rapid
Attack
Fire
speed.
Cannon.
Crit.
Varus Vein.
Recurve bow.
No, skip please. Senna. So Dawning Shadow, Draven, Ezreal.
Global.
Yep. Things that you would pick on your favorite champion.
Runes.
No,
Skins.
the one which just solo kills you in lane, has 2 health bars. Yeah. Okay.
Fled.
Yes, that, but the
All right,
cosmetic.
stop. You guys have 7 points. 60 seconds. First category.
Teammates on our team.
Supa, Yoya.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Skip. Skip. What is that? Like dragons, barons.
Objectives in the map.
Is that right? Like Atacon. Okay. What the f? Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Give me more hints.
Something on a website that streamers use, League streamers stream on.
Twitch?
And they have these special, like, emojis, but it's called something else.
What?
Like
emotes.
Okay, it counts. No?
Anyway, keep going.
You said emoji. All right, keep going. Sorry.
Gen G. It's an international. Gen G.
MSI?
RNG is known for
MSI,
it.
MSI.
Yeah, but what about MSI? RNG, Gen G.
That's correct.
Okay.
We'll give it.
On our team, Oh, I can't say that.
What? Okay.
That's a bad word, right?
Yeah, I can't.
Okay.
And it's time.
What
Thank
are
you for
you
that.
saying?
I was gonna say because the answer was. Oh,
What is
it's like.
I don't know. I just hear the coach say it a lot. So.
All right. First round, players got 9 points, and our guys got 7 points.
We'll do better next time. We're
I mean,
sorry.
you have to. You
We'll
get
work
benched
for
otherwise.
bread.
All
Please
right.
keep us in the studio.
Are you guys ready?
I don't know, are we?
Put me in, coach. I'm
Let's
ready.
go. All right, lock it. Let's go.
60 seconds on the clock,
On the
and
hands.
the first category is.
How are we feeling?
Victor,
like you.
Jace.
Yes.
Wow.
Flex.
Flexius, Vedius. Vedius Cinematic Universe.
Hence.
Sorry. XDDD.
Cage Roll. Twitch emotes. Rats. Los Ratones.
You're very close. XDDD.
Twitch emote.
Sally.
Cage Roll. Mark Lamont.
You're very close. Sally. XDDD.
No, skip. I'm not gonna
skip.
Skip. I want the LEC back tonight.
Oh man, it's electronic. At least electronic.
Oops.
You said LEC, sorry.
No. Okay, go.
Right now, it's Inspired, Wickbow.
FlyQuest.
No.
Good one though.
Used to be Jensen, Bjergsen.
Rogue.
No, Jensen, Bjergsen, Inspired, Wickbow.
Go. It's Jensen Bjergsen, NA, North America, LCS.
No.
And that's it.
Oh my god, that was the worst.
That was so bad, guys.
Are you kidding me?
How many? Wait, what?
How did
I hear that right?
How
You
did we
got,
f that up so bad?
You guys got 3 points.
I should have skipped.
60 seconds on the clock, and it starts now.
Thonia, Ludens.
AP items.
Close?
Items mages by.
Yes. Oh.
Mid laners by.
We'll agree.
Caps.
LEC mid laners.
Upset Mickey.
LEC.
I mean,
Europeans.
I'm choking, sorry. So Caps is one. I'm actually choking so
You can
hard.
skip.
Wunder.
G2. Old G2, 2019.
No, sorry. Skip.
Martin, focus up.
Shogs, Fiend.
Casters.
Close.
Interviewers.
Okay.
I guess you have it. All right.
Humanoid is so f***ing washed. He's not
My
dating up the... Yeah?
That's it or more?
That's, yeah. Oof.
Actually, I don't know.
I don't even know if you were born.
I don't think so.
And that's time, sadly, but you still did better than my colleagues. So
We still beat them, though. We still beat them.
it's 17 points to 10. And any comments on your victory and your synergy?
I mean, easy, no?
I think we did pretty good.
I'd like to raise complaints with the refereeing association of the LEC. I think they got a lot of very easy answers here. Gave it with just, MSI. It was former MSI winners. That was the wording. We didn't get it for whatever it was, ADC. I would played skins.
He's crying aloud in the stage? I don't understand.
That's crazy.
I think there's clear plot armor here in the M players.
Okay,
I think we're just built different, but like people just want to find excuses. That's fine.
You tried. As little as you could, but that's fine, I guess, guys.
We will get a revenge.
I would say, GG, well played.
Yeah, there you go.
Stop
Good
yapping.
game.
Guys, thank you for
Good game.
participating. Guys, thank you for
I feel like
coming
I've
here,
lost a part
I
of
guess.
myself
And that's
as
all
well
for
as
us
the
here.
game here.
Let's send it back
I'm sorry,
to the
Adelaide.
desk.
I'm sorry, LEC.
And we're back here for Ready Check. And you guys know how much I love loser interviews. And I have 2 with me today to open the show. What did you guys expect, honestly? It's the second
More than
time.
that, a fair playing field, even on an open field.
Any comments, Finn?
What do you mean? Former MSI winners, MSI.
It's my set, my game, my rules, guys.
Our
I don't
time is
care.
soon. Our revenge will be swift.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Tour in 2020.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
Acadian 2020. I'm sorry.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, guys, and I wanted to talk about the state of the league as we reached half of the regular season. Almost the end of the best of rounds. We're all really, really happy about this. But what do you think of the overall level of the league? 4 teams being at 4 rounds right now. The rest is up in the air, I want to say. And I want you guys at home as well to tell me what you think. Did the LEC get better this year? Or is the league actually worse? We want to know what you think, but I want to know what you guys think as well.
I just want to say that it's like one of the best times to be an LEC watcher right now. I think it's just an incredibly exciting time. I think the teams are so close and we have so many high-level performing teams. Sure, we have teams that are struggling, but maybe with time they can catch up because I think right now there's just so many teams to be excited about. There's Fnatic with their new bot lane. There's GX, the super rookies in mid and top.
With their new bot lane.
Yeah, also Kalist. Don't get me started on Kalist, man. And also MKOI, I think just one change as well they made in the mid lane, just working so well for them. I think it's a great time to watch.
Yeah, and I think that you can see that in the player interviews as well. I think all of the players are feeling really good about it. Every single person is throwing out really good tweets, really good interviews. you can support whoever you want. Go hard for them. It's going to be great.
I want to come back to what Alvaro said yesterday in PGL, actually, because we asked him. Overall, the level of the league got better. The teams from the bottom of the table can bring good ideas to the game, and they're also stronger than last year. Do we feel like lower teams are stronger as well?
Yeah, I think that they're drafting better at the very minimum. I think there are some good individual performances, even when there are some teams which are not necessarily there on a coherence level. Yeah, so yeah, I've not walked away from these first few weeks feeling like, oh, these teams are completely doomed. There's nothing good.
I will say that I think with time, I think it's going to be more clear to how well the bottom teams are doing, because they need to show that they can improve from the better teams. If they still have this kind of play in summer, I think we should show worry towards them. But right now, I think we can cut them some slack. It's early in the season, there are many roster changes, and I think they just need to look at what the teams that are winning is doing and try to improve from them so that we can elevate our entire region.
We have 70% of, 72% of Twitch chats who thinks that the league got better overall. Hard question here. Who do you think is not going to wake up early enough in time to make it to playoffs next week?
I mean, the obvious answer is SK, right? They also have to face Rogue. They're going to have to take a game off. Well, one of these two is going to have to take a game off of them. That's the easy one. One of those two, I think, is dropping because they're just going to have to take a win.
Yeah, I think like Rogue, we saw them in the early weeks, looked kind of nice. We saw some different Rogue games were kind of exciting, but I think this week they haven't been looking too hot. And I think we need to see more from their carries. I think Larson and Patrick, I think they have had a kind of a sleeper season so far. I know these players are really, really good once they get into their element. And we just need to see the team come together and unlock them to play at their very best, because we've seen these guys play in finals before, and we need to see them get back to that level.
And closing thoughts on G2, Gilius was saying that, I mean, he gave us standings and everything, and he felt like G2 was going to be a strong contender during playoffs. Did they show enough to prove us that they're going to wake up in playoffs?
The objective stuff still really worries me, but I think they can play easier drafts, and I think pretty much everyone's been calling for that. So if they fix their drafts, that's definitely one step that should see them through to a strong enough point to build from.
Yeah.
I'm worried actually about G2. I think we really need to see some development fast, because right now they've been kind of looking stagnant. And I think when you see the team after the games, they look kind of stressed and look kind of worried about how they're doing. So I want to see some smiles, and I want to see some victories back, and I want to see some drafts that really highlights their star players, which is Broken Blade and Caps. I need to see these guys back. I just remember back when like they were playing these side lane split pushing comps with TF last year. I would like to see something that highlights how strong their side laning is, because right now it's just been these team fights and it's not really working out so far.
Let's see if we see something different from them. They're going to face off against GX later today, but it is do or die time for Rogue here entering the second half of the regular season. And Ginny is standing by with Adam at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoints.
Thank you so much. Ginny here, and I'm sitting with Adam from Rogue. A different jersey, still same interview spot, a different story though. I would love to talk about the last 2 weeks for Rogue particularly. It seems like it has been a little bit difficult.
Yep.
How does that make you feel?
I mean, when I joined Rogue, I expected us, you know, like to not have an easy start. But of course, maybe I didn't expect to that like extent.
Yeah.
I kind of feel a lot of anxiety right now.
Okay.
Because I'm still someone like who likes to compete and who wants to win like a lot, not to say everything, and I try to kick like the mental high, even though like it's not easy.
Yeah.
Like I have been in this situation maybe only once in my career in 2022 with BDS, where we finished like 9th in spring. But after that, I think I had like pretty like successful stuff happening in my career, and right now it's like another step that I have to go through. But I'm trying actively to keep like mental high and still trying to make Rogue a good team too.
Yeah, I mean, they say pressure makes diamonds or it breaks pipe. So it really depends, you know, like what camp you fall into. But if you say you want to come out of this like on top and you want to use this as a learning experience, what do you think that you yourself, but also I think more like Rogue in general, can do to make this a better experience for everyone?
It's kind of hard to say, because probably like everyone maybe wants to win as hard as I do. But right now I think we lack maybe a lot of confidence. It can be explained by the fact that first we're not winning a lot, and also Rogue maybe workers, you know, like who knows. We can talk about that, but I think we're not in like an easy situation, and I would say that like the mental pressure on us is like kind of high because a lot of eyes are on us right now, and like we actually need to perform to prove that we actually deserve the spot we have. But it's kind of not easy.
Yeah, I feel like as you talked about anxiety, lack of confidence, but also the rogue curse, and I feel like the three of them just are not a good situation to be in. So what can a player do, or what can you do in this scenario to try and reset as much as possible, because you have a game coming up, right, against Vitality?
And for me personally, like even though we're still like 1-4 right now, it's kind of a hard situation to deal with. But for me, like it doesn't really matter because I still take a game each day, like one game a day, and we still can make playoffs, right? Like for now, being part of like the top teams looks kind of hard, but like first reaching playoffs and getting back that confidence that we should have, it's like will take some time, but beating Vitality today is like the first step. For me, it's like nothing happened. For me, it's like only today, and like this day is really important.
Yeah. I really like that mentality of taking it like one step at a time. So today, first against Vitality, then playoffs, and then we'll see next split as well how that performs. Thank you so much for your honest interview. I really do appreciate it. And we're going to be heading over to our casters. So guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny and Adam. I'm Dracos, this is Jack Spectra. We're ready to cast the first two games of the day for you.
Glad to be here.
Yeah. Look, I have so many jokes ready. I'm so excited about today. But jokes come second. First up, we got to talk a little bit about expectations for these teams. I don't know what to expect from either of these teams, to be honest with you. I think Rogue have been getting more aggressive. I think Vitality have been staying just as aggressive, mostly in the support position. But it worked yesterday against SK, and it's leaving me with this weird feeling where I'm not sure what to expect. Vitality, though, already expecting a red side Adam pick, so we'll take the Garen off the board.
Wow, the Garen ban is kind of crazy. I mean, I've been liking what we've been seeing from Rogue. Definitely more proactivity, more action. I want to see some bot lane fighting. I think when Vitality has lost their games is when their bot lane falls behind. I think Malrang is great at abusing lane volatility, and I want to see him pick an early game jungler and start camping that bot lane, and let's see how many deaths we can get on Hilly.
Look, it's a noble pursuit, a strategy that many junglers, I'm sure, have tried before. And we'll have to see how it works out. And I like the consistency, right? We saw a little bit more aggression from Malrang. We want them to keep dialing that in. Against Fnatic, you had to be ready to fight fire with fire, and I think it is a similar story against Vitality. Safety for Chak in the mid lane in the form of the Victor. Rogue, what do they want to go for Larson here? Already, of course, the Azir's been banned away, so Varus will be the first pick, just securing something with some strong early prio.
It's going to be the Vi as well, paired up with that Varus. Not very strong early game. Mostly just going to be waiting until level 6. So probably Malrang is not going to go too crazy on this pick. Also curious to see the Victor, because it got nerfed on this patch. They're on live after all. And it's still first pick or ban, pretty much.
And this is one of those things where I think it takes a long time also for teams to give up safe champions, even when they are hit a little bit with the nerf bat. But we'll see if Victor has retained that same amount of strength. This still look good, obviously, throughout most of this week. But Linsis getting his hands on the Wukong late game team fighting does seem pretty good for Vitality with the composition they put together, but I'm a bit more worried about early to mid game when you're facing down the Mbessa-Vi combination post level 6.
Yeah, we've seen this combo played a lot. It just sets up the Embezzle so easily with the point and click from Vi. I'm quite curious to see how this Wukong is going to perform though. I don't feel like we've really seen it much at all, but it's very good into 80 champions, and Rogue already has 3 of them, so I could definitely see this being a pretty damn good Wukong game.
And we've been here before. Does armor matter?
Yeah.
The results
well, this time he has it in his kit and he can buy armor.
He gets armor for free from the Stone Skin passive. Maybe it'll be enough to punish everyone who's just building comps with only physical damage.
And we see Rogue in the second phase, targeting the ADC pool, banning out the Saya. And it's a really good pick into the Vi, kind of a classic pick. And they're probably going to keep targeting the ADC. I'd assume maybe an Estral. Oh, it's already banned first phase, actually. Corki. So yeah, even more mobility out.
And for those curious as to why there's so much AD, targeting happening in picks and bans here, I think it's safe to say that Carzzy has been kind of the strongest individual member that we've seen from Vitality. Even when some of the lane phase have been a little bit suspect, he's still finding ways to salvage what could have been losing 2v2s. And with Nautilus and Orianna banned away, Vitality are hedging their bets a little bit on what they want. But again, more point and click is definitely not what they want to give away, so the Nautilus taken.
Yeah, I could see Larson going for maybe the Azir here on 4 and then going last pick for Execute.
Azir banned, man. You got.
Oh, yeah, I'm trolling here. But picking Rakan here is kind of strange because you already see the mid lane pick but maybe they just really value the Rakan synergy with Vi and Ambessa. They already go in for you, and Rakan's a great follow-up. But it's a bit weird. Usually you always want counterpick on support.
How do you feel about Adam counterpicking Garen?
It's banned. So.
Hey!
Yeah, I don't know. The bans are a bit slow. Well, he could go Darius.
I'm trying to keep you on your feet. I'm just trying to keep you on your feet. You know, it's a little bit of a test.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't expect. I just wanted to leave potential for the mid lane of Best of Flex. Okay. All right. All right. How much do you know about this champion?
I know it quite well.
Damn it. Okay, I thought I was going to get to sound really smart
OP
this cast.
when the enemy plays it, and it's useless when I play it, so I feel like I'm pretty familiar with it.
Me too. You can ask Dagny about it later. Okay, this generally, from what I know of Neela, you really want to be playing against an enemy melee support so that you can, you know, harass a little bit. You're not completely punished here.
I think that the idea here is that, so obviously Rogue wants to dive. You know, they got the Vi and Bessa. They're going to jump on whoever they can. But if you jump on Nyla, she presses W.
Yep.
And then what are you going to do? You can't really one-shot her in that time frame, and you need to wait it out. And hopefully during that time, Hylissang's going to CC, Linka's going to CC, even got some Victor W. So she just is able to buy so much time. Oh, we got the Galio Vi. Really cool, both team comps actually.
And I think this is the thing, is Rogue are showing us something that we've seen in the hands of many teams at this point, right? A lot of engage options, this dive combination with the Ambessa Vi. Vitality are showing us something new in the sense that counter dive to an even greater degree. Having Victor trying to survive, not enough. They got a Wukong, not enough. They've got a Neela now too. And the question is, Rogue with this composition, can they find these picks? Can they find these individual kills? Or are they going to be forced to dive this Neela? And the later you get in the game, the harder it gets, because she starts hitting like a truck very early on.
Yeah. To be fair, though, one thing I feel like Rogue has going for them against this Nyla pick is they just have so much CC that if they kind of ping-pong the fight well and they play it slow, they can easily bait out the Nyla W and then re-engage with either Galio or Rakan or even Ambessa. I'm assuming from Vitality we're going to see a swap because Nyla's an interesting champion. When she plays with a range support, she actually has a really good laning phase because she just kind of tries to get pushed and the range support pokes. But when she plays with a melee support, you guys are both kind of melee champions, so you're super vulnerable. So I'm expecting to see Vitality just swap to get out of the first few levels of the laning phase. Maybe we see Rogue try to kind of match it, and then we have some early game fist fight going on. But I think Rogue is also kind of fine farming in the early game so that Malorang can just get to level 6 safely.
Level 6, crucial. Again, the point-click CC, the simplicity of it. Larson, again, we saw the Sylas earlier this week. Now we're seeing the Galio, a departure from control mages. And maybe this is a situation where Larson can take an advantage that he finds in lane or elsewhere on the map and convert it into a lead for the rest of the team.
They did also like really target his champion pool. You know, when you ban out the Azir and you ban out the Orianna, there's not really many good control mages left. You could go something like Quay, but it's like, it's not that useful, so I'm not too surprised to see the Galio. It's also great with the Vi, like we saw Fnatic playing, I believe, on Saturday, the weekends together, yeah the Galio Vi, wombo combo, both point and click. Very nice.
30 seconds until minions
So,
spawn.
it's always interesting in games like this where you know it's going to be a fist fight at level 6 to see if anyone will fist fight before level 6.
Yeah, you can see Rogue is kind of predicting the swap, so that's why they're like 5-man sitting in top side, because they think Vitality will look to late to mid top to try to get a swap going. It looks like, I think, Vitality is gonna still go for the swap, but we'll see. It's a bit of mind games at this point, right?
I mean, this is the awkward thing about doing without really any vision.
Yeah, what you'd want to do as Rogue, when you really don't want to let the enemy swap, is invade on one side. But their level 1, I think, is weaker. Yeah, it's for sure weaker. It's like,
I mean,
Vi and...
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, Neela level 1 isn't insane. Extended fight, it
I mean, if
probably
they face check into you, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Knock-Knock taking a bit of a poke there.
Oh.
He's going to TP down to bottom side. So that cooldown already expended just to ensure the swap.
Yeah, so that just tells me that Linkas is probably going to be really attentive to covering this dive, because a lot of the time when you get dove as a top laner when you're in a swap situation, it can be fine because you can TP back. But if Knock-Knock now gets dove with no TP, it's a disaster.
It's also interesting because a lot of the times, one of the strengths of Neela that we talk about is her ability to snowball experience, right? She just gets more experience when she sits in this duo lane.
Yeah.
And I'm only really used to talking about that in the context of a 2v2. I think it's the first lane swap game I've cast with the Neela in it. So interesting. It'll be interesting to see what this does potentially for Hylissang or anyone else on the team. I think leaving Carzzy on his lonesome, it would suck to lose out on that bonus. Hylissang is sticking around, but these fast level 2s and earlier level 3 does potentially mean that Hylissang can start to impact mid or any other part of the map much sooner.
Yeah, you see he's channeling the recall, so he could recall now. The thing is, that can be nice because then he can cover bot with level 2, but it feels really bad for the Nila because it's like you're picking it for the XP. So if then your support is not going to be there, then you might as well have picked a normal ADC.
It is a little bit awkward. Of course, the other big strength of Nila is that as she gets crit, she also gets free armor pen and lifesteal, more or less, versus champions. So while there isn't really a true tank on the side of Rogue, Nila's damage scaling does get pretty insane. It's essentially like anytime Riot wants to make a melee AD carry viable, they have to have some insane scaling in their kit. Yasuo.
I mean, they've put a lot of crazy stuff in Nila's kit.
Nila. Yeah, it's
the XP, the armor pen, everything is like...
They're like, we will make someone who can go bot as a melee champion if it takes everything we have.
And it still is so incredibly niche, so... I don't know.
Yeah.
But for me, the biggest thing that I have with Nila is like, why is her E so clunky? And Samira came out before, and Samira E feels so good. Makes no sense.
That's a good question.
But it's better now. They actually like patched it a bit.
Oh, patched it, and you max it now usually is Hylissang. Taking a big chunk of damage.
I mean, he does get to kind of hold the wave, but if he has the base, I'm not too big of a fan of this. Because then again, you're not getting that solo XP or the duo XP that you want from the Nila. But Patrick is so it's also hard for Rogue bot lane to really stay.
Yeah, and you don't have the Halo Blades, right? He went with the Comet here, which is obviously nice for the poke, but means an extended trade. It's difficult.
Yeah.
You can, however, understand with Nila W, the Jubilant Veil, the ability to dodge those autos, why Halo Blades wouldn't feel like the premier choice.
One thing that we didn't talk about with the Nila actually is a big part of her synergy with a lot of supports is that she buffs healing and shielding. So the rel pairing isn't actually the best for Nila's kit in the sense that, you know, she doesn't interact with the healing or shielding much. But what's nice about the Rel Nila combo is that once you hit level 6, you have a really clear engage window where you just, if you land the CC, it's usually a kill.
Absolutely. And you have the cleanse on top of it, right? And so if you ever get on top of Patrick, even if he cleanse flashes, it's so easy for Nila to just run him down. I wonder if we see Swifties here just for more movement speed on the Nila. Obviously popular on a lot of champions. As Carzzy's getting aggressive here. That's the double stack on the E. Slipstream already used. Nice back step. But just a slightly positive trade.
Yeah, they're going to look to hard push this wave with Rogue bot lane basing, and it should be a decent enough CS lead for Vitality bot lane here. And an even bigger XP lead due to this Nilah jump.
But finally we're,
this thing's level 5. That's kind of crazy. XP is level 3.
This is the true vision.
Yeah.
You don't understand. Carzzy is here to support.
Yeah.
Get him to level 6. And I gotta say, like, I actually kind of like this, like setting up Hylissang for success here, because I think one of the struggles
he took a solo plate.
I think one of the struggles that Vitality has had multiple times in their history with Hylissang is that I think you've got to be all in on Hilly or you got to be all in on somebody else. But the halfway measure, you know, it doesn't really work. It is really all or nothing. Like, you gave the man your lungs. He gambled them away. You got to go get the lungs back, or you're just not going to be breathing.
Double or nothing.
You gave your life to this man. You're committed at this point.
Yeah.
You know? Exactly. Double down. Gamble. I'll pretend they're clapping for whatever that was that we just discussed, but instead it's the Hextech Drake. No one's getting any feats of strength. And this is a surprisingly quiet game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what ends up happening, right? When you have this lane swap coming out, where neither both lanes are really interacting with each other. It's going to be probably a grub contest here from Rogue, though. Varus is a bit late, so now it's going to be able to push out this top wave. And Cassandra has TP. I think we might have a fight attack. Good.
Are they going to get level 6 in time? That's the big question. Linsis still a little ways away. Needs one more camp. But Rogue, despite the initial push, Rogue still able to get positioned to get at least one grub away. Again, that will deny the feat, or the credit towards the feat for getting objectives.
Santa's not TPing, so it looks like they're just going to drop it. Yeah, just going to give up 3 grubs to Rogue. Bit of a nice fake contest from Vitality. I maybe would have liked to see Cassandra TPing.
Oh, flash out from Hylissang.
Where's Hilly
into
going?
Enemy territory. He's going to W back through onto Patrick. It was all a ruse. Carzzy's still level 5, but he's going to step forward with the slipstream. This is a bit crazy because they don't have the damage to finish this kill.
This looks really illegal from
You
Vitality.
over the wall. Now the ulti coming with the Galio. Larson on the way. Execute looking to follow up. Flash out. Linz is now on the chase. Should be able to get at least 1 kill back. The cancel, crucial. Shayak manages to stop that one. Now there's a taunt here, but Larson's just walking.
Okay, maybe Hill is the GOAT. That looked so wrong, but it was like so good. And Chai canceling the Galio ult was so clutch. Because if he got that Galio ult off, it would have been a really good fight for Rogue.
Yeah. It's rare that we have...
He just ran into enemy jungle and like mind controlled him into a good fight. That was kind of cool.
This is the thing about Hilly, right? Is I think that...
when you think he's in thing, he's not.
No, I mean, it's not even that. It's like... It's a deeper spiritual question as to whether or not you believe in him. You know, a lot of people ponder religion. I feel like LEC fans ponder, do we think Hilly's the GOAT or not? It's tough to know which side you end up on. It changes every day.
I mean, it might be Caps, but...
No. You said GOAT. I didn't start the GOAT conversation. I'm just using the words that you used.
Fair enough.
But so far, so good. Early steel caps, certainly going to feel solid. Carzzy well on his way to finishing Collector. Just fantastic early item spike for Nila.
Yeah. Winning lane as Nila is such a privilege because it just allows you to further snowball this XP lead so much. Like he's going to be probably up like 2 levels after this wave, or very close to it, which is just...
Well, and winning it with a melee support, right? Which is kind of the big uncharacteristic thing. If you had a Senna in your lane, it'd be much more believable.
Yeah.
But now you have a lot of the strengths of Nila without needing any additional strength in lane to carry her through. It is so hard for Patrick to walk up at this point. The XP deficit means he probably gets one shot if he walks in. He has no cleanse. And Vitality very aware of it as they're just taking their time pushing this wave.
I'm also not the biggest fan of Patrick going for the lethality route this game because he has champions that are going so deep. I would have liked him more to just go for the DPS route, which is also better scaling. I feel like him sitting in the back line throwing Qs is not really... doesn't fit with the identity of Rogue comp very well.
I mean, he's the only person sitting back, right? But I guess the other argument would be, how does he actually get in the fight with all these other champions?
He just clicks forward, I think.
They all got a lot of dashes.
CC and
I don't know if you know about this about Vars, but he just kind of walks.
That's
you know,
true.
whatever he's doing, he just walks menacingly. Everyone else on this team has like a dive, a dash.
But also, when you keep in mind the fact that you're... Oh,
flash out from Patrick.
Really good play from Hilly.
Yeah, just gets that. And now it's even worse for Patrick. The good news is level 6, right, you can just disengage a play as long as you don't get caught out by an E ult from Carzzy.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to keep talking about this Varus build.
Yeah.
I think so. The biggest reason I think it's bad is because Vitality is going to buy a lot of armor. Your only AP is a Galio, so if you go the on-hit build, you're getting the mixed damage.
True.
So you don't really mind the armor that much. But when you're buying lethality, I see plated steel caps. We're probably going to see plated steel caps on Wukong. We're probably going to see it on Nyla. That hurts as a lethality buyer.
I mean, it's a very... I agree. You've convinced me.
Thank you.
The question now, though, for Rogue is, with the lethality build, how do you navigate a lot of these situations? Early Swifties from Patrick.
I think you still want to stick to your guns and just get a really good engage. And it's not until Varus maybe hits 2 or 3 items that you actually want to try to get poked off. But right now, you just kind of want to have the game plan of follow the Vi engage with all that you got and hope that it's a good engage.
And we need to see, I think, Rogue pick up the pace a little bit now that they've ticked past level 6. Because as we saw in a lot of the SK games where the Galio was played mid, is that it's just not going to match the outputs of a Victor later in the game. And I think that's doubly true when you're solo AP on an entirely, you know, AD composition. So what can they actually do in this mid game? How can they actually accelerate the pace of the game? Right now it is just trading objective for objective. So second grub spawn for a Drake.
And that's what makes, I think, this Nyla pick so great, is that a lot of the time when you have this Vi Galio comp, you want to have the Galio push out of side lane and then move to mid and look to pick off the ADC. But because it's a Nyla, she has the W, she has the E, she's way too mobile, which means that the only real game plan they have is to either make a play on Cassante or Victor. And neither seem really that easy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's tough, right? If you get ahead of the clock, if you find leads, it might be easier to find that dive on a Chayak. But if you're behind, diving a Victor is how most team fights end in favor of the Victor.
Oh, Hilly.
Exactly what he wants. Q flash forward. Lince is now with the follow-up as well. Patrick going to be in trouble. Hilly using the ultimate ignite now, ticking first kill. And that exchange, the second for Vitality overall. XQ will walk away, but good punish. They knew the window. They knew the flash was not available. They get the cleanse as well, and Patrick drops.
Wow, I'm impressed by Hilly this game. It's clean. He's playing very well. Really punishing Patrick. This is all from the setup of earlier getting Patrick's flash that allowed this Q flash from Hilly to just go uninterrupted. He can't dodge it and just sets up this play, and it's really nice from Hilly.
Looks good. Knock-Knocko now a little bit in trouble. Didn't see if he used the Pathmaker. He did. 6 seconds left on the cooldown. Things are going to be a little bit awkward here. There's a lot of CC now forced to use the ult, which will reset the W. The flash out, the side step. He's clean with it. He didn't even look back. Just a little skirt to the left.
Vitality are looking good, Dracos. They're getting fancy.
I was not ready for the sudden change of performance because it was a slot fest yesterday, but today, Vitality looking clean, punishing Rogue everywhere on the map. The escape from Knock-Knocko nice, and not really anything for Larssen to do here on the top side.
And as Vitality, if I'm a Vitality fan, like, I am so happy seeing Wukong fed this game. He's gonna get so much armor from his passive. The champs Rogue has are so bad at killing him and shutting him down.
TP, they're committed. First you don't succeed, try again. Minion's about to die.
Oh,
Taunt
Linkus
there, Linsis is there. There's really just no play to be had. They don't have any more follow-up damage on the Knock-Knocko. But cleverly, Vitality will just back off. They see that there are more champions in the area. They know overcommitting will cost them. But the second attempt
it's
into
a great
bottom
cover
lane.
by Linkus.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Linsis, but also, it was going to be tricky regardless. Nice dash forward. Knock-Knocko on a tear. Doesn't quite hit the Q3, but wasn't going to be in range in any way. Larssen does manage to escape, but mid lane tower is in trouble the entire time. Plays have been happening on the bottom side. Carzzy pushing in mid, getting some of these additional plates.
It feels like Vitality are kind of like styling on him a little bit, you know? Getting these small leads here and there, just mechanically outplaying. Like there, Knock-Knocko getting the Larssen flash, just outmaneuvering the Galio like that.
And when we look at the objectives, right, the previous plan was just trade for trade, cross-map, nothing fancy. Any team is going to do that. But you're right, when you look at these 2 back-to-back plays on the bottom side, first one, 100% Knock-Knocko I'm playing. Second play, Lince is covering well, and it's starting to feel like Vitality are just consistently a step ahead. And when you combine that with a little bit of the hands diff we're getting, it's not looking good for the side of Rogue.
Yeah.
Oh, starting. W back Knock-Knocko. I don't think he's too scared of the Galio damage output.
Yeah, these tanks are not going to do too much damage, I think. So the next objective I'd be looking for is like the Mountain Drake. Really important for both teams. Just the bonus resistance this game is going to be so important. And I think the biggest win con Rogue could have this game is trying to get towards Soul. Because I think a team fight at this stage of the game, you're not really going to be winning it. But if you can get that Soul, the Mountain Shield is so valuable against kind of this burst comp that Vitality has in the Victor and the Nyla.
Yeah, the ability to survive there, make those additional tanky stats count just that much more. We are 1 feat of strength in terms of objectives to the side of Rogue. So if they are able to knock down a tower here, if they can find some sort of successful play, bot is low. That's kind of what they were fishing for. They will get the upgraded boots. And I don't think the upgraded boots matter too much for the side of Rogue, but they really do not want to give the upgraded steel caps to the side of Vitality.
Yeah, just giving 5 armor across the board to every single steel caps user.
Plus, I mean, the shield once you upgrade too, right?
Yeah,
just that additional bit of scaling.
The instant stats for me, it's like, well, it feels the worst to be honest.
There's the Pathmaker.
This might be something.
Some fist fighting. Does he want to go all out? The answer, currently no.
This reminds me of like Season 9, Tank v Tank. Was it Season 9? Season 8? I don't know.
The thing is, Cassante can kill people.
That's true. It's like surprising.
There's a certain comfort in watching like Ornn versus Maokai, knowing that no one is going to die.
Or Fist versus Echo.
Yeah, there's just... That was terrible, because that was both high action and no action. There were 50 abilities coming out every second, and none of them mattered. Unless you were an AD carry, in which case you were getting one shot. But if you were tank v tank, it did not matter.
Adam really wants this tower. He's recognizing that mid tower of Rogue is also really low. So it's a race against the clock to see who can get the first tower for the feats.
No, cover. A lot of desperation from the side of Rogue, it's safe to say. Trying to force the same play consistently. Adam level 11, I can see why they'd want to play around the Ambessa, but overcommitting here.
You can see Carzzy is also 2 levels up on Patrick. I mean, Patrick is about to hit level 10, but still, it makes such a big difference for just mid-wave contests, and overall the power of the 2 champions levels are just so OP.
And then Neela gets really scary. Again, the crit scaling on this champion is ludicrous. 2 items. Gonna feel pretty impressive. It's Knock-Knocko. Now Pathmaker, interrupting a bit of the taunt. CC there now is gonna need to ult to get the reset on the Pathmaker. W crucial to try to escape again. And they're just gonna rinse and repeat on this play. Dragon getting taken down in the meantime. Lince is happy with that one. Dash through to the minion. Q backwards. LEC on the way in. Instant ulti. Knock-Knocko's still alive. This is not fair. They'll finally get the kill. Larsen's out of mana though. So Hylissang will walk away. A kill traded for the objective on the bottom side of the map. Rogue.
A nice attempt from Hilly from a heroic save, but not quite enough this time, and they're able to take down Knock-Knocko. But as Vitality, you get the Mountain Drake. I think you're still pretty happy.
Do you want to know what's insane?
What?
If Cassante didn't have the nerf where he could cancel his ult early, he would have. I think he would have just lived that. You just instantly cancel off the W and you do not die. Just a reminder that this is the most balanced this champion has ever been.
Yeah, but that's a pretty low bar, isn't it?
I wonder if they're tired of it on the balance team. Just the endless Cassante roasts. Or if they're here for
3 years of Cassante being OP and everybody complaining. I don't think they're tired, actually.
Nah, they're actually probably really up for another round of casters complaining about Cassante.
Let's buff him, I think. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, probably. Got to get the gold win rates up, baby. Anyway, Rogue taking down a Herald. And overall, despite, I think, the game pace not feeling quite like what their composition wants, they are still able to get these objectives. First tower, though, you can see all of Rogue scrambling to cover, but Patrick is starting to hit like a truck.
Yeah,
Ulti whipping.
About to give him a compliment on his damage. I think it worked.
First tower. They're so close. They're going to force it. 100%. Desperate to get this.
Autos on this, though.
Victor trying to force the bot climb. It's a tower race. Whoever gets it gets the first feat. Oh, Victor! Bigger fan of feet, baby. He loves them.
They still need a kill for Vitality, or 2 kills for Rogue, and they might be about to get it here.
Trying to get that one. Public execution now trying to dash away the Drakehound's step. The Drakehound's retreat. Okay, 1 more kill.
Or 2 more kills.
Or 2 more kills if you're a Rogue fan. I lied. I shouldn't have given away the who's the most excited for feet award yet. Carzzy. Apotheosis pull back. Malrang in trouble. He might just die here, but Larson, good chain CC, locking him up. Carzzy able to flash back to safety, trying to get a bit more space. They have another charge of Slipstream. The shield coming in. The shield bow does some work, but not nearly enough. Rogue might get the second kill here. They just need to kill Hylissang. Can't get it.
Wow. Malrang is able to set up the Larson ulti, and he has his whole team behind him, kind of baiting Carzzy and Hylissang in. And they get the mid tower, which is crucial, and another kill for the feats of strength. 1 more kill besides.
All right. Cast your bets. I don't know if we can get a poll. Who gives up the next kill? Or who gets the next kill? We'll keep it positive. We don't want to make too negative.
I think Vitality will get the next
kill. You think Vitality going to get the next kill?
Yeah.
Your faith in Hylissang has gone full circle.
Yeah.
We have flipped back and forth over like the 2 weeks we've cast together.
I'm an open-minded man.
Or a flip-flopper. It's hard to be certain at this point.
Open-minded.
Open-minded. All right, you're very progressive.
Yes.
There it is. Another tower falls. But towers, do we really care? It's about the feats of strength. It's about 5 extra armor and move speed.
I think this is the first time I've seen 12 CS per minute Galio.
That's a really good call-out. I don't think anyone, when they think Chovying, thinks Galio. In fact, they probably think just about the opposite of that, but credit to Larson.
He's looking pretty strong. 2 items here, and in general, we kind of thought this game would be hard for Rogue, but they made a good pick now. They got the mid bot tower, and they're looking to have control over this Drake area. And I think a team fight can easily go in their favor at this point.
Definitely can. Still a lot of good tools for team fighting on the side of Vitality. We did see in the game yesterday versus SK, which again was a very odd game. As we got later, Vitality played a bit better as a team. Worked a bit better together around the big objectives. Otacon, of course, now spawning. It is voracious, always hungry. Not to be confused with ravenous, which has been confusing the heck out of both of us, which is another word that means hungry.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, that one. I think ruinous for me, it doesn't really mean anything. It's like the ruinous Otacon.
They aren't going to call him like Angie Otacon, like Grumpy. Should have given him some cutesy ooh-woo name. Just ruin entirely the motif they were going for.
Why?
I'm a fan.
The Yuumi mains, or
for the Yuumi mains? Yeah, they've been neglected.
You can see both teams are really angling for some control over the Otacon here. Oh, Malrang.
Shayak. Malrang, good lockdown. Shayak flashes out. Linsis.
I like that. Just take the flash. Be happy. Don't go deeper. Good patience by Malrang.
Could have been bad.
Yeah, because I think if you ulti in there, if Rel is close, then Wukong CC chains as well, can easily turn bad.
And now the question is, how do they protect Shayak? He's going to be much more vulnerable on the side lane. Any of those ultis connect, the Ambessa, the Vi, etc. Things could get difficult, but for now, Dragon is the objective. Rogue looking to move up to Soul Point here.
He's going to be a free Drake for Rogue here. I have a hard time seeing how Linkus can get into the pit without suicide stealing, but if he does that, then it's free Otacon, so hope he doesn't do that.
And free feats of strength.
True.
Arguably more valuable. Okay, Dragon goes down. 3rd for Rogue.
Oh,
Execute.
this looks deep.
Going down, good initial route follow-up now coming from Larson. It's actually such a clean combo. Carzzi's even gonna play the game for a quick second, but Carzzi out with the slipstream and now the turn and burn. Rogue, if they overplayed their hand, the third kill hasn't come through. Malrang gets to get it. Carzzi trying to hold on. Can they find the third kill in the meantime? What's happening on the other side of the screen? He needs to dart to Q. Carzzi gets it! Feeding some strength for Vitality. Closely contested. They find another in the back of the play. It's soul point for Rogue, but at a damn high cost.
I think the game has just blown open from Rogue. That's going to be Execute
Chase,
dead.
Flashed in, Execute down. Chayak ready to go in. Gravity field for a bit extra slow. Hillisang on the chase. Hextech Ray.
Atakan is gonna die as well. This is...
Nako's killing Patrick. There's no way he gets out of this one.
All right, let's see it.
Thumbs up. He's gonna Q stack.
Dun, 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 dun.
He has flat. Is he willing to just eat a million tower shots for this?
League of Legends a horror movie.
For who though is the question?
Well, we'll see.
W. Forward, into the tower, arguably questionable, but another W out to safety. Nako, a little overconfident after that last sequence of play, but Hilly comes in just in time. I was gonna say with a locket. He did not have a locket. I don't know what he did.
He gave him move speed.
He gave him movement speed with the E. Thank you. But Otacon will fall. A second life available for Vitality. And while it has been scrappy, like well played in the last sequence.
Crucially, that Otacon falls after the 23-minute mark, which means they can use it to set up the Baron Nashor. You can see here, Execute thinks he can pick out Chayak, knows he has no flash, doesn't get it. Looks like a really good engage onto Carzzi, but Carzzi gets the ult off, he gets the E off, and he gets out. And the whole fight is so split up from Rogue. And Carzzi and Malrang having a little 1v1 here. Carzzi gets the better out of him. And Rogue is just so split up. They didn't get the initial one-shot that they needed with their comp. And if they don't get that, they just get ran down.
It's tough. And at this point,
and then Execute's kind of like desperate here, trying to clear the
get
ward.
something. And we highlighted this already. Once Patrick's caught out, it's really tough for him to survive. Does manage to make it out. Vitality fans,
they're passionate.
Really excited.
Let's see it.
And fair. Okay, so for anyone who's not keeping up with playoff stakes, I know it is 8 teams that make it, but just to catch everybody up, if Rogue lose today, so every team with 5 wins, any team that makes it to 5 wins for the rest of our season will qualify for playoffs, which doesn't affect either of these 2 teams immediately.
But this win is huge for Vitality.
But this win is huge for every other team and certainly huge for Vitality. Our top 4 preying on Rogue's downfall right now.
If Vitality would have lost this game to Rogue, of course the game's not over yet, but then suddenly both teams are 2 and 4, and you have this scenario where it can easily be like maybe Vitality and SK that don't make it. While if Vitality win this, they secure themselves on 3 wins, Rogue's on 1 win, and they haven't locked playoffs, but they're in a much, much better position.
And I think the thing to highlight is, as shaky as a lot of these Vitality games have been, they've still got those 2 wins, right? And getting a 3rd win here does matter. At the end of the day, getting yourself to playoffs, there's a break week 2 between playoffs and the regular season, getting that extra time to practice, to get on the same page, it's going to benefit a lot of these teams that have been struggling near the bottom. And Vitality, even just the difference between day 1, day 2, and day 3 in terms of how well Hilly has been playing is highly noticeable.
Vitality start the Nash here. I think this Atakan buff is going to expire soon. Kind of want to see Rogue try to wait it out and then look for an engage. You can see Carzzi really wants to fight while the Atakan buff is up. But I could see this being maybe a throw for Vitality here. They're getting chunked.
This is a good time for Patrick to be going for poke. That said, it does not really do much damage.
Good ult from Patrick.
Nako going over the wall, trying to isolate them out. The call is now to finish the objective, and they're going to be able to grab it. Larson going into the midst of the pit. Chayak still alive on the backside, free to rain down a little bit of extra damage. Hextech Ray hitting, Hillisang standing. With the fight starting to fall apart, Nako might have to make the difference alongside Chayak. That ulti's getting big from the Victor. Patrick caught out Chayak! The flash in, the siphon power! Taking the hope right out of Patrick's body. Larson cut down as well. Nowhere for this Scally to go. It's going to take a bit of a time, but a damn good fight for Vitality. A quadra for the Victor.
Oh my god, this Victor almost covering the whole screen. He just murdered everybody. Wow.
Spoilers.
Looked really good from Rogue. Really good timing. They waited out the Atakan buff so that they were able to actually kill instead of just sending them back to spawn. But the solo laners of Vitality are just too strong. Even though they're able to, I mean, also Nako, great flash over the pit to get Malrang out of the smite. They're able to take down Carzzi, and it looks like this looks like a really good fight from Rogue. They take down Linkus, they take down Carzzi, but Chayak, look at this ultimate, just so big.
Also, just Victor against any short-range AD carry at a certain point just feels so completely and totally unplayable.
Yeah.
Q auto, hitting hard. And the fact that Nako, part of this is, of course, when you're all out, you have a lot of Omnivamp, but the fact that he managed to live through that entire fight, despite starting the fight at 20% HP, is incredible.
And I do wonder.
Why we paused the game?
No.
Okay.
I wonder, I talked about the Varus build. Do you think if Varus had on-hit, that fight could have turned out different?
I only remember the last part where he got Q-autoed, and no, I do not think that would have saved him. So we are getting now back into game. Just a quick pause there. But it's a good question. Question we might not be able to answer here. But the theory crafters, the replay reviewers, for sure will be able to tell us.
At least spent 15 hours trying to deduce if this was
the right call. The build police, they're always out in force. Build and draft police, always ready to show up.
And Malorang is not the instigator this time.
Yeah, I know. Where's the
he
phase?
hasn't been buying anywhere.
Where's the phase rush?
I want to see a Heartsteel Vi or something.
No, don't. Please.
That's the weird item that junglers are still buying, no?
Yeah. I mean, you know I hate it.
Yeah.
And I know you're trying to rage bait me, because I get that the Clink is maximum dopamine, but I just feel like it's so useless in Pro.
Undying Despair Vi, maybe?
Maybe. Something a little fresh. We've seen it.
Yeah.
All right, Vitality. 4 members strong, no longer empowered here, but Chayak, of course, still has the Baron buff. It's a slow push. It is a little bit awkward, and they're getting cross-mapped.
Yeah, it's a really nice cross-map by Rogue, actually. Just being able to trade tier 2s when enemy has Nash feels really good. It's one of the big weaknesses of Nyla is, to be honest, her siege. Because she's so low range, it's really hard for her to reach any towers. They do have Victor, however, who's really good at poking. But at the same time, Rogue has good wave clear with Galio and with Varus poke. So if they only drop 1 tier 2 off of this Nash.
And as much shade as you're throwing at the build choice here, Lethality Varus clears waves.
Yeah, it's
like
great for
nobody's
that.
business.
It's great for that.
So while the Baron fight is good, because they didn't keep enough members alive in the context of that fight, they can't really split Rogue up as much as they'd like, and so they don't really get much off the Baron.
The biggest problem is that Victor got a quadra kill, and he got so much gold that he's nearly on Rapidons. It went from being Galio was ahead of Victor, and now Victor is nearly a full item ahead of the Galio, and he's looking very scary.
Certainly. Rogue, next objective, again, 3 minutes and 30 seconds away, is Soul for Rogue. I can't imagine they'd want to trade it for the Baron, but they do at least have the threat to limit some of Vitality's options.
Looks like Rogue is willing to drop this tier 2 on top and just want to try to sneak this mid wave a little bit. But Larson also wants to sneak the bot wave. So they're just kind of willing to drop where they need to drop and just trying to sneak waves wherever they can. And Adam is not respecting anymore.
Push back. Combo's good there. Knock-Knocko taking a little bit more time. Not going to go all out. Just trying to harass. In the end, it's the tier 2 taken down. Vitality extending their gold lead even further, about 6K in their favor. Most of it on the Victor.
If I'm
and Hilly.
I don't feel too bad about that. They lost a lot of wave spots. They only got 2 tier 2s with the Nash.
Yeah, if you put it in the context of them having Baron and kind of a fight where the Victor gets a quadra kill, I think things turn out pretty decently. Are we watching it back?
Yeah, didn't we ever watch this?
They're watching it back.
Yeah.
All right, tell me, does on-hit save this?
Let's see. So Patrick autos his count. I mean, there he can't auto because Nyla W.
2.
That was
Nyla W.
Both of them were W'd.
3, 4.
But the thing is, here he would be like so tanky, right?
2.
Kinda.
No, you're coping.
And he'd be life stealing.
I think you're coping. I think you're hard coping. I'm sorry. There are fights where you'd be right, but
yeah, he barely did any autos. But maybe he would play the fight different if he was on it.
Okay, Mr. Revisionist History. I think you're done. I don't think the build was the problem in that fight. I think you have to let that one go.
Are you saying the gameplay was the problem?
Whoa, sir. Maybe. I'm not an analyst. I'll leave that to you. But your build angle's wrong, and the whole world has seen you exposed.
Victor is the problem.
Victor is definitely...
And he's got that rabbit on now, so he's even more of a problem.
I don't think there's an item in the game that Patrick could have bought unless he was doing the top lane Mirrorwind build that probably would have kept him alive. You know, we needed some experimental Hexplate Hullbreaker Varus if he was going to live through that one.
I'd like to see that.
You wouldn't?
I mean...
You would spend the entire cast complaining about it for sure.
No, I mean, it's like... Maybe.
Depends on how good it is, right?
Yeah, if he's popping off, then
it's a good build.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I like that.
And again, Rogue is looking to just group up, sneak a wave. They're going to be trying to maybe even cross-map the Nash for Drake setup. That's some crazy emote spam.
Really wants to get that last hit. Was afraid of being denied. Wrong game, but you know, got to keep the mechanics fresh. Carzzy healing at this point in the game is pretty disgusting.
Execute trying to pull the wave here, but he's in a no man's land.
Nobody's going to chase him down. There's no follow-up to get the Celestial opposition at least. Knockout now going in on Adam, but that's going to take a while to find that kill.
Decent damage from Cassante actually. And it's just menacingly standing there.
Nothing to spare. Also proccing. Okay. Baron up.
It's really hard when you have this bruiser into Cassante and he also loses on side. But maybe we can
try to get a little psycho here. Patrick damage, a few more autos, max health is starting to do some work. He hasn't even gone all out yet, and they've been able to find a good amount of damage. In the meantime, there's no real objective for Vitality to take. Good pick from Rogue.
But it's 20 seconds for Soul for Rogue. Cassante's dead for nearly 60 seconds.
They don't have a best ult, but they do a Vi ult, and they have Galio
execute
ult.
my fish check here.
Patrick! Patrick, that's not where you want to get caught. The flashback! Deleted! Vitality, incredible patience to find the pick. Patrick thought he was safe. It's absolutely not the case. Larson forced to flash away. Vitality can just now go grab the Drake, grab the Soul if they so choose.
It's not Soul for Vitality though.
Pull back. Adam getting shredded. There's nowhere to go. The Victor chasing him down. Winston on the chase as well. Execute doing everything he can. The ult comes out, but there's nowhere for him to go. Patrick caught, and we've seen this one before. Vitality find that first kill. They'll get the Drake. They'll have setup on the Baron as well if they want it.
And if I'm Rogue, that feels so bad. You're finally able to kill this Cassante, who's been in your face the whole game, and you throw it all away and just get caught.
I mean, it's tough.
It's tough.
You know, you never know what bush Hilly's going to be in.
Just
and when
assume
it's Hilly,
every bush.
When it's Hilly and Linsis, and they're working together.
Wow.
And the monkey goes invisible. I mean, it's really tough to... What is the right distance?
Further than what he was. I mean, I feel like Execute kind of knows that this bush is scary, so he's not face checking it. But maybe it's
this
like...
This might have been a communication gap.
Yeah.
I feel like it... Because the way Execute is walking says to me...
He for sure knew, yeah,
that that's dangerous, but I don't know if that information was communicated to Patrick.
And then it's just... They get picked
And then
up.
it's, I guess, the frustration wards. They saw Vitality walk away. They're like, well, at least we'll... Yeah, I mean, it's tough.
Yeah. And as a player, when you're in these games, it just feels so bad when you finally get this glimmer of hope, and then it's just snuffed out right in front of you.
And that's, yeah. In a game like this, all it takes is, when you're at a deficit, a single mistake, right?
Oh, Linsis with the crazy flank here.
Another flank. Patrick again caught. Ulti this time for Patrick is good. An extra magic damage shield is not going to help against the Wukong. Linsis on a killing spree, constantly finding these picks. And he can just keep going because he has the entire team with him. Adam making it over the wall. Linsis still chasing. Ulti from the Victor finishing and getting even bigger. Now Knock-Knock in the midst of the fight, taking his time with Execute. Execute, good initial disengage, trying to get away from Karzi, but Karzi still untouched, as is Chayak. Nowhere for them to go. Larson, Execute, Malrang, just not enough here. Goes Golden, has his fist in the air, but he's going to drop just as fast. Double kill for Karzi. Malrang caught out as well. Vitality can just end it here. They look to push down mid and close this game.
Wow. And it's just beautiful from Vitality. They just find pick after pick after pick, and they're able to just convert it into... I mean, they're so tanky, they can just dive the towers without caring. And it's 10 seconds on Patrick. He does have good wave clear, but I don't think he can stop it. It looks like Vitality is going to be able to take down the Nexus.
Definitely tough. 2 picks. Multiple picks back-to-back. Linsis kicking off both. Good angle. Patrick is able to grab a kill back, but it does not matter. Vitality are not here to mess around. Or are they? No, they're here to end the game. Wow. Vitality moving up to 3-3. Rogue down to 1-4. From now on, for the rest of the split, any team that makes it to 5 wins will qualify for playoffs.
And a really good game from Hilly and Linsis from me. Just really good jungle support, good synergy, beautiful.
Was excellent to watch. Your player of the game at LEC on X, of course. Kia player of the game, that is. Knock-Knocko, Chayak, and Hillisang all had good performances, and I think...
Let's give it to Hilly.
I don't know how we bottle this up and get this every game, but if we do,
we have a nice Vitality.
I'm feeling pretty optimistic about Vitality looking ahead. Vitality fans, happy to have the bow. A good game. Knock-Knocko wiping the hands off, wiping the sweat off. Not that he even broke one. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Karzi is going to join us on the analyst desk to talk all about that. We'll see you there.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side.
But the enemy jungle can be around. I mean, I can
The jungler, bro, just send it.
Yeah, sure.
No flash, no flash.
It's Galio. Okay.
Okay.
I'm watching.
Sorry, Healy, you are that guy.
Okay, okay. I will stop.
Nyla no ult. Nyla no jump, has flash.
Go place. Can you kill? Nice.
Go press,
nice,
go
nice,
press.
nice.
Out with the slipstream and now the turn and burn. Rogue, they overplayed their hand. The third kill hasn't come through. Valorant gets ridiculous. Carsey trying to hold on. Can they find the third kill in the meantime? What's happening on the other side of the screen? He needs to dodge the Q. Carsey gets it. Piece of strength for Vitality. Closely contested.
And another win for the Hive, but Carsey is already ready to tell us all about this. Vitality beats Rogue today. What did you think about it? Well, I don't know what you were saying to Finn, so please.
Well, sorry?
I don't know what you were saying to Finn if you were talking about
fine,
the
no,
game.
No, it's all good, all good. I have
all
no
good,
idea
all
what I
good,
was
all
saying
good.
anymore.
All right. Any reactions on the game, the victory? Was it easy? Was it not easy? What do you think?
I mean, I felt like it was supposed to be very easy because we kind of got a swap.
Yeah.
Where Nyla and Rel, we were like we had free lane in the top lane department, so we were supposed to be really ahead of the tempo and get level 6 earlier for the grabs, and then we should have snowballed the game, but we failed it a little bit. We had to swap back to bot because our Xante got doomed after the TP.
Yeah.
And we tried to save him. Yeah.
You guys didn't want to fight the grubs because I saw you guys rotated up and you had TP on Xante, but you chose not to fight the grubs. Any reason behind that?
Yeah, I felt like we felt like we are just way too weak. So it was safer for us to scale because the Varus, they were giving up so much for these grubs.
Yeah.
Like the Varus was level 5 to me being level 7.
Yeah,
so.
he opened from base just for the grubs, and meanwhile your bot laner was just chilling down there.
I do just kind of love when a champion comes back and people just forget that they have a passive and Neela just is 2 levels up on you like that. It's great.
Yeah.
Whipping people
basically, we felt like we are going to be a lot stronger for the next fight if we don't fail this one, so that's why we did.
Carsey, any reactions on Healy-Sang being Kia player of the game? I know there's been a lot of discussion about the bot lane in general for Vitality lately.
I mean, I'm happy for him. I think he had a good game. Although there was like one really questionable play where he was like running around with the rail trying to cancel the Ambessa TP and ignoring the Varus. I don't know if you remember, ignoring the Varus and Rakan.
Oh, you know, when you've been playing for 10 years and you ULCS, made a finals in your first split with the UOL, you just learn things about the game.
You want to spice things up, makes sense. But yeah, good performance overall. I'll let you take care of this play in review, maybe see how it goes. We'll see you guys next week. I want to talk about the next game with you, especially BDS, Fnatic. What are your early thoughts about this matchup, given what we've seen from both teams?
I mean, I really hope that Fnatic loses, because I want to see Humanoid lose.
Okay. I thought you loved each other. What happened?
Yeah, but it's like a hate-love relationship.
Ah, right. Toxic
so,
one.
Yeah, it's a toxic relationship because of me. So I want to see him. I want to see him lose, but I think that BDS are not playing so well and Fnatic are looking kind of strong. So not sure that's going to happen.
I mean, go ahead, Finn.
Now, why do you think BDS are struggling? Because coming into the split, the expectations were at least they would be like top 16, kind of top 5, but they seem to have really like struggled to find their footing. What do you think is causing that issue?
I mean, to me personally, when I look at their gameplay, it looks like they are just overly stressed because, like, I know the players and how they play, and the way they click in official matches, it's just very different from like solo queue or scrims.
And not to point fingers, but you say stressed, and I think Paris and 113 coming back, not having this stage experience that other players have, and usually while jungle and support, you need them to be on the same page for a team to function. Do you think that's a symptom of BDS's weaknesses right now? You can talk as well, guys. That's an open question.
Wow.
That is an open question.
Turns out social cues are hard sometimes. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this with G2, and they're a very high-profile team that went from winning everything to suddenly, oh, actually, turns out jungle support is really, really important. I think there was a great case study of this when you go from off-season to off-season. In LPL, when JDG made their super team, they kept their jungle support together. That worked out very well for them. It meant you can kind of plug and play other roles. So when you're changing jungle support anyway, I expect anything to have a change around that. So the fact that they haven't come into that like with all kind of running full steam ahead, that's definitely something you point towards, especially since I do think some of the individual pieces are still working pretty well. I mean, I think Nuke's having a good game, but it's just that there's no platform for him to really do that much off of because the jungle support is struggling to set up the objectives necessarily consistently in the right way.
Yeah, and actually, when you look at the off-season, one of the hottest names in this off-season was Irrelevant, and I think it's that kind of... Okay, never mind. Let's talk about Humanoid and Nuke. What do you think about Humanoid, Carson? Do you have any fun anecdotes about Humanoid?
Any what?
Any fun anecdotes?
Anecdotes?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have
Safe for work.
Yeah, I don't have any anecdotes for him.
Well, his stats, they are amazing. Nuke not having the same stats, they have great damage, both of them. But I think also because they're playing a lot of these control mages, that's kind of the key.
And I think a lot of the reason why they have such great stats, and particularly when you look at like the damage percentage of Nuke, just that's ridiculous. I think a lot of that is because top laners aren't doing nearly as much damage as they were before. I think that junglers pick up a little bit of that, but really it has been, at least in Europe, about mid laners picking up the slack as well. Actually, as AD carry, do you feel like you need to do a bit more because your top laner is not necessarily a carry now? I mean, you get a bit of ambassador or whatever, but it really does feel like mid lane AD carry, they're relied on a lot more than last year.
I mean, I feel like most of the times there is like a high damage jungler or mid laner with you anyway, so it doesn't change that much.
Okay.
I can't really sense any difference.
Maybe the stats are just really that good then. Maybe they're just really good players. Even better.
Yeah.
Even better. Harzi, thank you for joining us for whatever this pre-match was. A lot of information that we'll be back in a couple minutes with Fnatic BDS.
Thank you.
Who told you it was out here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me.
Welcome back to the LEC. We are moments away from Game 2, Fnatic versus BDS, the draft. Still Draco, still Jack Spectra, still debating Varus builds. Yeah. I like having you here as an AD carry man. I have new things to fight about I haven't had before. Most of the people I know are supports or junglers, and all they care about is the map. We never get to argue about builds. But to be fair, they've never told me they build Heartsteel, or we might have been fighting more.
That's true. And the journalists we've been watching, I mean, now we're seeing 113.
Yeah. Who is a he was a controversial build enthusiast,
enjoyer.
is how I would say it.
Yeah. And speaking of 113, I think BDS with 113 and Paris, they've had a tough start to the season.
I can hear you're reticent to draw any like full conclusions here, but I'll say that there have been one or two really outstanding moments for Paris, and there have been a lot of moments where it feels like he's been caught out, whether that's a fault of his own or the team not being on the same page. I won't judge, but it's very clear that BDS, when they get a good team fight, they look solid, but a lot of times individual members are getting caught out before they can even get to that point.
Yeah, and I'm biased because I played against both 113 and Paris last year, and I thought they were really good. So for me, it's been kind of baffling to see them look so disjointed and look, frankly, just bad in moments when I think that they're both really good players that have a lot more to show than this. And I've been in a similar situation myself when I played in LEC in 2023. I think I looked really bad. And I can understand that sometimes the pressure, when you're on a team, it's a new dynamic, everything is very different, that things can go bad. And I'm hoping that in this game today, we can see a better 113, we can see a better Paris, and we can see a close, aggressive BDS, and a nice Fnatic that we have been seeing battle it out.
A good even matchup. Of course, Fnatic, if they win this, they do lock playoffs with a week left. A week is only 3 games, but it is important to note. And for BDS, dropping down to 2-4, it's not going to conclusively eliminate them in any way, shape, or form, but it will force them in a situation where if you want to be anything other than like 7th or 8th, you're going to really need to win out in that final week, and that's a tough task for any team.
Yeah.
Can be exceptionally grueling. For now, though, we enter the draft.
Wow.
Vi locked in. The opposite side, we're going to see immediate Varus Nidalee. You wanted to see...
I wanted to see some fighting and aggression, and 113, his game plan against this Vi is going to be punish it early game, look to invade, look to get a camp lead, look to impact lanes, and just overall be everywhere on the map and try to outpace this Vi and generate a lead that way. And it's going to be a Kalista answer from Fnatic, so they're kind of answering fire with fire here, because they now want to contest through bot lane with the Kalista fighting and not allowing Nidalee to make her plays that way.
And I like the philosophy of matching fire with fire. Fnatic, obviously, one of our strongest early game teams. I think probably our strongest.
Probably the strongest, yeah.
Yeah, strongest early game team overall thus far from what we've seen. So backing up that playstyle choice with some strong early game picks, Rel, Kalista, Vi, great tools to force these fights if 113 does ever miss position. But you've got ice on something comfortable like the Varus. The question really is, what can you get out of Nidalee? Nidalee, a champion that historically has really good games.
Now I'm wondering...
Or terrible games.
What does BDS answer here? So they could go for either a Braum... Oh, no, they just go for top lane. Well, for the support pick, they could go in 2 different directions. They could go for something like a lane counter, like Braum, but it's very weak with Nidalee because you really want to engage. Or they could go for something that's a game counter like Alistar, but has a very weak level 1. I really want to see Nautilus, because that's a decent champ into Rel, but it has a really good early game, and it synergizes greatly with Nidalee as you just hook and then spear on the hook.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Vi and Bessa combo, but...
Scuffed, yeah.
Yes, Scuffed Vi and Bessa. Long range Bessa. Little game of Battleship, the old Nidalee Nautilus combo.
But it's cool. Sorry, I kind of cut you off there, but it's cool to see that BDS is just kind of running with this early game aggression, locking in the Renekton, locking in the Nidalee, and probably they've scrimmed Fnatic, right? And maybe they got stumped in the early game, so their conclusion was, we need to have a strong early game comp and actually win early game against them.
Well, and the thing, it's important to note, while there are 3 champions that can do well in the early game on either side, BDS is a do or die.
Yeah.
BDS have put themselves under the gun, under the knife here, where it's like, you guys have to get something done early game. This is not a composition that will scale gracefully into the game.
Yeah.
Situationally, super powerful. Classic nightmare jungle top duo of the Renekton and Nidalee. Most situations outside early game, infinitely harder to pull off. Incredibly low floor in terms of what it can provide.
Yeah, and I want to see if BDS decides to try to get some of that scaling from Nuke, or if they just say, you know, we're going to go early game everywhere, and either we win in 15 minutes or we lose in 15 minutes. Now we also have Fnatic pinching out the support pool with Alistar. Oh, and they go for the Corki ban, which would make sense, a lot of sense, to be honest, with BDS's draft. I'd assume we're going to see a Nautilus lock-in on 4 here, but maybe Paris will surprise me.
Can't take their time. They technically don't need to pick Nautilus. They could instead prioritize some sort of AD mid-blind pick.
I think you'd rather have a counter pick, especially since Corki's out.
No, I mean, I completely agree.
Yeah.
Might as well save your pick 5, unless you're worried about Humanoid taking something away from you.
Ah, Braum. I don't like it. Because, as I said earlier, it's really strong for the lane, but now you have Braum Nidalee. It's super easy to avoid any sort of CC, and they have no real lockdown. And it's just it's a really difficult comp to pull off. And I would want BDS to play an easier to play comp, especially when they have been struggling.
I like that BDS have the confidence to put themselves on that difficult footing, but I agree that I'm skeptical if this is the right choice for a team that has struggled in a lot of games. Now
On a more positive note though, it is really great at peeling off the Vi and the Rel. So it allows the Varus and Nidalee to play more cocky because you have some actual disengage from the Braum. Oh, and it's a Vi Rumble combo. This means it might be a Yone here for Fnatic, or Smolder.
It could be a Smolder.
Smolder blind pick.
Smolder blind.
I feel like the buff
Someone cheered, whoever that is. I'm not sure about you. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't have time to talk to you about why you cheered, but I'm skeptical at the very least. And now Nuke. I kind of like if he just locks. I just think you beat the hell out of the Dragon.
Yeah, I think you want to lock in some strong early game poking champion like the Jace. And it's funny, we've seen Smolder twice. We casted both the games, and Nuke played a bit against it both times now.
What about the Caps game? We didn't cast the Caps game.
No, I'm wrong, actually.
Yeah.
I just lied.
Sorry.
I forgot about the Caps game.
Yeah, I think you forgot. I don't think you have to be so harsh on yourself.
Oh, well.
Will he build crit? That is the question. Essence Reaver Universal, but will it be a tier?
Yeah, I hope he doesn't go the Esther Manamune full mana build.
No, don't like that. All right, BDS, all about early game. They should just be able to punch Fnatic in the face with their early game power, but if they fail to do that, this game is going to get out of hand very, very quickly.
Yeah, and Fnatic just has such a nice, easy to pull off composition. You just start off with the Vi ult or the Rel engage, and then you layer the Smolder ult and the Rumble ult on top of it, and it's just such an easy, clean teamfight wipe. While BDS needs to play slow and methodical, they need to land the poke from Jace, Varus, and Nidalee, and they need to make sure that nobody's getting engaged upon. They need to play split from each other so they don't get wombo comboed. They have like so many conditionals that they need to meet to win fights, while Fnatic, it's kind of like they just need to press their buttons.
Yeah. Do you have R? Do you see multiple champs next to each other? If so, push R. If R hits, win the fight. Very simple, like decision-making tree.
I like how you made it sound complicated.
I did, yeah. Well, look, you talked for like 30 seconds straight explaining how BDS do things.
That's
so
true.
I think that the amount we both spoke, hopefully, if our words failed to do so, hopefully the quantity of words made it clear to people which of the comps is easier to play.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain how never mind.
I mean,
maybe we get standard lanes. I think the one thing that shuts this whole thing down is like if I look at these compositions in a world where lane swaps don't exist, one, I'm really excited because lane swaps don't exist, but two, yeah, I think a lot of like what makes BDS's comp good doesn't hinge on standard lanes, but is definitely can be disrupted very heavily by a swap.
I'm not sure if BDS wants to swap. I think they don't. I think both teams kind of want standard lanes. And that's why both teams ended up late invading each of their sides and putting down vision. Because the Kalista and Rel can generate an early lead against the Varus Braum, because Kalista is much stronger level 1. Got a bit of cheese from Mickey here. Oh, nice bush usage here. He's going in and out, so Ice can't auto him. It looks like Ice is kind of trolling there, not autoing, but it's because he's playing well with Fog of War.
Rel getting a bit of a chip here. Stacking Conquer. E-start from Oscar.
I think Oscar... No, he didn't lose minions, did he? Of XP. I think he got all of it.
Could be super relevant though, just has the Conqueror, stacking up, knowing that Oscar cannot stick around without a Q.
Oh.
He walking in on level 1.
It's the power of Kalista, but doesn't result in much of anything.
Looks like Mickey missed a little bit of XP, slightly late to the level 2, but should not matter. Pressure in the favor of the Fnatic bottom lane for now.
But already now I'm curious, like, will 113 look to invade the Vi here on blue buff? It doesn't look like it. Smolder's actually getting prio against the Jace here, and it looks like 113 is just going to full clear into bot. But I think if I'm Fnatic and I'm seeing my jungler able to clear all 6 camps, I'm incredibly happy.
I think the big kind of prerequisite for the Nidalee, right, is that you need to be able to punish the Vi or at least get active sooner. As we pretty much always say when Vi comes in, I'm sure people are tired of hearing it. It's like, if Vi gets to level 6 scot-free against any champ that's supposed to be stronger in the early game,
she's happy.
She's very happy, and you're very sad, because...
Especially as Nidalee, who's like the premier invading high-tempo jungler.
And again, if you're going to go like Super Saiyan crazy good hands, I can see a world where you still outplay, but Razork can just push R.
And Razork's a very good Vi.
And Razork's a very good Vi. He can push all of the buttons, not just R.
He can pull off the Q flash on Vi consistently, which many of our junglers cannot.
Why does everything you say turn to shade for somebody? It's me, it's the pros, it's a build. 113. Oh. Angle not quite right there. Can still just leap in and get a small trade, but tanks a tower shot.
Has to be careful here. He's going to be able to back off.
I still think that even just a pressure gank isn't too bad early. You'd hope for more in terms of getting summoner spells, but at least you're doing something to assist your laners.
Yeah, but this is a Vi that gets her recall off before Nidalee even started the Scuttle Crab. I really wanted to see more from this Nidalee in the early game, because as Vi right now, I'm very happy. And Mickey with the cancel. Oh, but he might be trolling here, actually.
He can W over the wall. 113 might want to chase. Spear. Ooh, barely not connecting. Don't know if he'd want to chase that anyway. Doesn't have good information on where Vi is.
Upster here posturing aggressively because he knows Nidalee has to recall. They might even look for some sort of flash play with Mickey, or maybe it's a drip.
They only really have 3 casters here. I should just be able to clear this wave. I don't think there's a good angle to dive against the Braum. Guardian
it's a bit
now
optimistic,
procs.
yeah. Bit of a shame here because Razork loses some of the tempo lead that he built up over the Nidalee trying to look for this play. But it's still a very good situation for him. They're kind of matched opposite sides of the map.
I'm not sure who comes in on top. I'm checking in on mid lane really quick. I'll say Humanoid doing surprisingly well for a matchup that I would have expected to be a lot more difficult early on. Last time we saw this, it was Nuke into Camilo. It was the Corki instead of the Jace, which I do think is much stronger in those early level trades, and it was unplayable.
Yeah, I think Corki has a lot stronger early game pressure, but I think this Drake start from Razork could be a bit greedy here. 113 might be able to spot it.
In, level advantage. Starts auto
first
attacking.
move.
Razork trying to sidestep Q over the wall. All in on the bottom lane. Flash over from 113. Razork trading flashes here. First blood for 113, and now Upset's going to be the one in trouble. Paris is taking, but they desperately need to finish that kill. Hail of arrows. The spear doesn't connect. Upset should just die here. Mickey doesn't have anywhere to go. He reminds us the footwork is good, but he is going to get taken down. Q through from Paris to get the assist as well. Fnatic. 3 deaths in the blink of an eye.
And this was the early game I want to see from BDS. You pick champions that are able to fight, and Fnatic, they can't help themselves. They want to do the same. They want to match your aggression. They want to beat you early game, even with a worse early game composition. And that's when you catch them off guard. Beautiful mechanics from 113 there. Good bot lane skirmish. Great start to the game for BDS.
Definitely, and I think they needed that, right? Now Razork is kind of trying to force something here on the top side. We'll get at least 1 grub to slow down BDS potentially taking this objective. Kalista on top side first as well. So Fnatic.
Paris is dropping this top wave, looking to move here. Changes his mind. This is something Fnatic does so well. They're able to do these bounce back plays after they do a bad play and just immediately reset into a good proactive play for themselves. And overall they turn a situation that should have looked really dire, where they all die, into just free grubs and a push out on Kalista.
Yeah, I will say not entirely free. As you can see the gold at the top of your screen, there's a bit of a difference now brewing as the Nidalee.
Well, that happened before they got the free grubs.
True. But how do you decide when it's a cross map? What's the timestamp that we're looking at here?
You can't die and then respawn.
And then call it the same trade. All right. Relevant good damage down. Oscar in trouble. Trying to get out. Really no way to escape, and that's the power of this combo. 1-1-3 in Irrelevant. Well played by the side of BDS. First death of the game for Oscar yesterday. He was focused, shut down on the Jace pick. And it's a rough start here in day 3. The Rumble, we like the ult, we like what it could bring to a team fight, but with Renekton starting to build a lead with Nidalee ahead, it's going to be so tough to get the time to scale up.
And I'm loving this version of BDS we're getting here with 1-1-3 on a proactive carry champion that can make plays and make stuff happen on the map, where he's also able to play greedy and for himself. It's a joy to watch.
And I think shout out to BDS coaching staff and the players who enabled him to do this, right? A lot of the Sejuani gameplay, who's supposedly like the safe standard, right? There were still some hiccups. So to double down on your player and to say, hey, we'll give you something even more risky and more volatile is a bold call that's paying off for BDS. As now Fnatic trying to force the dive. Ice locked up, really nowhere to go. Smolder ulting in for a bit of an assist, blocked initially by the Braum, should find the quick kill. Paris now going to be in trouble as well. TP there, Razork going to fall. That slow lasts for a year. Well played by BDS to get the 1-for-1, 5-1 the kill score and a 2K gold lead.
And it was well played by BDS bot lane. They could have played it a bit better in certain aspects, but I like their idea of how they played the dive. But I hate the fact that Irrelevant ends up TPing in. So what you'd aim to see is when they send so many members up towards top, you have some sort of cross map. Jace is at least getting plates on mid, but Rumble is also to trade it back to get plates on bot. It's a really good play from Fnatic. And that Smolder ult, you could see how much damage it did. It kind of turned the tides of the dive. I think if they don't have that, they're actually not able to dive.
Also, again, Humanoid is this ticking time bomb. The Smolder eventually going to be that big threat against a composition where just about every single champion is squishy. Renekton even won't feel that tanky in the late game. Yeah. Paris on the Braum. I think the one really fantastic thing about having Braum in any composition is this champion just has some of the best support scaling in the game in terms of what you can get out of a well-positioned Unbreakable.
I mean, what BDS has that is nice against Smolder is the range, but they don't have any lockdown to speak of. So once the Smolder gets his rapid fire cannon and he starts to be a bit cocky with the movement, it gets really hard for BDS unless they land significant amount of poke to actually shut him down in team fights.
And maybe that puts more pressure on Ice, right? As the one form of non-committal hard engage. Varasalt, very flashable, but you know, we've seen even Flacket the other day for Team Heretics, just having that all-star carry performance. You can do so much work if you find the right position with this champion in a fight. It's a little bit harder, admittedly, with the lethality build. It is more just about landing those Qs, but a clutch ult could be the difference.
To be fair, I think Ice has been maybe the best, or one of the best, at least, lethality viruses we've had in...
I argued last year I think he was the best. In terms of Qs hit, we had a lot of lethality viruses, not going to name any names, who missed those Qs in the clutch moment. I think if you look at just hit percentage, Ice is certainly top in the charts.
Oh, with
Give it the same case this year. Phase Rush, a good shout. Oscar Renan gonna fall again. No, the extra bit of shield. 1-1-3 now trying to save. Nice initial sidestep. 1-1-3 in trouble, but manages to get out of tower range in time. Yet another dive, the exact same spot. This time Jace instead of the Renekton, but BDS rinsing, repeating, making this Nidalee work.
Wow, and 1-1-3 is everywhere. And his laners are really able to set up the ganks well. Really good movement there by Nook to get behind the Oscar and kind of insect him back into the Nidalee. And this Nidalee is getting fed.
2.3k gold lead, 1,000 of that in the hands of the Nidalee, already finishing Leandries. It's going to be a nightmare for 1v1. Side laners are going to be miserable this game as well.
It's going to be another grub contester. Relevant's on the flank, but he might be the one getting flanked.
You win from Razork. Relevant really not concerned.
Wow, he's just clicking forward.
Dominus there. Paros on the way. Ulti from the Smolder. No hope really from Humanoid to extend this, but can just stack up at the very least. In the meantime, fight kicking off. BDS just lost Ice. Upset finding 2 kills. We might need to see that one again.
What happened?
I don't know. That was for sure POV of Irrelevant, though. He's just toppling.
I like what Irrelevant was doing. He was going
fighting for his life. Quick pan over.
But then Paris is leaving his ADC to help Renekton that doesn't really need it. And maybe there was some bad pathing from BDS.
We'll see it at some point.
Yeah,
the good news is for now, Ice is able to start. But okay.
Let's see here.
Paris sprinting. Everyone's eyes locked on the top lane.
But it looks like Ice is maybe just disrespecting the...
Good engage.
He has no flash.
This is the alties. This is what you talked about, right? The Rumble paired with the Rel. It's so simple.
Then Nook tries to salvage the play, but it's not enough. It's a good play by Fnatic, but you can see the disjointedness in BDS there. Paris wants to go help Irrelevant. Ice kind of left on his lonesome. And it just results in when you're against a snappy, good team like this Fnatic, they punish you for that instantly.
And a reminder of the power of proactive CC, right?
Yeah.
They can pull the trigger. It's not a luxury that BDS have. BDS have to be playing better on the setup, have to be setting up better vision so they don't end up in these situations again.
And you could see, even when Paris did reach Irrelevant, he throws a Braum Q and it's like, okay. That's it. My job here is done.
Hey man, that's a winter's bite, okay? It matters, I swear. I mean, because again, in theory, it's good if you can get the enemy team to fight into you, but I think this is a situation where I bring up kind of what you were talking about in draft, where having that more proactive engage tool, even if it might have costed them a little bit in the lane, certainly would have paid off here in the mid game. Now that they do have this lead on a champion like the Nidalee.
And also, it's so scary seeing this Smolder build up a gold lead against this Jace. I feel like he's going to be a real menace in this game. Just the ulti in and of itself is starting to do so much damage.
Frustrating to deal with. 115 stacks for Humanoid, about to tick over to the next threshold at 125.
That's taking the plant.
Razork going in,
Oh.
just walks in and smites it. Whoa! Now the ulti onto 113. They're desperate to find that shutdown. Mickey trying to follow up. Good interrupt from Paris, so buying a lot of space. Razork the flash in. They're trying to lock him up. One more stack of the coast blows, and they get him. Don't have vision in the bush, but they don't need it. In the meantime, Mickey cut down as well. Fnatic hungry for shutdowns, but cost them a couple lives in the process. They do get the smite steal, but now BDS are on the chase.
And Razork gets super over-eager there. It's a beautiful steal from him, but after that, he flash ults into the whole enemy team, and Paris plays it beautifully, abusing the Braum pick to CC the Rel, so Rel can't follow it up. It's just a bit puzzling decision-making from Razork, and a really nice punish by BDS.
Again, yeah, good punish. Unfortunate that they were not able to secure the Drake, and from Fnatic, obviously in hindsight, probably should have been happy just taking the Drake and walking away.
Yeah.
But you can see that cat has $400 in her pocket extra, and Razork really wanted that money.
Like, it looks like when Fnatic get this, you're like, oh, you got the Drake, good job. But then flash ulting in when our carries are so far away, and Razork plays it well to try to get out, but Paris says no, flashes after him, gets the auto, locks him up, and Irrelevant also abuses the fact that Paris hits a random Q onto Mickey to just flash W him, lock him down, 2 clean kills for BDS.
I'm gonna say right now, that's Ambessa brain. He thought his top laner was playing Ambessa. That is,
True.
They've been playing that composition.
To be fair, they have Rumble vibe, which is like the same thing, but I think Rumble was...
Yeah, not quite in position. Instead, covered the retreat. But certainly the Callista and the Smolder were not able to follow up. Ooh, that Winter's Bite hitting is big, but BDS don't want to overchase.
Paris is a very good Braum. In the BDS, or in the EMM Masters semi-finals, he played Braum all 3 games, and he stumped us.
That is...
He hit every Q. Well, now he
lore.
missed.
Nice stun. Caster Curse. That's your new power. Don't abuse it.
Oh, yeah, no, yes, Callisto. I forgot about that.
But good on BDS. Again, small incremental advantages continuing to choke Fnatic out on the map. Or looking to.
Looks like they're going to get the first tower, though, for the Feats of Strength. And, ooh, 113.
Flash in. They really want to get this kill. 113 now running. We'll probably be able to take out Mickey, but maybe they can get a kill back. Paris just denying all this damage. Braum so damn obnoxious. Seeker's Arm Guard doing so much work. Cleanse from Upset. A lot of spears stacking. Upset on a rampage. He wanted the Q through for the extra spears, but the timing didn't quite line up. 1 for 1, though. And in the meantime, BDS still able to grab that bot lane tier 1, so not a bad trade.
Yeah, good mechanics there by Upset, dodging every skill shot and then cleansing the stun immediately. And just overall kind of salvaging the play. I feel like Mickey maybe went a bit too overeager there. Got a bit angry that his base was getting cancelled. Ends up being a tower for BDS. And they secure the Feats of Strength.
467 extra gold and growing for this Nidalee. But you said it, Feats of Strength. Especially for the Varus with the Swift Marches, this is going to be big. A lot of members of this team. A little bit extra tools to keep himself safe. A little extra movement speed is certainly going to help against the Rumble slows and the Smolder slows.
They're sieging on this mid tower here, and Smolder and Callisto's bot and Smolder's far. They might be able to just get it. They can transition that into top dive and Herald maybe. Fnatic is really slow on this bot play. It's a good
ulti top.
Good Rumble ult to deny the cross map top.
He might still be in trouble. No, not willing to commit. Herald is up, so BDS happy with that. Maybe just harass Oscar, deny him, get that health bar a little bit lower so he can't come.
BDS is trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew here, with both going for the Herald and going for this play on Oscar. But maybe they get.
I mean, 1-3.
I don't.
Everything.
I don't like it that much. It delays them a bit too much in the Herald take. You can see it resets, and it kind of diminishes this tempo advantage that they had. I would have liked if after Rumble ults the top wave, they say, well played to him, he cleared the wave, let's just get the Herald and let's keep this tempo up. Because now what you'll see is Fnatic is so far ahead in tempo, and I don't think 113 can even do the Herald anymore.
They're going to try to commit to it.
Oh, this might be tragic.
Razork in the area. None of the carries are here, however. But as you highlighted, BDS, there's too many waves that need attending. They can't commit enough members.
And even though they might get this Herald and it might look all good and well, the problem is that like Paris and 113 now really need to base, while Mickey and Razork can be the ones that are actually proactive since they just came off the base.
But the question is, ultimately, what do they do with that? Can they punish BDS for what was potentially too greedy a move? They got the Herald already.
Either they can lock them in this sort of map state, where the only way BDS can get out is by getting a pick if they are able to get this cheese.
Ooh, good word from Mickey. And yeah, they anticipate, and they try to account for Fnatic's advantage, assuming they'll overstep. Mickey dropping the ward spots to play at the very least.
BDS, I think, salvages it decently. They don't end up having to drop top tower. It's very common when you make a tempo mistake like this that you have to drop a tier 1 or have to drop like really hard vision to one side. But ends up being not too bad, and it was a good cheese attempt by them. And their first to move into Drake. But maybe Jace will get dove on this top wave here.
Razork hovering.
It's a good hover by Paris here to try to defend this play, but I think he might be too late.
And credit to Paris. You called out his Braum in the semifinals in EUM, but it's just been everywhere here in LEC this game to help protect against these dives. Fnatic not going to make the same mistake twice, 3 times? They've dove into Paris a number of times this game. It has not worked out really in any of them.
It's good that Ice is also hovering up here, but I don't like that they're fighting. They're still doing Drake.
Good engage. Initially going to kick things off. Human right now following up with an ult Diva Zone, trying to finish off the kill here. Upsetting there in the meantime as well. The TP's coming in, but it might be a little bit late because now it's Ice who's been caught out. Mickey going forward. Ice going to be in trouble. The pullback is good initially on the Rel, and Ice goes down. Ice taken out, upset Mickey versus World, but Mickey already taken down as well. The Fnatic solo laners coming in clutch to help support them. The Dragon down. 113 is able to grab, but Fnatic finding so many kills on the top side.
Upset is dancing on the Kalista, and it's a beautiful prediction on the Kalista ult from Mikix onto Ice, who tries to flash away. But I have to wonder, BDS, you guys are getting Drake for free. Your goal is to defend this top tower. Why are we clicking so aggressively? We could just chill. Our most fed member is doing Dragon for free. If we just don't fight here, we're winning.
Yeah.
But we fight.
They thought they had the good angle to defend.
The mechanics, Upset flashes forward with the Callisto ulti so that Mickey can reach the Ice that's flashing away, and then Upset is kind of dancing, yumping.
I'm sorry, what?
Yumping.
Yumping?
It's the yumper.
Just a little Norwegian coming out there for the people?
He's a yumper.
He's a yumper.
If we ever see Tristana meta, it'll be yump meta.
All right, yump meta. I'll wait for it. Look, I think at the end of the day, that was a 2-for-2 trade. And it's important for people to understand that BDS, you think it's an even trade, plus they get Drake, they're trading up a little bit?
2-for-2 trade? That felt like
2-for-2 trade. Well, Mickey and Razork both died.
Oh.
It's interesting.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
it felt really bad.
It felt really bad. But what I will say is trading against a team, trading even or slightly down against, or slightly up against a team that probably shouldn't have any business contesting you is going to make things much trickier, because Ice, who we kind of expected to be really central to the team here based on his earlier performances, is now 1-3. And he can keep the enemy team at arm's race, but Upset is getting very scary very quickly.
Yeah. And Upset is playing really well mechanically this game. He's dodging all of the skill shots that he kind of needs to dodge. And this is a really cool Kalista game, because if you have good movement this game as Kalista, you can glide.
Yeah.
And you can glide hard. And especially with this new Kalista that scales much better. So essentially what they changed is her dash speed in the early game is slower, but her dash speed in the late game, once she has attack speed, is a lot faster. So if we see him clicking well this game, we can see some montage making.
Upset, pressure to find the montage. Humanoid, I think, will have a bit of an easier time as we go later in the game. Did go Shojin. Not sure if it'll be Rapid Fire next, what the angle is going to be, but about to tick over to 225 stacks, so we'll have the execute. BDS fishing.
BDS has full control over this Drake, and this is kind of their prime time here, where they just want to poke before the objective spawns.
Oh, I mean, if they, with the range advantage they have, if they get Ocean Soul,
that's true.
Either side gets Ocean Soul, it's a big deal, but BDS, it would certainly help push their lead ahead, which was at one point much bigger.
Fnatic to get Ocean Soul against poke.
Oh, I mean 100%, but they're only at 1 Drake, so
that's true.
It's a little bit further away. It wasn't a personal attack. But I'm glad
Fnatic are wrestling back control of this Atakan. But they're dropping midway for it.
It is a little bit awkward. So
they could use the Kalista Ren to try to kind of secure the objective, but they're kind of kiting it into Narnia here, so it's going to reset.
At the very least, Upset staying topped up.
And yes. They're just going to reset.
So, okay, it costs them about 400 gold, 300 gold to participate in that particular exchange. The Herald is now going to get dropped to just act as another pressure point, and it looks like BDS will use that to force Otacon.
Yeah, so Fnatic is just making the decision to fully ignore mid they do not want to drop this Atakan, and they're willing to just fully drop resources for it.
235 on Humanoid and the ulti. If BDS don't overcommit here, they get damage for free. But if they do overcommit and they lose the fight, it would be disastrous.
And we need to see some good poke landing here from Nidalee, Jace, and Varus. Although this Rift Herald is doing work, to be honest.
I think for BDS, you got what you wanted. You see the reset now coming in from
Well, Upset with a good cheese here.
Upset walking in onto Irrelevant. Irrelevant going to be forced back. Mickey trying to force the engage in the meantime as well. Rumble all down across the entire team in the midst of the Otacon pit. That's the shutdown. With only 4 members in the fight, Humanoid now TPing it 2. The Herald looking at another charge mid lane, but it might not matter. BDS only losing 1.
Really creative play by Upset there with the cheese. It's going to be a flip for the Otacon.
3K getting lower, 113 looking for redemption, but no! Once again, Razork's able to find it. This time when he charges in, there's a dragon to back him up. Shut down on a 113, a big bag of gold, an Upset going legendary.
At first I thought they got Elder there because I see the Smolder execute, and it's just a really good combination of the Rend plus the Vice Smite that doesn't allow 113 to try to get the steal. And as you can see, if BDS doesn't get the poke before the fight starts, it's a disaster for them. All you need is Rel to engage on someone. It wasn't even a crazy engage. He only got the Renekton, but just the fight needs to start. And Upset's also playing this fight brilliantly, not really getting hit by anything, which allows Fnatic to take full control of the Otacon, utilize the Rend plus the Vice Smite together. It's really beautiful.
Certainly is. And you know what? I was wrong. BDS had a lead, but it was in the end 2 Drakes to 2. Forgot about the one in the mid lane.
Can't believe you did that.
If you weren't here for Saturday, he made a cringy Drake joke, and I'm just trying to support him by also...
Well, now it's 3 Drakes.
now it's 3 Drakes.
And Irrelevant angry.
Irrelevant very frustrated, but this is not going to go well for him running. Paras trying to give his life, trying to body block as much as he can, but Ice is so weak. Upset is just...
Upset's aggressive.
You wanted to see him gliding. Does tank that spear, though, the slow. Making it a bit easier to land. And now Fnatic with a 1K gold lead. Sitting in an incredibly comfortable spot. How do they push this lead? That is the big question. So many teams, I won't say have squandered, Otacon, but a lot of teams have struggled to use it to its fullest. It is 30 seconds till Baron at the very least. How much can Fnatic get?
I mean, I think the nice thing about Fnatic comp is that they can really easily start the Nash. I don't think they can really play for tier 2s unless they're willing to dive. But I would like to see them maybe just transition their pressure. Okay, they're going to make a Hail Mary play with this Otacon on bolt. And probably they're just going to be able or willing to die to... It looks like Upset doesn't want to. I mean, it's not even a cannon wave. It's nothing. I think they're just going to push this wave. They're going to look to reset, set up the Nash. What's really nice about Fnatic's team comp is that they can so easily turn from this Baron Nashor. They just need someone to get CC'd and the fight to actually start. And then it's going to be a clean wipe from them. On the other hand, it can be risky to start the Nash because if BDS then gets some poke, doesn't give them that engage, and combined with the Nash damage, that can be kind of scary. But anyways, with the Otacon, they don't end up getting that much other than getting back that gold lead that they had lost earlier, which is really OP when you have a Smolder and an easier to play composition.
When you have a composition that should be, as you highlighted, more situations in which you'll be able to leverage your power and a better scaling champion in the mid lane, and the vast majority of situations, you're okay to have maybe not the flashiest big objective. Like you can take a Baron just for gold and to buy yourself another couple minutes, or an Otacon just for some waves, maybe a tier 2 tower.
And normally when we think about Otacon, we want this huge leads, we want them to do a ton. But when you're scaling better and you have an easier to play composition, and you already got a lot of kills getting the Otacon, you're fine with just getting waves out pushed and trying to play it that way, especially when you don't have Nash buff and you're playing against champions that have incredibly good wave clear like the Jace and the Varus. It do be like that.
Certainly does. Humanoid just continuing to stay. We've got a bit of a pause. Not an actual pause, sorry. Hold your breath, it's fine. Gameplay is continuing, but it's slowed down. There's no... Baron's the big objective to fight for, but both sides kind of need to set their waves up. And without a dragon on the map...
There's a dragon on the map.
Oh,
well, I do want to say...
Are we going to do this all year?
I want to say something ironic. The one thing that got buffed on Smolder is Infinity Edge. It's the only thing, and the champion's been considered trash.
Yep.
The 2 times, like we've seen Smolder, 2 out of 3 times now, he hasn't built Infinity Edge.
Yep. Hashtag pro play.
Yeah. Makes you think.
It's just, every time we have a designer on the podcast on Euphoria,
Yeah.
they're just like, we have to mind control pros to play things sometimes. Like there are champs that are OP for like 8 patches in a row, and we can just never get pros to play them. Sometimes it just takes like a little buff, like, ooh, 2 AD. And then people are like, actually, this champion's been insane. Why have we not been playing this for years?
Sometimes that's true, though.
Last year, MF got a 2 AD buff. Before we were on that patch in Pro, that same week, she showed up in every single stage game.
MF was OP. I don't know what to
And it wasn't the buff. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I don't know.
You're guilty of this, too. I can see it in your eyes.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes just champ feels OP.
Yeah, I get it. It's based on the feels. You don't go to yourself, you're sitting here, you're in Ice's spot, you don't say, well, my Q is going to do exactly 680 damage if I landed on this target. You just go, and it's going to chunk him. You've got a sense of how much that is and what that
Yeah, but you
means.
can kind of feel how much damage it's going to do.
Yeah, you feel it. Again, you don't know the numbers, you just feel it out. Has to hit. That's an important part.
It's got to feel bad, that.
Yeah, it does, a little bit. That's the struggle with the lethality bars and why it has been hit or miss for us historically. Haha.
It's going to be a Drake setup here for BDS, but now they have to try to face check. And that's the really hard part about this composition.
Well, you've crossed the point where Smolder poke really doesn't feel like much of anything early game, but
yeah, now Smolder's out poking your ulti.
Yeah, the snot bubbles are really starting to hurt. The ulti, the slow is going to set up for anyone else.
You see Ice, the Qs and Es are landing, but they're not really sticking well enough. I think they're going to have to drop this Drake, or if they try to contest it, it might be game over for them.
Throw it off to the side, but again, the lack of proactive engage tools. So many games, so many compositions where you see that Smolder isolated, you can just immediately pull the trigger and go, but that is just not the case for BDS.
Mickey's doing a great job at just marking Irrelevant and not letting him flank whatsoever. Oh, maybe.
Mickey, decent chunk. Again, the poke is kind of what BDS want here, but there's just so many unknowns.
They are getting a little bit of poke, but I don't think it's enough.
You guys have to be careful about walking too far forward into this choke.
Oh.
Oscar Riddenalt could be big. Upset chasing them away. Again, the Drake is the name of the game here. 113 miles away. There should be an easy pickup. Ice, noble attempt on the steal. Fnatic now instantly retreating, seeing Mickey's health bars too low, knowing they don't have the Callisto ult. There's no reason for them to stick around. But BDS have to be careful about overcommitting into that brush.
You can see it's so hard for BDS. Even when the poke lands, they still have to take so much time to enter that it just feels really bad. It's so easy for Fnatic to turn with their engage that BDS is so slowed down that by the time they get to the objective, it's already gone, even when they actually get the conditions that they want, which is poking out Mickey and poking that engage out. And now it's Fnatic with first tempo into Nash, and it's going to be the same process all over again with them having control of this Baron Nashor.
BDS arriving mid-wave in a relatively even state. BDS are just going to ignore it for now. Try to get a bit of vision down.
Varus and Jace are very far. They might even look to just finish this with the Rend plus Smite combo.
113, can you steal this? It's not perfect, it should be. Callisto should be enough to just steal this, and it is. 113 tries to make the heroic play, goes golden, don't know about that call. Easy kill pickup for Upset.
This game feels so bad as a BDS fan. They did everything right in the early game, but their comp is so difficult to pull off, and they make one mistake, and then the game just looks...
And this is the thing about this composition, right? You can't be the one to make mistakes. His Irrelevance now caught out. Upset just chasing him down. Nobody's going to be able to stop this Callisto. Mickey following up as well. Upset immediate flash over the wall. Nuke running. Paris likely next to fall. Upset won't overcommit here. Bit of poke goes his way, but Baron for the side of Fnatic, and they're just going to keep pushing in top.
Fnatic are looking so clean. They're just punishing every single misstep from BDS and just everywhere on the map. And Upset mechanically this game, I'm a fan.
I gotta say, he's been flashing in
a
lot. It's a new era for Upset. 10-1-1 on the Callisto. Fnatic 4-1 again. Winning here against BDS will lock Fnatic into playoffs with 3 games left for them in this season as Razork. It's a bit aggressive here on Duke. Isn't going to really be punished too much. Might slow down the push a bit. Yeah, but overall, clean game from Fnatic in terms of coming back. Obviously, early on, BDS were leveraging their composition to full effect. As you highlighted, they did everything that they were supposed to do, but the burden of execution weighs a lot more heavily on them, and Fnatic have been more than happy to punish that.
Yeah, now it just looks like desperation from BDS here. They're trying to just cancel recalls, trying to get wherever they can. They invest in relevant TP, but they don't really get anything out of it. They're only going to be able to cheat this mid-wave and buy some time, but time for what?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's tricky.
but it's the Smolder went BT. He's gonna go Infinity last item. That's so fake, the Smolder buff.
Okay. But you know why he went BT. There's a Jace Varus Nidalee.
Yes,
he had to go BT at some point.
It's the correct decision to go BT, but then you have to accept that you're not playing a buffed Smolder.
Okay.
If you accept that,
yeah, this is
then it's okay.
25.s1.1 Smolder, not s1.2 Smolder.
Yes.
Still struggling with the names there. Ooh, ice. That'll be fine for now, but losing the Veil there, the Spell Shield, always makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, and now what you can see is both the carries of Fnatic, both Humanoid and Upset, are so tanky. Oh, wait, what?
Humanoid caught out. For a little bit more stacks. 3, 4, locked up, quick pick.
How did he get there?
30 seconds left in the Baron, they're going to take everything away. Humanoid's a very crucial...
He's their most important member alongside Kalista.
I mean, the thing is, if they had just not lost the Smite fight on one of those earlier Drakes, they would be so set up to get sold here. But I don't think that death matters. That's what's frustrating. It's a good pick, good catch, but...
I mean, it denies them losing tier 2 bot, and it buys them time and space to play the game. Kind of want a replay to see what Humanoid did there, but as you said, it's not the most important pick, so we don't need to see it either. But it's going to come down to this Drake fight. It's going to make or break this game. And the problem that I was talking about earlier is that Upset and Humanoid are so tanky that if they're not caught out like that and it's a normal fight, it's so hard for them to die.
All the poke lands on a single target, maybe you can burst someone down, but even then, it is hard. Might be an IE final item.
You can see even when Smolder is dead, it's hard for BDS to try to really enter into River here.
Although Fnatic has to be careful about
Mickey's on the flank.
Overcommitting too hard. I mean, Upset having Cleanse available really does limit most of the playmaking potential. Humanoid back alive, does TP back into mid-wave to be here just in case. Can't afford to get caught out. Good vision from BDS to spot Humanoid moving over. I mean, some poke will land, but the BT shield eating all of that.
And Mickey's frontlining really well here with this Kalista ult. He's just not scared of anything, and he's generating so much pressure. Razork as well has a... Oh, nice.
Exo there too. I'm not
Nice
sure if he
fog,
saw... He could see probably Scorch on cooldown, and then he would know. Dragon aggro is of course going to show.
They're able to get control of River here a little bit. Irrelevant's playing well here. Trying to generate some pressure on the side.
Pressure. Again, Varus poke not connecting is the big thing. Is Upset can eat a shock blast as long as he can get in range to auto attack in. He will heal that up quickly, but this is pretty much exactly what BDS want. Good pick to start things off. Do they have any other angle? Poke on a Humanoid doesn't finish the job.
TP.
They force out the ulti. And as you said, no TP. He might just try to heal off the wave and come back to the fight. Mickey X looking for the flank. Fnatic, 4 members, but they're getting chunked away. BDS shouldn't be allowed to take this, but the poke, the patience paying off as Fnatic get lower and lower. Parrot trying to get a little bit more. Razork wants one more. Can he get another steal? No, not this time. The Jace there to seal the deal. Razork taken out. A fight may be in favor of Fnatic. While the objective is down, it's still so hard for BDS to chase, and they know it. They'll throw a few more spears, a few more shock blasts, but they'll just walk away happy to have the dragon.
Wow, I thought this game was kind of over for BDS, but they're playing slow. They're playing calculated. They're hitting the crucial skill shots. Irrelevance off on the side, pressuring, and a beautiful ult from Ice here catches Humanoid out, and even though they don't kill him, it does the job. He's out of the fight, and that allows BDS to buy more space, which means that they can land the poke easier, and Paris is doing great here at just soaking up the pressure and walking forward, not letting him get that engage off. And even though Razork goes in, the follow-up is not there because they've been able to buy that space so that nobody can actually follow up on it. And I'm really impressed because playing these comps and playing so slow and finding these sort of team fights is so difficult, and BDS is making it happen.
They are, and this is a team that was not on the same page in so many of their previous losses. But now has to be careful about getting caught out. Mickey aggressive, and Fnatic still incredibly powerful, but Mickey might just get cut down here, trying to live a little bit longer. Will he burn down in the meantime in the Kalista? It looks like he will be able to survive.
Wow.
Really bailed out by Upset there. And again, you talked about pushing the limits, but no one was really in a position to follow up.
I feel so bad for BDS. If they get that pick, I think they can easily start the Nash as Fnatic lose their main source of engage with the Rel. But now it goes back to a stalemate where BDS have the control of the Nash, and they will try to look to poke down Fnatic when they try to enter. But Fnatic has good wards, so they might have to drop this Nash vision eventually.
BDS, again, still have to play pretty flawlessly.
I think he has flash.
Freedom to poke. Nice Q comes in from Ice. Little chunk onto Upset. The wave means to heal most of it up. Every little bit of damage matters. Mickey highlighted flash ulti just a few seconds away.
I think what BDS really wants is to poke out Mickey. If they can do that, it's the easiest target for Fnatic to really engage with, and it's the one person that doesn't have any sort of lifesteal or sustain.
Relevant ready to cut the wave as Humanoid gets poked, and it's a good call. It's also their major engage source other than Razor. So the compositions become much more comparable if Mickey's not really allowed to participate in the fight.
Yeah, I think Razor is a bit too tanky and mobile to really get too much lasting poke on him. They are getting some, actually, and Fnatic are really split up here.
Running pass, Oscar off to the side. BDS caught a little off guard. Nuke taking a decent chunk.
Mickey has flash. He might look here.
Just waiting. Again, patience, the name of the game. Razor just threatening. Mickey has to be careful not to take too much poke. A battle of waves as Irrelevant just tries to cut this one. 5v5 fist fight in the mid lane.
Oh, JCQ lands, but the damage is not really high enough. It's incredibly
This is a
tense
GB game? Are we just playing dodgeball? And it's important to note, this is an insanely tense moment. It takes 1 or 2 skill shots to land for BDS on the right targets for the fight to finally feel in their favor. But it's the same as true from the side of Fnatic. They're trying to delete Paras. Instantly goes in on 1-1-3. Able to grab the Zhonya's. Mickey follow-up upset untouched on the wall. He's on the flank. Now they're able to retreat, flash out. Mickey a little bit in no man's land. Razor trying to zone away Irrelevant, but BDS still standing. Wave in favor of Fnatic in mid lane if they want to push further, draw BDS into them, but they might risk losing Baron if they do so.
Looks like it's going to be an equal trade here where both sides are probably just going to look to reset. So I want to do a little bit of a sums check here. Paris flashed.
Okay, sums check. You were talking about it.
Mickey used flash, Upset used flash, and on the side of BDS, Braum and Jace used flash. So now Mickey is not that much of a threat. It's hard. He's going to play more of a follow-up on the Violed. And at the same time, Nuke has to play a little bit further back, can't frontline as much as before, and Upset as well has no flash to get out of those key moments now, but he does have the GA, however. So I think his game plan can still be very aggressive. The biggest difference is that Fnatic lost their reliable engage with the Rel.
It will matter. Ice, of course, still having his flash too, so that on top of the spell shield makes things a little bit more difficult. Important to note that Humanoid has just been stacking this entire time, 428.
He's on a very long flank here. Spotted out though. Neither team can really progress.
Fnatic
very slow.
Do not want to just rush mid wave. They don't want to risk conceding all position here and getting caught in the flank or giving up Baron.
They started the Nash. I'm very worried about this.
BDS have to be careful. Oscar does have ulti, can just throw it in the pit, but again, patience is the name of the game. Paras, though, the one eating so much damage.
Their Nash is very slow.
Ooh, heal from Italy, though, does keep him topped up relatively well. Mickey trying to spot the
Irrelevant.
flank. Locking up Irrelevant on the side, Dragon spawning as well. Mickey taking a big chunk. Does have the luxury of Upset's ult in a short time, not off cooldown quite yet. BDS slow, steady, controlled. Oscar still has ulti.
I'm worried about this Nash.
Razor can still get into the pit. Almost all the smites have gone in Razor's favor. Can he find one more? 4K, they have to finish it now. Razor taking his time, queuing into the pit this time. 1-1-3 gets it. BDS getting the Baron.
But
Health bars are blinking. They will concede Soul to the side of Fnatic. But at least they get the Baron.
And now you're getting Ocean Soul into a full poke team comp. This is, I think I'm really happy about Fnatic. I think BDS needs to end with this Nash or get 2 inhibs to really make this worth it, because this Ocean Soul has so much value against Fnatic, and Humanoid just got Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that
he's buffed.
Well, now we see buff smolder. Woo! For the first time, 40-minute game.
Yes, 440
This
seconds.
game wasn't supposed to make it to 40 minutes for either side, right?
Yeah,
Either
it was 15 minutes make or break.
It was BDS 15 minutes make or break, and then Fnatic was just going to win because of how the compositions were supposed to work. But credit to BDS playing these fights slow, and again, Paras 1-1-3, probably the best game we've seen from this season. You could argue the Seraphine game against G2, but I think this is even better.
Yeah, I want to like really highlight BDS that they're playing a really difficult comp to pull off, and they're pulling it off. And in my opinion, the most aggressive, the best team that is like at snap engaging is Fnatic. So if you can pull off this team against them, that means you can pull it off against any other team in the LEC. So I really want to see, even if they lose this game, try to stick a little bit to this style and refine it, and we can have a good BDS.
Yeah, push your limits. Nuke TPing bot lane to support the wave here. Does get the Baron buff down, but this is where things start to get tricky, right? Because while BDS have the pushing advantage, again, the Ocean Soul does so much work. Paris wants to keep fighting, though, trying to get a little bit more aggressive. Razor caught out, Humanoid caught out as well. There's no real fallout for BDS, however, but that spear connecting is big. But sadly, the Ocean Soul is just so strong.
So much. I don't know if they can even break the tier 2. Smolder's also so good at wave clearing. And it's so hard to step up on a wave against Smolder as he just cues the wave and then you take the damage.
I mean, Nuke is stepping so far forward just to try to proc concussive blows. They know they have to get something done. It's just so difficult.
I think this game's going to go to Elder.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Do we get another 60-minute game?
No way.
Oh, Mickey. All right, Lock again.
Okay, they're going to get the
irrelevant
tier 2.
chasing. They will get the tier 2.
But I don't think they'll be able to play for Inhib unless
they don't have any other waves.
They need another great poke like that to land on a member.
30 seconds. They have to be so careful about overcommitting here, though. The second the Baron falls away, Fnatic hard forward.
I just flash ulted.
Ulti on the Humanoid. The damage not quite enough. Healing still coming in. Ice going to be caught out. He tried to make the hero play and he gets shut down. Desperation. It was patience for so much of the game. But Ice, too eager, too keen. The team not ready. And now Upset just gets to rip through the entirety of BDS.
Oh, and it feels so bad for Ice. You can see he's trying to make the hero play. He's trying to make it work, but it's just not enough damage, and it's too desperate, and it sets up Fnatic to get that great engage that they needed to just instantly wipe the team fight. And you can see BDS has been struggling for 30 minutes trying to get any sort of advantage, while all Fnatic needs is one good engage, and it's instantly game over.
Credit to BDS for lasting this long. Credit to them for playing such a hard composition, but in the end, Fnatic find the consistency, punish the mistakes, the over-eagerness of BDS, get their 5th win, and lock playoffs.
Wow.
In the LEC Winter Split.
What a great game from Upset. A really good, aggressive Kalista. He's flashing in, he's following his teammates, and this game gives me really high hopes for Fnatic, and I want to see how far can they go.
That's a damn good question. We'll have to find out. Of course, Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Humanoid, Upset, or Mickey. All great options.
I think Mickey, though.
You think Mickey?
I think I liked a lot how Upset was playing, but how Mickey was playing around the Kalista ult and how much pressure he was generating, I think if you ask any single one of the carries of BDS who's player of the game, it's going to be Mickey.
We'll have to see what the rest of the world thinks. We're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Ginny will be standing by with Humanoid.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
All in on the bottom lane, flash over from 113. Upset should just die here. Mickey doesn't have anywhere to go, but he is going to get taken down. Fnatic, 3 deaths in the blink of an eye.
I will go to X. I can go here, okay? Why is that? Why is that? We are winning on the other side. We can go more. Yeah, we switches. Okay, Rumble over to Bars here. I think it's yeah, Rumble. Bars okay? Yeah. 1 HP the Renek, guys. No ulti. Yes. Can you play this here, Manek? I have nothing anymore. Okay, the Renek is very low, okay? We are winning mid, I guess. Yeah. Okay, guys, well played, boys.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to LEC. I'm Ginny, and we have Humanoid after another win from Fnatic. A really strong start to the split. I would love to talk about your experience playing Smolder mid into a comp that's just so focused on poking you out.
I mean, it was not fun in the later stages. I think we were not engaging as much as we could have. But I think Smolder is also fun into poke competition because he's also kind of like a poke champion with rapid fire, and I have lifesteal. So for me, it was not that hard, but maybe for like Rumble, he's kind of useless in those situations. So yeah.
A great game, though. I feel like BDS was able to dictate the pace of the game quite a few times. I mean, early in the game, they were very aggressive. Then they started slowing things down, especially with that dragon fight. How do you, as a team, come back together and say, okay, that's it, we're going to put them in their place?
Yeah, so I mean, we got really far behind early. So our plan was to basically try to go on the opposite side and try to get some trades going on when they go for objectives. And also we have the smolder, so we can probably scale it up, and that's how it went.
That is how it went. How do you feel about Nidalee jungle, actually? Like, if that was on your team, would you be happy?
I think Nidalee is strong if you have the hands for it, so only a few people should play it, yeah.
Oh, I feel like this is a little bit of a diss. But you know what? I also want to ask, because you guys played G2 yesterday, they're going to be going up against GX. They're setting up behind us. Do you want to give a prediction?
I hope G2 wins.
Aww.
Just kidding, Jackie.
Okay, Jackie's
I
upset.
hope Giant wins. I hope Giant wins.
Okay. Yeah, G2 didn't hear that. It's fine. Well, thank you so much for your time for the interview. Congratulations on another win. After the break, I'll be sitting down with G2 coach Dylan Falco and Giant X coach Julio. So don't go anywhere because it was pretty spicy.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to
I think even though G2 is a sleeping giant, my hot take for this year is that they won't make it to Worlds.
What?
So I don't think G2 will make it to Worlds this year. I don't think they'll ramp up as well as other teams.
All right. Mr. Dylan, do you have any words to say to this? Because that does feel like a hot take.
Yeah, like it would make sense to me that he would say something like that. I think he has a lot of experience having super teams and not qualifying to the World Championships. But I think that's something I don't have as much experience with. So I think, like right now, they're top 4. If they lose today, I think it's top 5 in week 2 of the winter split. I think that's a pretty good achievement. And I hope their year goes well.
That's very wholesome. You know, a little jab here, but still a great approach. Well, you're playing them today, so with this clip and your feelings about it, is it maybe a little bit more personal, or will you just take it like another day in the office?
Okay, memes aside, I actually think they're a pretty good team.
Okay.
They've been playing pretty well. They were actually the best team we did play in scrims moving into the split. So, yeah, I think they're playing pretty well, and I think today's will be a pretty good match, yeah.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, with G2 as well, what we've seen over the last couple of days and like the 2 weeks of winter split, do you have a specific tactic that you're focusing on, or anything in particular heading into these next game that you think that is our main pain point?
I think maybe just having our draft skill a bit better into the game.
Okay.
I think we are ahead in all 5 games. As much as everyone's going crazy that how poorly we're playing, how unconnected we are, I think at the end of the day, we just threw a lot of games with poor scaling drafts. Our scrims overall are going quite well, and the early games in these games are going quite well. So we've been working a lot on getting a bit more connected with how we play our mid games, how we set up our objective, maybe being a bit more aggressive. And I think just the drafts, I think most of it, the drafts just needed a bit of work.
Well, I'm really... All right. A lot of super teams, but not qualifying to that world stage. What do you have to say about that?
I don't think he's wrong. I mean, it's true, but I mean, I appreciate that a lot. I mean, of course, I know Dylan for a long time, and we shared the stage for a long time, and I think that this type of banter is needed. I think the league needs it, and that's a bit of what I want to bring. And a lot of my banter as well is to mainly pass a message to the players that G2 needs to be seen as just a team and not with this mystical unicorn team that you just have no chance from the get-go. So a lot of the banter towards G2 from my side also comes a lot from I want my players to see that, like, of course they are beatable, and I do think that we are favorites coming into today's match, and that's the belief that I want to have. I think that's the first step for us to become a very strong team.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing that, you know, G2 is a team. They're human after all. You know, they can bleed, and that's something that you guys have showcased in terms of like your banter. We've also seen other teams already take down G2. So do you think that's working with your players? Have you noticed that there has been a positive effect on their confidence?
I mean, I think so. I think they believe that that we can achieve great things. Beating G2 is not one of them. Achieving great things has to be qualifying to international events, winning championships, and I think they believe in that, and winning today would just be a step in that direction. But more than that, I do have the feeling that naturally, and especially Closer, also brings that a lot to this team, and his confidence kind of spreads a bit to all the teammates. So I wouldn't say it's because I'm doing it. It's mainly because of Closer capabilities as a leader and whatnot.
Would you say that coming into today's game, I mean, you already touched upon the fact that you guys are the favorites. I mean, we're looking at the standings. You guys have been doing really well. Would you say that's your prediction too, that you guys are going to be walking away with the win?
Yeah, I mean, I will never go into a match and thinking that we will lose. Of course, that in terms of gameplay and the names we have, it's impossible not to have respect for G2. But we think we are in a better form right now. We think we are a better team, and so it wouldn't make sense to not believe that we'll take the win today. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your interview, and I also thank you for the philosophy, respect, but also a little bit of banter.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. We need it.
We have to. If with that banter I made 10 people more watch the LEC, then it's good for my job as well.
Yeah.
So, like, it's part of it. At the end of the day, it's an entertainment business, and the goal is to entertain. And now with such a big Spanish and French communities watching the scene, we just have to make sure that we give them the entertainment that them as audience deserve by coming here every week and putting insane numbers on every co-stream and official stream.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the match.
Thank you.
I think we're all looking forward to the match. I'm looking forward to this entertainment that we deserve. Now, if this match is bad, I think what Giotto is saying is we don't deserve too much entertainment. I'm going to be honest. So Giotto has adjudicated that we don't deserve to be entertained if the game is bad. But it is Giant X up against G2. A win here for Giant X locks them in playoffs into our top 8 because Rogue have 5 losses. SK obviously have 5 losses as well, which means we wouldn't be able to have 9 teams tied at a 5-4 scoreline, which would be the minimum you could get if you get 5 wins. Nah, that's way too complicated. You guys don't need to know that. You get 5 wins, you're into the playoffs. That's all you really have to care about.
Yeah. See, the thing you, as the audience, don't know is that backstage, Medic was doing theorems to figure out if his math was correct.
Well, I was trying to make sure, like, if we didn't have 2 teams at 5 losses, would you have the possibility of a tie still? And you would. 9 teams could still be 5-4. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's get into the draft.
Pythagoras would be proud, but we are into the draft.
A squared plus B squared equals me confused squared. Rumble and banned away by G2 alongside the Victor. Giant X on the red side will remove Draven and Skarner. Giant X have 100% win rate on red side so far in the LEC winter.
Yeah, I'm curious if the Varus gets banned away here or what the kind of the priority is coming into this, because I think we've kind of seen the poke Varus and the flexibility it offers with the on hit as well has been really stellar, and also just offering that mixed damage can help out with if you want to pick up things like the Mbessa or start to flex around some of that AD damage. But big question marks here. It's going to be the Maokai, so I wouldn't be surprised with the first pick Varus coming through.
It doesn't really surprise me if G2 do go there. It does feel like Victor and Varus fall in the first pick positions. Akali currently the hover for Broken Blade.
The only thing is, how comfortable do you feel going towards something like the Callista as Hans Sama? Because there's also a, hey, let's go for something like, well, Cassante or Rumble. Well, Rumble's gone because they may be trying to bait Noah into going for the Callista himself, because Noah is a Callista player, and then they answer with the Draven. So looks like they're just going to go with the Varus instead.
Giant X actually anticipated that possibility, banned out the Draven themselves. It is the Cassante. We've been seeing a lot of B1 Cassante, the safest blind top laner in the world, probably the safest blind pick in the game right now is that Cassante, and Broken Blade will be piloting it for the first time in winter. Lot did say a lot in an interview. Gonna have to get used to that. Lot said that he thinks Broken Blade was his idol. It was his like role model when he was growing up as a top laner, and so now getting to play against him on the LEC stage is a big step up. And Lot's been having a great split so far, in my eyes. We'll see how well he can do against the top father, who hasn't been as such so far in winter. Varus and Jace, though, are the locks for Giant X to kick us off.
I think BB did have a great performance on the Cassante, though, so not fully surprised he'd go back towards it. Also great in the lane swaps, which I feel like G2 are trying to set up for, because especially with the Jace taken and the Varus, probably looking for some sort of poke composition. So if you can start to rotate around the map, you nullify some of these strong lanes, and even going for the Zyra as well, another champion that can work very well on some of these early dives. So definitely feels like G2 going to opt in towards an early lane swap. So what, maybe you just go for scaling for Hans Sama in this sort of situation, go for something like the Jinx, so then you don't really have to answer into a lot. I mean, look, there's poke galore. We know exactly what Giant X are going for.
You'll see the Nidalee come out once again, this time for closer. Had it not succeed a couple of times, Isma having a bad performance, well, a good start and then a poor end, and 113 having a very similar experience in the last game. Here, Closer will be putting his paws on it. Second stage of bans is Callista removed by Giant X, so they're anticipating Hans Sama looking for something aggressive in that bot lane.
I think it could also just be the Ezreal to try and remove some of the comfort picks or the aggressive picks there, but I think this is where Maokai is kind of very valuable on both sides. I know he is banned away, but I'm kind of surprised to see GX be the one that's banned him away if they are going to opt in towards this kind of poke composition, because I think Maokai and having something, an engage tool in that bottom side, is really what fulfills this role more so than the Nidalee of being that engage tool, offering that disengage. So maybe you look towards Renata ban as G2 here just to try and get more of that disengage gone, but at this stage G2, they just need to try and figure out how the hell they're going to engage onto Giant X.
At the moment, it looks like it might be a little bit of a struggle. We do still have things like the Rel, like the Nautilus as possibilities for G2. Rel banned away by them, trying to remove some of the possible engage tools from Giant X themselves. Leona obviously fits into that wheelhouse as well, and that is where Noah is currently hovering for Giant X. We've only seen Jun on Rel and Poppy so far, so it will be something new in his toolkit, but very experienced on the Leona overall.
Yeah, I thought Jun might opt in towards the Renata, because honestly it was one of my favorite picks for him. Last year I thought he looked great on it. And then you can go in towards the Ornn for Lot on that top side, just go tank for tank and still have that engage tool after the poke is landed, but they just want to try and get it for Jun instead. And I'm curious then what Lot wants to try and go for, because you can still flex the Jace in towards Jackie's in the mid lane if you'd really like to. I'm not really sure exactly where this Jace is going to go to, so it's nice to hold on to that flex for Giant X for the moment.
I wonder if G2 will look for the Renata themselves here. They've got a bit of engage. They don't have a huge amount, as you say. It's going to be hard for them to get on the Varus and the Nidalee and the Jace on that backline. Nautilus instead, the option here for Labrov. G2 supports and Nautilus do not have the best history together. Mickey known for running it down from time to time on that champion, but Labrov's going to try and pilot it in this game.
Yeah, I like this flex here. You move the Jace up the top side, go for the Smolder here, because Nautilus isn't really going to cut it as just your solo engage tool, right? It's one member where you're probably going to have to flash in realistically to get in range of a lot of these champions. So as long as you've got a similar flash cooldown, you're going to be perfectly fine. So I like what Giant X have. Play at range, just look for the poke and force G2 back. And G2 have not been the cleanest when it comes towards objective setup and team fights. And this is now a composition G2 need to execute perfectly on if they want to try and beat GX.
Yeah, it's easy to look at the compositions in isolation and be like, oh, well, they both have equalish amounts of engage, right? The Leona can ult from far away, the Nautilus can do a similar thing, but when you look at the range advantage for GX, which you're highlighting so well, Dagda, that's where things really come to the fore for Giant X in terms of compositional strength as well. If G2 ever try and step up, it's like you're eating a bunch of poke from the Jace, you're eating poke from the Varus, you're eating so much poke as well from the Smolder as he scales up, so it is going to be very difficult for G2 unless they find good flanks, or unless they're so far ahead, they can just butt their heads through the oncoming storm.
Yeah, I think that's why you will probably see some sort of a lane swap coming through to say, hey, look, Lot very vulnerable on dive situation, Broken Blade not as much, and you can try and look for something special, but we're gonna have to figure it out as we start to get into this game. G2 versus Giant X.
Let's get into the action. G2 sitting mid-table. Something we don't often see for them. Giant X sitting at the top, something we don't often see for them either. A single win will take Giant X into the playoffs. For G2, they need a couple more. And Rob, I know you did some research and you pulled up this quite interesting factoid about G2.
Yeah, this would be the first time since 2018 spring that G2 did not finish top 4 after week 2. Now, we saw Dylan Falco on the couch kind of saying, look, Week 2 does not define your year, and I think that is a very fair observation, but I think a lot of this is G2 just not performing to the state that we expect them. Their team fights haven't been as strong as we wanted to. They haven't been able to find a lot of the success that made them so special, and it feels like in even their game against Vitality, they were getting run around the map. Like a lot of what made G2 special hasn't been seen this split.
And I think a big part of it as well is G2 look underwhelming, and the parts they gave up look incredible at the moment. Yike is having a Stormer, Mickey is having a Stormer, Fnatic and KC sitting at the top of the table. It would be okay in some people's eyes for G2 to be failing a little bit. It's like, oh, they've got new players, it's fine, it's understandable. You're going to falter a little bit at the start as long as you come to the fore as the split goes on. But when the parts you replaced are then succeeding in other places, it becomes so much harder to see the vision behind it. We are only in week 2 though, and we see normal lanes here in the early game.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that we're not getting the same level of map play and understanding where they need to be in the map for G2, which comes down to kind of a shot calling thing as well. So it feels like, look, obviously new team, new players, they are going to learn how to operate within the system that G2 works, but it's been a bit of a slow pickup rather than a bit of a faster pickup that I would have expected coming in towards, you know, the end of week 2, pushing towards week 3. But there is more time. And G2 still very comfortable, it looks like, in pushing towards that playoff spot. It's just a case of making sure you get there and then solving those issues as the year goes on.
Let's see how well they can solve those through the next few months. If they do make it to playoffs, as you kind of expect them to. Sitting at 2 and 3 right now, with Rogue already having 5 losses, SK staying on 5 as well, as Caps and Jackies are trading in the mid lane. Caps going back for another auto attack. Has to flash early. Jackies was ready and actually got a heal off closer as he walked by, so he's going to have a massive health advantage here in the lane.
Yeah, nicely done by Jackies, just looking for the trade, because that E on Corki early is terrifying. The shred that comes through and the damage that can get churned out is nice, but Jackie's holding his ground and manages to turn that one back in his favor, holding the flash, now getting the heal. He's in a great little spot.
Jackie's running Grasp as well in the mid lane. We see bot lane, Jun going in onto Hans Summer. Hans down to about half HP. They'll trade back onto Noah, and Skumon's coming in from the side. Hans Summer having to cleanse away, but Jun's burnt his flash now, and the flash route coming out from Labrov. Jun goes back in. Ignite is ticking on Hans. Jun might even be able to get the first blood. He secures it. He's going to pay for it with his life as Labrov and Skumon decided to focus down Noah first. Jun will die to the tower. I think Skumon that gets the kill.
Yeah, the first kill is going to both supports, but still nicely done, at least for Giant X to get that turnaround for something. But I think this has been the trademark of Noah and Jun. They are really loving to play aggressive in this bottom side, and you can see here, really hoping to get the kill into Labrov as he went underneath the tower, but just not quite able to make it happen. Skumon taking a little bit of time. They have Nidalee on the side, so they think they're safe here. Try and go for the play. Get on towards Hans Sama. Get the slow field, and Jun with the flash forward. It's a good cleanse from Hans Sama, also with the pot running to make sure he's okay. Labrov just flashes forward then, knowing Jun has no real escape, but just unfortunate timing. They thought with Nidalee on their side of the map they were going to be safe, but Skumon able to get into position to keep them in check.
Greedy a little bit as well from Noah, flashing forward for that auto attack on Hans. If he got the kill, obviously it becomes a bit much more beneficial trade, as Caps is losing massively to Jackies, who still has the flash, but here is Labrov to save his mid, and now Jun is in for a world of hurt as well. Caps dies to the spear. A 2-for-1 exchange, a double over to Skumon.
This Zyra is going to be massive. 3 kills in the early stages, and Giant X, these flashes just are barely not working out for them every time. And now Labrov and Skumon actually on a bit of a hunt for the Cougar as they go through the top side.
Jackie's going to lose minions to that tower as well. There is a cannon. It actually looks like Jackie's might be there in time to pick up the cannon. We'll have another look at this mid lane play, because Caps is on the losing side for a long time until help arrives.
Yeah, so ends up just barely making it back. Great hook from Labrov though, managing to hook him under, or hook the Smolder underneath the tower, and Jun just roots Caps long enough. I think he would have died to the spear regardless, but I think Jun was dead either way, so still 4-2 now for G2. Nice little gold lead for themselves.
A little greedy for Caps. Let's be honest, like, we praised this guy enough. Did you need to walk back in to try and get the assist? You know your wave's going to get pushed anyway by Skumon and Labrov. So Caps are on the wrong side of trades so far with Jackie's in the solo 1v1 matchup. Jackie's is definitely getting the advantage and has a slight lead in terms of XP as well, about half a level for him and about 200 gold his advantage. But because G2 picked up those 2 kills in the mid lane, they have that feat of warfare, the first to 3 kills of either team in the game. They'll need 1 more feat if they are going to get the feat, the triumphant shoes. It's their sole point, you could say.
You don't want to be defeated. Yeah, I'm there with you. Don't worry.
On the same page?
Yeah.
Good. Lot and Broken Blade trading in the top lane here. Lot is on the wrong side of this. Broken Blade brings in the Intofus. Good flash from Lot to escape. Dodges the Q3 as well. In the end, it's flash for flash burn in the top lane.
And jugglers are legging it topside. Skumon going to find closer here.
6 here as well.
Yeah.
Close is going to take a chip. Faded Ash is sitting on Skumon already. Jackie's getting chased out by Caps, but we've seen Jackie's on the beneficial side of these trades in the past. Caps still trading forward. Mom called. Jackie's needs a little bit of assistance, while in the bot lane, Labrov is being engaged on by Jun. The Zenith Blade went forward. Noah trying to put the damage down with the piercing arrow as well. Caps going to pick up some honey fruit towards the top side. Noah now slowed up. Labrov looking for a little bit more. Jun still doesn't have the flash. The hook's going to land, and Caps is here to join the party. Noah falls. Hans Summer secures it.
The fact that Caps got to wander the entire way down bot side and catch them out is a little sad for the Giant X bot lane, but they've been trying to play this lane hyper aggressively and it has not worked out for them whatsoever. Now they're going to get the push in bot. That's a big wave loss for Noah, and Closer just trying to poke Skumon out of this top side. I don't think he can really take the trade with Skumon having level 6.
Yeah, I don't think Skumon's been hit by a spear in this trade as well, which makes it a lot harder for Closer to actually win out on the 1v1. Skumon's now going to start up the grubs. Lot is in the area, full mana, full HP, but I don't think we'll see Giant X really fighting this. There was a fight in the top side as well. Lot obviously burnt his flash earlier on, and not really much the Giant X top laner could do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, the quick ult underneath the tower means he can't really do particularly much, and G2, as a result, will end up getting these Void Grubs as well. So, I mean, at the moment, a composition that kind of wants to be ahead in the game for Giant X is not really looking so hot. Like, you're 1.7k goal behind, you're not getting the Void Grubs, you're not really stacking any of these early dragons either, so starting to get a little nervous for Giant X. They kind of need to right some of these wrongs, but they don't actually have like an engaged jungler or ease of setup for Closer to really get into lanes apart from bottom side, so they're kind of at the whim of G2 right now.
It's one of the weaknesses of a poke comp when you fall behind. We talked about it. Like, if G2 can just run into your poke and not really care about it, it becomes a lot harder to actually pressure them with that poke. We see Hansama and above moved up towards the top side here. There is a Drake on the bottom side of the map. Skumond is currently in the vicinity of it, but I think on the Zyra, he's probably just going to go for a full clear and try and get towards top side as soon as possible. G2 out to about a 2,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark, and their early game has been a good part of what has been a disappointing start to the split for G2.
Yeah, they've been continuously able to get these early leads, particularly in around, like, Caps has been doing a phenomenal job in mid, and sometimes he has been strong enough to just carry them to that second win when you think back to the Smolder game, but hasn't really been able to find too much success as a unit. Now Skumond needs that help.
Skumond does have flash here. Has his ultimate as well, puts it down onto Jackie's, doesn't land the knocker, but you can already see the damage coming out from Skumond, lands the root on the backside, Caps going in with the Valkyrie. Jackie's will flap his way to safety, but even though Skumond was caught, didn't burn a summoner, did burn his ultimate. Those Stranglethorns taking half of Jackie's HP because the Leandries is already complete.
Yeah, nice fancy feat from Skumond, and as you said, the DPS is there with the Leandries, but it's just Giant X forced away. And again, it's another objective going across to G2. And this is what we were kind of pointing at with the Atacon, only 20%. Like, objectives have not been the best for G2, both in the setup for themselves, the ability to get, like, Labrov into position and Broken Blade into position. But this has been a nice early start for them. And if they can continue this, they're in a great little spot.
Really strong position so far. Blue across the board at the bottom. Those gold leads ticking over for G2. The smallest one is Caps in the mid lane, who has been coming a bit of scupper to Jackie's, who's currently sitting at 77 stacks, trying to get himself towards that fateful 225 mark. Not as powerful as it once was, but still a very strong point for the Smolder. For Giant X, I think a lot of people have been wondering how long this run of form could continue, as Broken Blade is going to get chased down by Lots and Closer here. The first spear missed, the second goes wide as well, and Broken Blade is almost at the safety of his tower. He will manage to escape. I think the question for Giant X was how long could the run continue? You know, they're 4-1 so far. They've had some difficult matchups, right? They've been able to pick up a win versus, I have to look this up because I'm going to get them confused, a win versus Carmine Core. They lost to MCoy. But these next two games, I think, are the regular season deciders for Giant X. They have G2 and then they have Fnatic at the start of next week. If they pick up both of these wins, they end out their split playing up against Vitality and SK, I believe. Is it SK?
Oh, gonna take a lot of damage.
BDS. Yeah, no, it takes a lot of damage. So if they can manage to get through these next couple of games, they're looking at, you know, an 8-1 scoreline by the end of it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a big win if they could take it against G2, but G2 trying to get them underneath the tower here. Ult is available for Skumond. They don't really know where Closer is, so they're going to back away for a moment, but maybe on this next wave?
Rob hooks a minion. We'll say it was to delay the wave, guys.
Yeah, it was a one-shot.
Down. Zenith Blade wide as well. The Solar Flare misses. Noah underneath the tower, basically in a bouncy castle. Closer's trying to come in from the side as well. LeBron flashes away from the piercing arrow. Jun Solo, Hansama finally able to join the party, and he'll happily accept a couple of kills. Gets one of them, the other goes to Skumond. The flash away from Jun should be able to get to safety with this blast cone. The question is, will G2 chase him? With the grubs up, they might just turn their eyes to those.
Yeah, I think they're just going to back off towards the grubs, but that was a little messy from G2. As you said, Hansama couldn't really get involved for a large portion of that play, but when he did, came in at just the right time. Jackie's going to have Labrov choking his lane and going to lose a chunk of his HP.
Is called. Jackie's does still have the flash. I think this is more Labrov making sure that Caps can get the wave in.
It's also Jackie's just TP'd in, and now it's the reset, and Caps has his teleport to come through. So really good job by Labrov, because now you just guarantee there's no presence on top side, and that's 6 Void Grubs. And on average, G2 have had less than 3. So at the moment, this is going great for G2, and I think this is where you were talking about, like, what's expected of the run from Giant X. I think we're kind of giving crap to G2 for their objective setup, but Giant X at times have been a little wishy-washy around those as well. I think that's what Movistar Koi did a good job of exploiting. So I think the fact now that you're not really getting this early advantage and you haven't really been able to set up for objectives, and even the composition, this is really going to show a step up from Giant X if they can turn this game around, because they really need to do some fancy work here.
Blade going all out, pulling Lot back, flash away from Lot early on. Didn't want to get hit with that Q3, and Broken Blade winning out the trade in the top lane, has that Frozen Fist already complete, while Lot is still just piecemealing together some items, trying to get towards his first. BV should be able to get another plate up here as down here as well. It's going to be almost a 5,000 gold lead for G2. 13 minutes in. An exemplary start from them. Obviously, a lot of it gift wrapped by the fact that Skumon was able to pick up early kills, get that Leandries early. But Skumon's done a really good job of actually snowballing with that. Solar Flare now in the mid lane. But you can see, even though they have the CC chain on Caps, Jackies and Jun have to be cautious because Labrov and Skumon are just working as a team and poking their noses in wherever they can.
I think Cap should just set up an Airbnb at this stage because there's a lot of folks that are visiting him in the mid lane pretty consistently. Short visits, so at least he make a bit of cash out of it, but he has had a ton of attention and not really much has come up from it. Whereas when you look at Skumon, 2 quick visits to the bottom side of the map and he's stellar. You're already got your Misfortune in a good spot as well. And for a composition that's supposed to be poking winning lanes, G2 are the ones that are coming out in favor of turret plates and now turrets as well once they get this.
Feels like they'll play for this top tier 1 and then reset, look down towards that dragon with the grubs as well. This is going to fall incredibly quickly. Great hook by Labrov out of the Zenith blade. Oh, that's the Nautilus highlight clip right there. Labrov lands it perfectly, but Jackies is on the chase now. Labrov is going to get shut down. Good knock up as well as Jackies is being forced to chase a little bit further. Grasping Roots coming out. Skumon and Hans Summer will escape. The tower still stands, importantly for Giant X. In the end, it is just an exchange of supports.
But it could be an exchange of a different tower instead. So Caps is pushing in mid, but now Broken Blade is pushing in bot. And Lot is doing his best to use every movement speed ability in Jace's kit to try and get to one of these. But no Demolish on Broken Blade. Still has 6 Void Grubs. May just be able to take it. Has the Esport Gauntlet for the Sheen procs, but no, I don't think it'd be enough.
Didn't block the accelerated shock blast, so his caster minions die, which means you lose, well, you gain extra tankiness on the tower because there are no minions near it, meaning Broken Blade might have to wait for another wave before he can push in and take this turret. Closer on his way across, Labrov and Skumon once again teaming up to try and get vision around this Drake. I don't think Giant X really want to fight this. They're still looking to scale. Jackie's 100 stacks away from that 225 mark on the Smolder.
It's G2. Fantastic spot, get the first tower. You can still have your Quirky go up, clear out that top side, and once you get Dragon, reset, look for the tier 1 tower on top side as well. And it just feels like Giant X, again, because you're a poke comp, you can't really step foot in here. Like, who's really going to tank it? Jun has already shown how squishy he is, and now Cap's going to go 1v1 against Jackies, and I don't think he wins this anymore.
Yeah, the Phosphorus Bomb doing so much work. Caps as well with that Gatling gun, reducing the armor of Madrix. This Jackies with some fancy feet to dodge to the side, but that tower is pretty much done for. A light sneeze will blow it over.
I think that rocket and then a flash Sheen proc would have killed Jackies there. So very lucky that he didn't get hit by that. Now Closer gonna come in, heal from Mom, heal from the Nidalee. Still Caps drawing more attention towards topside, which is kind of working out well for them because with Rift Herald in just a couple of seconds, he gets cleared the wave, should be able to reset and pick up if he wants to, or even interrupt here.
Oh, gets hit with the spear though. Closer was already retreating. If he'd gone forward, I think perhaps would have had a little bit of pressure. I don't know if Giant X knew where Hans Summer and Labrov were because they had just based in mid lane, but there's no vision down the river, right? So they could have been moving up towards this top side, and Labrov has been in all the right places at all the right times so far this game, at least to protect Caps at every available opportunity.
Yeah, I think particularly Labrov has had a great game. You already kind of highlighted the micro with some good hooks, but he's actually been really good at following Skumon around the map here, making sure that they are in decent positions. So even when you get the plays on mid towards Caps, you already have to have that protection. Again, with Labrov with some great hooks. So shout out to him because he's had a spectacular game. And I think he's kind of the one that a lot of people were looking at as, hey, look, you need to quickly come into form here on G2 because we don't expect any slouches. But Labrov is showing that he is a very good sport and needs that the fans to kind of appreciate it at times.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those, we talked about the start of the split for G2 and how Giant X have been playing, and we said, well, you can't really judge from only 4 games or 5 games. It's kind of our jobs to judge after a few games, but also for support.
We listen and only
players.
Judge here.
For players, sometimes you just have a few bad games. Sometimes your meta read is bad, sometimes you're not feeling the champs the way you usually would feel the champs, and things can come a cropper. Now, one game doesn't change all of that, but one game is a good testing post, a good plumb line, I think is the word I'm looking for. I'm going to pretend it is.
Yeah,
a good plumb line to see how good you are for the future. A barometer, that's the one I'm looking for. Entirely different thing.
I was trying to go back to, I think it was second year science where you try and find the exact middle point of something with a plumb line. I was like, I don't really understand how that works in this scenario, but I'm following you down this weird rabbit hole.
Measure.
Yeah.
You know, good barometer. Labrov Caught out a little bit, perhaps not the best measure of how he's been playing this game. The solo flare down, he does flash away, but he's hit by Mom. Strangled Thorns into the bullet time, almost kills off Noah, who does still have the flash. All out from Broken Blade. The blast cone back, Broken Blade looking for Noah, and gets onto him. Noah unable to escape the clutches of BB, but now BB's in the middle of 3. Hans Summer flashes the wall, and Nidalee goes extinct. G2 find 2 and will back away.
I'm sorry, is Cassante just allowed to 1v4 now? Is that the way this game has gone? Because
we don't comment on Cassante, man.
Is it? Oh,
there is no problem in the top
Unending
lane.
Despair. Is it Unending
Yeah,
Despair?
it's unending.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Iceborne got Unending Despair. Such a broken combination.
Yeah. That's
Really
the problem
bad,
there. Because
really
he just sat in the middle of them, and then eventually Hans Sama was like, "Ah, yeah, you did the dirty work. I'll come in and take a pop shot here and get the kill." Like that was insane.
Yeah, yes, it was. And BB is ahead. But he's not that far ahead, guys.
he was 1-0-1 like this.
Yeah, ahead of Cassante.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that, look, you kind of get this was actually really good from Jackie's. Predicts essentially LeBron is going to have to flash out, smack bang in the middle of Mom, ends up picking up the kill. And at this stage, I was like, oh, well, I mean, Broken Blade has kind of just helped Jackie's get over the wall that he wanted to get over to. Sure, he's brought himself with him. But, like, the stun doesn't matter, he still manages to get the attack down, then gets the flick back, follows up onto Jackie's. Closer now gets moved into Hans Sama's range, and BB, sure, he's got some fancy feet to dodge a little bit, but like, there's no way he should have been able to do that.
I agree. We'll say that Smolder wasn't stacked up because Noah has no flash. Depth Charge going to chase him in. Pathfinder away by Broken Blade, still gets a knock up onto Jun. Stranglethorns though, down onto 2 members, Lot knocked up by it. Already Jun is down. And G2 are already knocking on these tier 2s. 19.5 minutes in, they have an 8,500 gold lead. And yeah, it's looking pretty bad for Giant X getting to those 5 wins and guaranteeing a spot in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, a lot of people were kind of going, hey, where do Giant X land? Because G2 now, Fnatic later. Like, you kind of were hoping Giant X would come out with a big game for themselves and say, hey, look, we deserve to be in that conversation. Because the last time was, what, summer 2023, where they finished 2nd in the league and losing to G2 in finals, at least back when they were Excel. And I think that's really where people were hoping and fans were hoping to see them return to, but it's going to be a little bit of just a speed bump. We still have to wait to see what the rest of it is, but certainly a speed bump if they lose here to G2.
And it was a bad start in this game for them, so
True.
you can't judge them how good they are as a team from the fact that Skewmond had Leandries at like 12 minutes, right? Sometimes that just happens. I think if I was a Giant X fan coming into the split, I'd be pretty happy with the fact I've gone 4-1 in the first 5 games. I'd be pretty happy with the fact I'm likely to get to 6 wins considering the rest of the opposition I have. All out coming out onto Jun, and it feels like targeting at the moment from G2. Jun just doesn't get an opportunity to move. He is the primary and pretty much only engaged for Giant X, so as soon as he's gone, it becomes a lot more difficult for GX to play the game.
Yeah, now they just get to take up the top side, and it's not only the fact that you lose Jun, it's you lose the person that can actually set up your vision and clear out vision and make anywhere on the map safe for you. So you can see Giant X are kind of just like sitting here, there's no place like home, hoping that, well, G2 just don't run into them here.
Hoping that one player does and it's not broken. Please, Hansama, please just make check the bush.
He's just doing it himself. They're like, there has to be more. BB would never step up like this, but no, he's just, this is chill.
Very willing just to tank all of this damage for now. Has those upgraded plated steel caps as well. Chain laced somethings as we see the Artican about to fall here for G2. Mom called by Jackie's topside. Stranglethorn's going down. Closer's already dead. The smite now secures Voracious Artican. And G2, we talked about that 20% Artican percentage before this game. It's risen a little bit, at least.
You don't want to do the maths. You were telling me you're the maths guy today.
It's 5 games. They've got 1 of them. They've now got 2 of 6. What's the maths on that, man?
You're the math guy.
It's like 36% or something.
512%. But yeah, this was just Closer stepping up. And again, they're so split here as Giant X, and it's really difficult because G2 control the area, so you can't really get into position to jump onto key carry, or sorry, to get a damage onto key carries, and your damage is pretty negligible, whereas G2 are fairly handily able to jump in on top of you. And Closer was trying to get the poke down, but a good ult from Skewmon just forces him into G2 and into his death.
We'll go 32%-ish. There's a decimal there. I can't do decimals. Solid round numbers. That's why I like League of Legends. Wherever they're decimals in League.
I love how I could just one-gut you at any point in time on the cast.
No decimals, man. 3.2 is basically 3,200 gold lead right now for Hans Sommer. A 3,700 gold lead for Skewmont on the Zyra. Has a Banshees and has a pause. I think I see Jackie's looking at his monitor. Has it gone grayscale, mate? That's happened a few times for your team this game. Only once for Jackie's. And we have the obviously the initial investigation in progress. We'll be going back into the game shortly, I hope. That's what I heard my producers say, but I'm not going to promise you that, because it still says Giant X have initiated a pause and players conducting ready checks. Oh, that does mean we're going into the game shortly.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters. I think this game is very much in G2's hands as they go into siege on the base, and yeah, we're going to be back into the game in just a sec. But yeah, with this siege, Giant X can try and clear out the waves at least, because the Baron isn't there yet, still yet to spawn. But yeah, this is a toughie.
I mean, it's also, how do you defend against guys that have a second life?
Yeah.
You know? We're gamers. We're used to having no life. These guys have 2 of them. I don't understand.
What do you mean? My Stardew Valley is my second life.
It was like an MMO sim that was called Second Life for a while, where people would like go to offices and such. I never really got into it. Pretty happy about it. My life is League of Legends. This double inhibitor is going to fall here for G2. 14 kills to 4, 23 minutes in. LeBron looks for the hook. Noah has to flash away. Solo player going wide as well. Noah's going to land the Chain of Corruption on towards Cassante. He'll withdraw. The false life buying him a trip back to the fountain. Lickety split. G2 will back away. They've got in 2 inhibs. It was greedy to go for more, but I feel really they were just trying to burn sums.
Yeah, and at this stage now, you've got pressure mid, pressure bot, and a minute, just over a minute until Baron. So, hey, let's go siege on towards top side. And then we can always just fall back to Baron with all the pressure that the map is going to offer. So, again, it's kind of just this slow death for Giant X. And it's not so much that they aren't trying to do stuff right now. It's just the composition doesn't let you once you are this far behind as a poke comp.
I'm just trying, like, how do you play it? You farm up, you get Smolder 3 items possibly, you get Varus 3 items possibly.
Yeah.
But even then, you get through Cassante, man, and you just can't do it.
But it's also like, the champion itemization just works out in your favor, G2, because you want to go for BT on the Misfortune as well, so now your poke doesn't really stick. Yeah, sure, if you can get onto caps, but that hasn't really been happening. So you kind of just get to play at will here. And Broken Blade is so damn tanky that they're just ignoring the towers and going straight for the face. It's like, yeah.
Yep, steal away the red. You can see Super Minions pushing in the bot side. There's Super Minions in mid as well. Jackie's has pinged that he's on his way to catch that Super Minion wave in bot. Closer and Lot took the fast route here, and I don't think that's the way you want to go. Jun coming in from the side as well. Might dissuade Caps from going any further, but Closer's already at 3rd HP. Lot almost down at half, and that's the tower gone.
Sometimes the scenic route's worth it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can have a much nicer experience.
In League of Legends, the scenic route is worth it. Take your time, get yourself a bus pass, go the long way around. Baron up as well for G2. 3 inhibitors down for the next 3 minutes at least. And with double supers in every wave, I think it's going to be very hard for Giant X to even think about leaving their base, never mind challenging G2 around the next objective.
Yeah, especially because I think with just Broken Blade and Skewmon, you can probably take it. Well, we're going to find out it's just Skewmon and Hansama first, but yeah. Well, with the burn that you have on the Leandries and the damage there, you don't really need a huge amount of people. And a Giant X going to try and get in here, but I think if one person dies, the game just ends. So I don't even think it's worth Closer trying to steal, but you also lose if they take the Baron, so...
Yeah, the game ends if they take the Baron, and the game ends if you try and steal it. You might as well get the 1,500 gold.
True.
You know? They didn't.
And the glory, just say
and
like,
the glory,
gotcha.
Yeah. Outsmited Skewmon.
Who's the real winner?
It has happened a few times this split, though. I remember Yike outsmiting him a couple of times.
Yeah.
I think on day 1, day 2.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate.
Yes. Infernal Soul as well, the next option for G2. So they are going to make sure that all the neutral objective stats that we talked about at the start of the game are now very much in their favor.
One bad stat and G2 were like, no, not a hope. No, we're not letting this happen at all.
It's not just the coaches.
Look, I'm sorry, Dylan. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's a Falco punch if I've ever seen one. That's okay. 11,000 gold the lead for now for G2, and Giant X probably thinking more about the donor they'll get at the end of the day than the conclusion of this game, because if they find a way back in this game, it is truly miraculous. It is something out of legend rather than something we expect to see. Lot is trying to push through top, he'll TP back. Mom comes down, still 2 supers there on the wave. G2 will take the first Nexus Tower. Remember, they do respawn if Giant X can delay for 3 minutes.
I did forget they had 6 Void Grubs as well. This is doomed.
Lots is dead. Redemption comes down. The second Nexus Tower short to follow. Lot goes back in. Caps hits a missile, and Lot is sent 6 feet under. The bullet time comes out. G2, in convincing fashion, will take their 3rd win of the split and deny Giant X playoffs for at least 1 more game.
Very well played by G2 from start to finish, and in particular Skewmont. I think coming in with a very clear game plan of we want to punish the aggressive bot lane of Giant X, and it snowballed very well from there.
They really did. They really did all round. Your player of the game votes at LEC on X are Broken Blade, Skewmont, and Hans Summer. I think we all know who it should go to. I'm a little disappointed not to see Labrov on there.
I agree.
Do think he had a really good game as well, but support's always underrated, obviously. I think I still would have given it to Skewmont, I want to stress.
Yes,
I just think Labrov deserved the nomination, you know. From time to time, it's nice to give the supports a little bit
we are
extra
the 2
favor.
supports, though. You know,
We are the 2 supports, it's true. We're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Ginny is going to be standing by with BB, and she better ask him about Labrov. He's the best.
Welcome back to the LEC Junior, standing with BB from G2 in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. G2 has a win. You guys won against GX after some of the interactions that we've seen online. How does that feel?
I'm very happy we won convincingly. I think Giants is a very strong team. I think Skewmont was on fire today. It was a very nice game to play. Was very easy as well because we were so ahead in the early game. So it was nice.
Humble king, right?
Exactly.
Good to know. Let's talk a little bit about Lot particularly. I'm not sure if you are aware, but Lot also coming out of that Turkish league and looking up to you as a player who's really put that country on the map. How does it feel to, you're someone that someone looked up to for such a long time, but now you're their rival?
I think it's very cool. I also I'm very excited with how Lot will develop as a player. I think he's been playing very good. The same goes to Nako. I think he's extremely talented. I thought he was extremely talented 3 years ago already. So I'm very excited on how they will develop. And for now, I'm still at the top. So they will have to punch their way out of it. If they want to beat me, they can. So far, they both lost.
Okay. Yeah, you're good?
I'm good, yeah.
Yeah?
I just had a little beef going on.
Do you guys want to get into a fist fight on stage?
No.
No?
Like he has to fist fight.
On the Rift?
KC today.
Yeah, he's going to need the good luck for that one. Talking about G2 particularly and how you're talking about players developing, I want to talk about G2 developing as well. You guys have been ramping up a little bit. This game felt really strong. You guys were on objectives. It felt like you were on the same page. You were not necessarily like throwing that mid to late game. What's different?
I'm not sure. I think we just needed a little bit more time. We are definitely a fresh team. Even if you have a lot of veterans on the team, we still need to find how we click well together, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer. So I'm still very, very confident that we're going to win, as we do always. I think the process is always there. I think the determination is also there. So I'm very confident that at the end of the split, we'll be on top. But yeah, there's still lots of stuff to learn. Always humble, always looking forward to. I think the league right now has really good teams. Yeah. I think KC, Giants, very strong teams. Fnatic, very strong. Obviously, looking forward to playing them more.
Okay, are you going to say that G2 is going to make it to Worlds?
Exactly, what?
Do you think G2 will make it to Worlds?
Of course, I feel like that's a given.
Hey! They like that. Well, thank you for your time for the interview. We are going to be heading over to the desk for a little bit more on that game. So, Laure, take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. Feeling blessed by the words of the top father here after this G2 victory. And guys, I'm not going to say they're back, but they're better. A completely different face from G2 today, and I do feel like it starts from the synergy we got from support jungle. Something we've mentioned for BDS, but it was the case for G2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, if there are two things you've heard us talk about G2, it's bad objective fights and bad jungle support synergy. Both were awesome this game. Right from the start of the game, these two really just slammed into action. I think that Labrov and Skewmond had a clear plan. I think it leveraged around strong early lanes, and they didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, and just really, as if you're a G2 fan, you take a deep breath of relief. Finally, we see what this team can do.
Yeah.
This team is built to win. This team is not built to be shaky in the middle of the pack. They really are searching for the trophy. And I think seeing Skewmond and Paris finally show what was promised, I think is a great sign as a G2 fan.
What was the main difference here? Did it come from the composition? Did it come from like isolated champions that they were playing?
Gonna say, look at this little devil in disguise. Look how Caps is baiting. When you play a high-tempo jungler like Zyra, getting 2 early kills like that just snowballs your clear out of control. So Skewmond should really be thanking his mid laner for baiting so masterful in this fight. When you get 2 kills like this on Zyra, you saw him, he was permanently invading the Nidalee. The Nidalee usually does the invading, but Zyra was just so fast and so strong that Nidalee couldn't do anything.
And, you know, we got to speak to Skewmond just the other day, and he was talking about, you know, the pressure of stepping into this, but also, like, the positives of stepping into that position, learning so much. Getting that kind of platform to play off with Caps, just giving you such a great position to play off, and meant that he got, I think, an 8-minute Liandry's on Zyra against a Nidalee, who is also a power farmer. He's meant to keep you down in the jungle. Skewmond, to me, was absolutely fantastic. I can't ask for more from here. Immediately got in towards bot lane. He was 1v2ing jungle and mid lane later into the game on your favorite champion as well.
I know.
You felt pretty good at that one. This is exactly what we wanted to see from him. It's taken a little while, but hey, I'm sure GT fans will be feeling a lot better about that now.
And I feel, so you want to add something, Finn, maybe?
No, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Skewmond, but also we have to highlight, I think, Broken Blade, who did the interview. He's been like kind of the hidden rock of G2, I think, in this split. And they've kind of been putting him on K'Sante. Maybe that's what they need right now to keep getting these wins, I mean. But this K'Sante was so strong today. He was permanently having pressure against this Jace. Usually it'd be a big Jace to have kind of the strong laning phase and snowball into these pokes. But he didn't even get pushed against K'Sante. And I think that shows Broken Blade's experience compared to the rookie of a lot.
But I feel like we never doubted the ability that BB had to carry games. Same for Cap, same for Hans. I'm not saying that I doubted the youngest players, but I feel like they didn't get off of the right foot here in the LEC. And especially for Skewmond, making his debut in the LEC, struggling as much for me, that is the confidence boost that he needed for the rest of this season.
And I'd really love to focus onto some of the stats we have here on the full screen too, because I think the K'Sante does something really important for the team. It allows them to have a stable tank for objectives. That's all the dragons. That's the Baron, and that's nothing on the other side besides one tower. We had 2 complaints, jungle support and objectives. That is a full sweep of objectives, and that is a ridiculous amount of damage coming out of jungle, and a ridiculous amount of value coming out of Labrov as well. Both of our concerns really hammered home against one of the teams we thought would really hit them in that. Closer was talking a lot about how he respected Jun and the value he brought to the team. They had great objective play. This is a good win. I know it's sometimes hard to take things away from a single game. This is what we wanted to see, though.
Player of the game here will be Skewmond.
Shocker.
A shocker on Zyra.
Did we talk about
beautiful champion.
Enough yet?
No, I think I really like to see Skewmond on these high-tempo AP junglers, because in Europe we're kind of not really comfortable playing these. We see most of those EU junglers right now are leaning towards the tanks, but if you look at LPL and LCK, these AP junglers that clear so fast are still so popular, and seeing G2 being able to execute it at a high level, I think is a good sign.
And AP junglers means we're going to see new champions in the mid lane. Hopefully.
No, you'll get Corki, and you'll like it.
Oh my god, I hope we won't. Anyway, that's all for us here for now. We'll be back in a few minutes. The Blue Wall is getting ready on stage. Stay tuned. Versus Heretics. I forgot about this, but it's fine. Woo!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we're here with our fourth game of the day. Carmine Corps taking on Heretics. Carmine Corps looking to be the first team to make it to 5-1. Second team? Fnatic did it? Second team to make it to 5. Yeah. No. Yes? I can't, my maths, yeah, Fnatic won earlier today. They made it to 5-1. In my head, for some reason, they're still 4-1, but they won.
You need to stop with the maths, man. The numbers are too much.
To be the second team to make it to 5-1 and lock a spot in playoffs. Remember, only the bottom two teams of the LEC winter regular season are eliminated from playoffs contention. So here we are, Carmine Corps on the blue side, like the blue wall. There's some sort of beautiful symmetry there. Heretics on the red side, because Heretics are red. I don't know.
He could have gone for like red in the Spanish flag, or...
Well, I was thinking the Spanish Inquisition found the Heretics and they wore red. But I didn't know if that was too, because no one would have expected that.
Jesus.
Kasante, Vi, and Smolder banned away by Carmichael, Skana, Maokai, and Callista removed by Heretics.
Well, Victor and Skana are still holding their 100% pick ban rate. I'm still trying to recover. Victor is great. Varus is going to be taken away on the upside. I think the jungler more than likely going to be the best port of call here. I'm wondering if it will be the Sejuani here for Sheo, or if they want to try and lock in something early like the Rel, but no, it's going to be Sejuani.
No real surprises there, Sejuani. Long-range engage, like non-committal engage is something we talk about so often in League of Legends, especially when you're playing poke. It does a lot of work for you. Carmine Core here likely looking at their jungler and their AD carry to make sure that pool isn't too pinched. Obviously, with Kasante off, you've lost the main blindable top laner, so AD carry here makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, and then the Xin Zhao does as well, because whenever you have that non-committal engage, it's nice to, one, have a bit of a whack back if they ever try and go forward, but also just being able to absorb it and then prevent any follow-up damage is going to be nice. But it looks, I was going to say, like, if they were going to go for the Yone, would have been a bit much, I think, just without you, because next rotation you just ban away the Rumble on KC side, so they're just going to go with a bit of a long range, and it looks like our teams have figured out the poke kind of decent, and they're just going to try and go for it.
Poke is king, it seems, currently in the LEC. Obviously, if you fall behind...
Did you mean to do that? Poke king?
I will not comment.
I need to not curse.
This is Jace banned away. That's more poke being removed from the possibilities. Carmine Core here, going to get rid of Ambessa in the top lane. Kana's played Jace, Rumble, Ambessa, and Gragas so far. Jace already removed, Gragas taken away as well. Only the Rumble left, but already have an AP mid, so you don't need to have AP topside.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what they actually want to try and round things out with, because Carson has picked out like a multitude of different champions, so can go towards the Renekton and stuff here if he really wants to. Works well with the Sejuani, but I do think then you're kind of opening up for answers like the Jax for Kana that I think he's been really good on. But I think with the Jace and the Gragas ban, I think they're kind of saying, look, we've taken out most of the bad bunch for the Renekton, let's just go back towards that and then see how we get on, because you still have a lot of plays they are champions on KC they want to play into, so you can get value from the Renekton. But no, they're actually going to just go one up and say, hey, we'll go towards the Jax instead. And then Kana, kind of question mark as to what he wants to go for here.
I wonder where he'll decide to go. Just wants to try and match up into the Jax. Last time we saw Carlson on the Jax, it was a very topside focused composition from Heretics. They constantly ganked the Jax, tried to get him into a good position, and he was in a strong position. Was able to end up carrying that game for Heretics. And Carmine Core still thinking about their fourth pick. They have support and top lane to round things out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what you really want to try and go for here. Because the traditional answers that we've seen have kind of been the Gragas, which have already been taken away. You don't really want to go for something like an Gnar into this matchup either, because Jax has a tendency to just run you down a little bit. So
you know what I would like? I'd like an Ornn. However, not because of the Jax matchup, just because generally I think Ornn is nice in their composition, but there's the Braum possibility from Heretics on last pick, right? Which is why you can't pick Ornn in this sort of situation. It looks like it is going to be the Gnar for Kana.
So it's like, it's fine in the early stages. It's just that Jax will get to a point where he can kind of just chase you down. So looks like you're at least going to try and match up just in the lane spec for Kana here and still try and be useful when it comes to these later team fights as well. But the problem as well is that Gnar doesn't have the best engage, and you are playing against what is essentially a ton of poke on the opposite side. So this 1-4 setup with poke that Heretics have should work relatively well into what KC are going for, unless KC can run away with the early game.
Yeah, again, it feels like KC, it's similar to the G2 game. G2 got ahead early, so they were able to play into the poke. Here, if KC can get ahead early, they can play into the poke, but Heretics poke, I think, has a little bit more range. Hwei, obviously, very long range with the Severing Bolt. Varus as well, we've seen how far the Piercing Arrow can go. Heretics here looking to round out their composition with support. Braum, I think, is nice. Like, if you're thinking about eventually playing poke versus poke and avoiding some of the hard engage, Braum does that perfectly.
I think it's why I also like Targamas going for the Leona takeaway, because we've seen like a lot of answers coming through where you can go, hey, well, basically Leona has that non-committal engage alongside the Sejuani, which would round out this composition perfectly, which is why, again, like Maokai being banned away is so good for a lot of these poke comps, because it is that non-committal long-range engage. So I think it's a good call by KC to kind of read that was the direction the Heretics were going, but it does mean now that what hasn't been the best engage on KC already is now only going to suffer more, because that Braum is going to be able to dissuade any sort of follow-up thanks to that ultimate.
Glacial Fish are doing a lot of work. Unbreakable as well in this sort of situation. Really powerful, right? Like, you can stop the Ezreal ult going through your team. You can stop some of those boomerangs for the slows. You just have this ability to really negate a lot of the poke that Carmine Court will be looking to put down. Trying to get to their 5th win. Heretics have had a bit of an up and down split so far. 2 and 3, sitting in the middle of the pack. You know, G2 kind of like now taking themselves a little bit of a step ahead. I think Heretics, to me at least, are above Vitality right now, although Vitality have looked inconsistently good and bad. Definitely above Rogue and SK. So they're fighting for playoffs. They're fighting for at least 8th. I think if Heretics can clean up some of their mid-game decision-making, they could be fighting for 5th or 4th, but it maybe not 4th, actually. 4th right now. Top 4 seems very strong.
I mean, when you got Fnatic, Giant X, KC, still potentially G2 in there, like, I think it is hard to crack that top 4. But certainly, like, top 5, 6 is going to be great. And I think a lot higher, which is then what people were expecting from what is essentially a team of rookies with Flacket and Sheo kind of leading the charge in that veterancy. So, I mean, fair juice them. And I think the coordination that they have had and like some standout performances from people like Carlson have actually helped them get into a position where at least 2 and 3 is not the end of the world. And there's definitely some games where they were coming off 2 early leads, but they just couldn't quite close out.
Yeah, the game has been relatively solid. We'll see if they do anything special here. No lane swaps brewing as of yet. Both the top laners on the top side of the map. Carlson is channeling his recall, so I mean he's not going to go down towards bot. You can see Flackhead holding that pixel bush. It would be very hard for him to work his way all the way to top side by now.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be nice and simple. So I think in the grand scheme of things, this kind of helps out for Heretics because I think you do have like pushing lanes and stuff, which is fine.
Less than simple though. Like you have Sejuani and Braun passive early on. Stend, Flacket and Shale walking through together. Right, coming in from the side, Callista's down towards the bottom side. Targus has done the loop all the way around. Sheo just looking to take this red as soon as possible, but Callista's putting some damage into his back. Stend hits the Winter's Bite onto Yike. Vladdy's trying to join the party here. Look at how low Sheo is, though, in the middle of it all. He lands the smite. Arctica sold out, but Vladdy is just waiting, and he'll happily take the kill. It's disaster! Oh my god! Vladdy did nothing, and he gets a double. All he did was walk across.
Lads, you had to make a decision. You had to do something. Camilo couldn't keep Vladdy in mid, and you're even going towards the mid lane. I don't understand what the decision-making there was at all.
I believe bad is the operative term.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a point in the middle of this where Callista's just been putting damage into Sheo through the whole thing, and Sheo was like, I just need to smite this and get out. And then Sten and Black are like, oh, we can get out too. Not realizing that Vladdy is just waiting. I guess the argument is if we flash towards the mid laner, our lane doesn't get the kill. It makes bot lane slightly easier for them.
Maybe it's just like, look, Camilo, you should have been here. I'm going to ruin your lane so you know next time that you should have come with us.
Why would you not come across Camilo? But disaster for Heretics and delight, of course, for Carmine Core. 2 kills on Vladdy, already a 600 gold lead on the Victor, who although has received a couple of love taps, this patch is still an incredibly strong mid laner.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least it's not onto something that's been 100% pick brand presence or like taking over games or, you know, as the only pentakill that's in LEC at the moment. So like, nothing's going to take off. Nothing like that.
Yeah, no way. No way that will happen. Calista and Targamas were very happy to be looking into a no flash, no cleanse Varus, a no flash, no ignite Brawl.
I think we broke the game.
Bot lane. We have even our overlays like, hey guys, can we remake this one in draft?
It's just ready to hit that button. Just go, no, FF, we're done. Let's move on.
Looks like we've been able to rectify it for the moment. Looks like it was perhaps just one of the layers in the overlay. Zenith played forward by Targamas. Unbreakable coming down from Zen. This is the power of the Braum in this sort of situation. Flacken needs an auto, but look at the Shield of Daybreak stun onto Sten. Calist just had so much time to open up. Chip away at the health bars of Flacket and Sten.
Yeah, the minions were still doing a lot of damage to Calist and Targamas, though. So in the grand scheme of things, when you're at the level up, could have been a bit of a better trade. So I think you're kind of happy with that for Flacket and Sten being able to back away. Shale gets the smite, so we'll be able to keep on to some of his camp as well. But again, KC, I think from this position, you just get to have your run of the mill. Like this mega early lost chapter for Vladdy is so good into this lane because you continuously harass with Q, continue to push at the wave with E. One of the big things that Hwei is good at is just pushing that wave with the QE, the little like mini rumble ult. So having the ability to push back now, thanks to that help with the mana, is going to be crucial for the matchup.
Yeah, the Molten Fissure gives you a lot of wave push early on in the lane. Kalist and Targamas hit and caught out a little bit as they were looking for that recall. Kalist will want to go back and get that tier as soon as possible, start scaling up on the Ezreal. Sheo's in a good position though. Kalist has to flash away early, as does Targamas. And now it's summonerless on either side in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'm looking at Camilo just trying to establish vision on this bottom side now. Go toe-to-toe against Vladdy. Good trade there, but still trying to keep control. I thought Sheo might try and go for something on the bottom side, but yeah, nothing going to come of it. They should just be able to push out the waves and reset, but Flash is burnt. We'll have to see if it's a visit for next time.
I mean, it's a window, right? Kalist and Targamas' flash will still be a while away as Kana opening up on Carlson in the top lane. He's got that Doran shield and a pot running, so he'll be fine. Kind of having a very good start to the split, as is everyone on Carmine Core, right? You could sing the praises of any of these 5 players. They've all been outstanding in their field, like scarecrows.
You're not going to yell Crowstorm. It's even in the opening teaser.
I mean, that's half a joke that I just got to the punchline of without actually setting it up properly.
I was expecting you to
How do you know a Scarecrow is good at his job? Because he's outstanding in his field. Right? Yeah. Anyway.
And you know a caster's outstanding in his field. He doesn't make that joke.
Wow. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is, Dak Daddy. We'll get to the real meat and potatoes of this game as we go along. Sten looking for something in the mid lane. Yike is here to cover. Sheo's on his way as Carlson is flanking as well. Yike's going to have to burn the flash early on. The CC possibility of concussive blows and the passive from Sejuani, very powerful in that situation. That is something Heretics have. If they get on top of someone, they will be able to lock them down for donkey's years.
Yeah, now moving over towards Void Groups as well. I think, yeah, Heretics just playing well. And also, like, shout out to Carlson again. He kind of said, I don't think Kana really wants to operate in towards the topside matchup, but he's been doing a good job in trades. Unfortunately, though, has been losing out a good amount of the CS is the problem, despite the fact he's been taking some decent trades, but has at least forced Kana back enough that they've been able to move over towards the objective.
Wave crashes in. We did see Flackett moving towards mid. He'll be able to catch this wave in time. Ezreal doesn't have the strongest push in the world. Does have cleanse here. No flash for Kalist. He got a plate. Is it enough? Because Stend has flash and so does Flackett, and I don't think really Kalist has anywhere to go. Can look to try and escape, tries to outplay in the 2v1, but his days were numbered and Flackett was riding the checks. Gets his first kill of the game.
Yeah, hoping to get away with that one, but Heretics were never going to let it happen. Just overextended, looking for the place, a little greedy. At least doesn't try to burn any of the summoner spells to keep himself alive, just knows it's doomed. So will live to fight probably at the Dragon, especially with the push that Vladdy here has on Camilo. Should be able to just immediately go in towards that objective as Targamas just looking to stop it back. Nicely done.
Yep, nice little ignite walk away. Cool, Targas don't look at explosions apparently as he is able to reset the tempo there. Meaning that Flack is going to take a while to get back out. I don't think Heretics will want to fight the Drake because of that. You can see Kalist already back in the lane. One of the benefits as well of dying, I know it sounds weird, in that 2v1 and not expending a lot to escape, is you get the death guards. So he's immediately back into the lane. Targamas only has to hold the wave for a few seconds before Kalist is there to catch the wave.
Spoken like a true to boss fan.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a good death.
It was good death. Good death, man. I held the wave. Yike is here.
They haven't really got this down, though.
Yeah, Flackett's already back out on the map. Kalist was trying to get the wave out. Still frozen. Glacial Prison going down, and Yike is in for a world of hurt. Crescent Guard goes out. He dashes to Stend. Yike still ticking and will fall to Sheo. Now Carmine Core don't have a jungler, and Heretics have evened out the scoreline 2-2 so far. Vladdy is coming in from the side, has that Arcane Storm. They're looking to try and catch Sheo out. The Zenith Blade flashed away from, cleanse away from Flackett as well. Arcane Storm doing work as Stend has to flash. The stun onto Targamas. True Shot Barrage coming out. Another Ray, another dash, another dollar perhaps, and there's the kill. Vladdy secures it, his third of the game, securing the feat of war for his team.
They just needed that smidgen more, and KC are able to get it. They get the kill, but still at least Dragon going the way of Heretics is nice. Kind of getting off Yike to stop him being that super smiter that he's been over the last couple of games, but still, nice kill going across the Vladdy. Now 3-0, this man is set up to take over this game.
We'll have another look at it because Carmine Core get forced off it and then the immediate snap engage. You can see how long the CC is on Yike.
Yeah, it's also just at the top of the screen. The lockdown of the area, thanks to Camilo, was really good because it forced Vladdy to come around here, so you can't actually jump in as a big unit as KC. So now forced into the 3v4, it's just the end up again with Sheo taking so much poke off the back of it. But I think good control of the area by Camilo made sure that that didn't go quite as badly as it could have gone for Heretics.
Blackwood loses his cleanse as well. Carmine Core get their third kill. Hextech Revolver already complete for Vladdy. He's bringing a gun to a knife fight so far. And you do feel if Carmine Core are going to accelerate the game, it's going to be a lot off the back of how much Vladdy can do. He doesn't have flash now. Camilo has one of his own. And the issue for Vladdy in the 1v1 in mid lane is can you really close the gap on a way? He stands a year away, puts the Molten Fisher down. Even if he can't get in range for that, it's severing bolts and he clears the wave. You can see the damage he's already doing to Targamas.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is going to be trying to get control of the game, or sorry, the wave states for KC, because as you're saying, if Heretics are allowed to set up on towards that objective first, it's a nightmare, but if KC can control these areas, it makes it a little bit difficult for Heretics to actually contest those spots, but you've got Poke Varus, pushes waves galore, can't really fight back against that as Kalist. So maybe your only opening is to try and get Targamas into a position where you can slowly get these quick picks, find these towers, but Void Grubs have spawned and it looks like Heretics aren't even interested. They've already got 3, so they're going to set their eyes on bot tower instead.
Yeah, you can see standing behind the tower in that bush. Sheo was pinging that he's on his way across here as well. They're just trying to get plates. They're trying to deny Kalist as much as possible. It's a cannon wave coming in, so if they can keep him away, it would be pretty beneficial for Flakked in that 1v1 matchup. Kalist and Targamas have to walk all the way back. No level 6 yet on the Leona, but Kalist does have both sums, as does Targa. The cannon minion will die. Wasn't picked up in terms of gold. Kalist was outside of experience range as well, but that's the only minion he's going to lose from this wave.
Yeah, I think the trade, kind of all right there. The fact that you managed to hold on to the tower makes it okay. But I think for Heretics, as long as they can just keep up this pressure, they're in a relatively good spot. Like, they can just continue to use the wave push that they have to push KC out of positions and then just slowly poke them down underneath the turrets. And the only big problem is this in the top side. Kana, with Demolish, is really starting to snowball this lead and get into a position where he can be a massive threat on side lanes, and you will have to deal as Heretics, but bot lane is the first port of action.
Kalist jumps away. Glacial Prison just short of clipping Targa. Solar Flare goes down, does land the stun on Sten, who's put the Unbreakable down. Zenith Blade out as well into the Glacial Fisher. Targamas stunned up, severing bolt. Enough for Flakked to pick up the kill.
Yeah, again, it's just kind of Kalist and Targamas a little bit overextended on the bot side. They're trying to trade effectively, but you've no control over mid. And a lot of your vision control has been set up on that top side to enable Kana to go for what was actually a little bit of a proxy there for a second. But I think this is, again, just the vulnerability of being a newer player into the LECs. You think you can get away with some of these plays, but when you start to step up from the EMEA Masters level, you just can't be that greedy.
And the thing about it is for Carmine Core, maybe they knew that that was happening. It's like, well, if they invest 3 people down in the bot side, if they use Camilo to walk down here as well, we get first tower, which gives us the Feast of Strength, which gives us those triumphant shoes.
Yeah, I think you would have just got it anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you, you know. But sometimes you can feel like, oh, at least I'm drawing attention.
Yeah, but I have to be right, Medic. That's the problem. This is why everyone messaged me on Twitter.
That's true. That is true. Okay. Carmine Core still with a 2,000 gold lead. As you say, their bot lane has overextended a little bit. 2 deaths across them so far, but they have been able to pick up plates across the board. Kalist takes a chunk. They'll still have that cleanse and flash. Next Drake in 20 seconds would be the second of the game for Heretics if they can secure it. And because Kalist might have to back away as well, it puts Heretics in good stead to try and fight around it. Kano is in the mid lane. Sheo jumping across it. They're looking for Targamas, who does still have the flash. Yike and Vladdy on their way across as well. Targamas with the solar flame onto Sten. TP behind as well. Kano's going to be in prime position to open up on this. Vladdy on a rampage gets his 4th of the game. Blackett's going to get locked up as well. And Kano might be the first KC player to get a kill other than Vladdy. Camilo chasing Kalist out here. The cleanse away. Dodges the spiraling despair. Manages to get to safety, burning that cleanse in the arcane ship.
Yeah, there's been so much focus on towards Kalist. I think Heretics kind of forgot about Vladdy. Kalist going to be able to escape away, but he did manage to get the turnaround. The fact that you jump into that tri-brush as well means there's 0 escape from the gravity field that Vladdy immediately puts down. So nicely done by the KC mid, again picking up another kill for himself.
And that's the thing, if you are investing a lot of resources on trying to take down this Ezreal, you have managed to get a small gold lead for Flakked, but then you look at the gold lead in mid lane, it's like, I would take a 1.4 thousand gold lead on my mid laner over a 74 gold lead on my AD carry any day of the week. Vladdy now in prime position to carry this game. Uskan spawning on the bottom side of the map. A Drake piece between these two. Kana level 11 to just under 11 for Carlson, but Kana with the Triforce just chasing Carlson out. He has to burn the flash to escape.
Yeah, definitely did not want to get caught by that. could immediately get followed on by the ultimate or even a wallop, so has to try and expend the ultimate to get away from that, or the flash to get away from the Targamas. So I need to
little greedy positioning. Does have to burn the flash. I think if he's hit with a Glacial Fissure, he just dies. There's too much CC from Heretics. He does have the Merc Treads now. You can see 3 of them already, 4 on their way. Yike has a no magic mantle in his inventory.
Hana's dropped topside though, was starting to play towards mid, so I thought they were going to try and shift down. It looks like they are going to go for it and try and use that push. Vladdy immediately TPing into the bottom side, so good map movement here by KC to secure bot tower and maybe some kills off the back.
Solar Flare lands and Stend goes down. Vladdy unstoppable. Flackhead trying to put the damage back down. Yike with the Crescent Guard is mitigating a lot of it. Targma's still going forward. Vladdy gets a double. The Arcane Storm doing work. Sheo is able to pick up 1 in response. It's 1 more for Yike now. 8-4 for Karma and Core. 3,500 their gold lead.
Great map play from KC. So this all started with Kana getting that flash and forcing Carlson to reset. Kana then pushes in top. He starts to shift across the mid, so can always cover Kalist on that push in mid. And then as soon as Kalist gets the push in mid, they all rotate bot. And it's just really well orchestrated because now they control the bot side through numbers advantage and they can ignore the tower as a good ultimate from Targamas just sets them up to take down Heretics. Really well executed on the team play.
They also have the power of their wallets.
That helps.
Yeah, very good map positioning, and when you're this far ahead and Vladdy can just keep people alive with that ultimate, it becomes so hard for Heretics to actually find a way back into the game.
I think it is just sick to see again, though, like, that you've got the heads-up play to do that, right? Because you look at, like, a majority of players that are on these rosters, go back a couple of years, they weren't in the LEC.
Yep.
But there are teams that are going, hey, we see this small advantage on top, let's snowball it into a huge lead now through that bottom side. So it looks like, though, they will still lose out on a little bit of pressure on the bot lane as they're now starting to put pressure on mid. But overall, really well orchestrated by KC, and I think it's, I don't know who the shot caller is, but you can definitely tell that like they understand how to approach a lot of the macro aspects of this game.
There's cohesion in how they make their decisions as well. Everyone seems to be on the same page for now, at least. Rift Herald will be picked up by them to break open the mid tier 1 with that. Usually the port of call with the objective. Expand that gold lead. It is a Drake apiece. Hextech Soul, the soul we've been gifted. The terrain change has happened. The gates are alive. I will argue, if you have watched Arcane, how much do we trust Hextech? You know, if I go through one of those gates, am I going to end up in some sort of weird world where everyone's dead and I have to climb to the top of a mountain and fight myself?
I don't really care about Hextech. I want whatever crap Mel's on. that is
true.
Whatever she has, I want access to. Because
inherent magic.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that'd just be great in general.
Yeah, it would be quite nice. I feel like I'd be one of those people that just makes a single mistake and then blows myself up.
I was going to say, are you the Harry Potter route or the Terry Pratchett route? Because they go very different ways.
Crescent card coming out as it looks like for a moment Yike was going to go the Harry Potter route, but about the Kadabra, he goes.
Asio Flacket!
Asio kills. An Asio death for Heretics. Vladdy just absolutely popping off. A triple for him. He's 9-0. Gifted 2 kills at the start, but he's made fine use of them.
And now they hello Hamora, the towers as well, as they are going to open. Really good stuff from KC. I wish I had French to explain any of this, but I really don't. As Carlson, I don't know if you want that one, buddy. He's going to back it on up, but still, Heretics look like they're trying to put up a defense here.
Yeah, you can try, but sadly, at the moment, they are failing. Well, sadly for them, I guess Carmine Core very happy. You can hear the fans in loud voice behind us as well. 12 kills to 4, 7,000 the gold lead, and Carmine Core have kind of bucked the trend in this league of playing slow and steady. Their games are explosive.
Yeah, this is really well played. Again, you just control this area so well. The Yike getting that ultimate off early was crucial, and then Kalista having control over mid works out perfectly. And I think, again, this is kind of the inexperience of Heretics coming into play, where KC understand, hey, we've got push mid, we've got push bot, we can always collapse first, but Heretics just don't have the numbers that they need in positions that they need to be.
The question is, how do you get those numbers in a position they need to be, right? Like, it's so hard to catch anyone out. If you try and catch Kalist, he's shown how slippery he can be. 0-1-7 so far on the Ezreal. Kana, he's had a great time in the top lane. Neither of the top laners have really been involved in the game too much. There was one time Kana TP'd into a fight, and that's the one time he got a kill. Second Drake of the game going over to Carmine Core. The Artican is down on this bottom side. It is voracious as per usual in professional play.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the 902 Vladimir Vladi on Victor. But I just don't know what you're supposed to do to break this. They're trying to, though.
Oh, they're going on Yike again. He puts down the Crescent Guard. He'll get knocked up with a Glacial Fissure. TP coming in behind Kamilu. It's going to be met by Carlson as he joins the fade. Kana's already killed off Stend. Sheo's almost dead as well. Gets hit by Kalist. Vladdy's chasing off Carlson. And yeah, that was without the Vladimir even there. Oh, great cleanse from Kalist. Kana chucks a house into Kamilu to get another kill. The cleanse Captain Jack-like there from Kalist. And Carmine Court, well, they'll find 3 kills off an engage from Heretics. Artican now an option for them, or they can just keep knocking on these base towers.
I'm just shocked they haven't learned that if you go onto the Xin Zhao and he ults, you don't have anyone who deals damage.
Yes.
Which is kind of a big part of killing someone in this game.
You do need to do damage to kill people, that is true.
And it's just not quite working out for Heretics in this one. But doesn't mean KC get the Atacon buff for free. I think they can just dive inhibitor turrets now, to be perfectly honest, and just make full advantage of it, because again, 1 kill and the Victor that's about to complete the Void Staff will rip through everyone.
It's like 7 KC fans in the audience who are really excited for that.
Good job, lads.
I appreciate it, guys. Like, this game's done. Like, if we're cheering Atacon kills, I can get on board with that sort of enthusiasm.
It's an upgrade from Wards.
It is a massive upgrade from Wards. I remember the 70-minute long games, 2018, I want to say.
Last week.
Oh, that one was a slog as well. But yeah, an 8,000 gold lead here for KC. Baron's still 4 minutes away from spawning. KC are stepping up towards the top side of the map, trying to gain control of this top side jungle. Targamas looks for the Solar Flower and Kamilu. Just chuck that out whenever you want. If it hits, go in. If it misses, c'est la vie. Just step back, clear out the vision. Kalist pushing in the wave. And I wonder if Heretics try and mount their defense underneath this tower. They will. They get onto Kalist. He does still have that false life, but he's going to have to use it. Dashes in for a little bit more damage. The false life will cause him to withdraw, but Heretics are losing their life bars pretty damn quick. Vladdy with the Arcane Storm. Yike going forward for another kill. Kana, Nars, Sheo slams his face into the wall, and Yike's there to follow up for a double. Flacked with the early cleanse, trying to get away from Kana, and breakable out by Stend, trying to defend his AD carry. But I don't think Stend is going to survive for much longer. Carlson was waiting for Kalist in a bot lane bush, but Kalist was wary to the threat. And now Carmine Core have a wave pushing in topside. An inhibitor tower, their prize if they want it. Looks like they're actually just gonna get the hell out of there for now. Don't even go for the inhib tower. Oh, Vladdy's waiting! Blackhead flashes away, but Vladdy siphons a little bit of his soul as he goes back with the false light, keeps that perfect scoreline alive.
Yeah, I think Heretics have put so much focus onto the Kalist that they kind of forgot the rest of KC exists. This has been insane from Vladdy. Like, I think praise cannot be given enough to Vladdy coming in onto this roster. He was already kind of talked about as a massive point last split for them and how good that they were doing, but he has really come into his own, especially in this game. Like, his positioning has been great. The ability to just one-shot people is at an all-time high for him. And Kana, really good flank here. Finding position there to actually get on towards the Sejuani, and even then going over the wall here to try and finish off multiple members. I love seeing this new version of KC.
It's aggressive, it's fast, it's fun, it's Dominion. Or domination, perhaps, for Carmine Court, at least in this game. 23 minutes in, already knocking on those inhibitor towers. They have lost the false life now, so they can't be as aggressive as they were a couple of moments ago. They do not have the option to just withdraw from the fight, but it looks like Kalist is about to pick up his third item. There is a Drake up in 58 seconds time. Didn't quite get it, got a pickaxe instead. Baron up in a minute 20. Kana trying to chase out Sheo. Stend and Carlson are in the area, but so is Yike. And I think Heretics have realized going on Kana, not the best idea. Going on Yike, also not the best idea. If you go on Kalist, he just uses his false life to withdraw. Can't get on Vladdy because he's too far back, and Targamas is also a tank, so it's a bit
But they can't get on to Kalist because if you actually look, he's not there. So
that is also true.
Big win.
Yeah, big win. Kalist was the only one you could go for, but he didn't burn either his cleanse or his flash when he was caught out last time because he had the false life.
See, poke comps have problems.
They do. I'm not one for FFing. In solo queue, I try not to. this is a game I would happily have. It's like, just get me out of
There
this.
is a little part of me, because I like, my start in esports was not, like, was just watching StarCraft, and I did miss the GG moment where you just go,
GG.
yeah.
Oh, who was it? Idra?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he, with the hallucinated. Yes! Yes, what a moment! Oh, I wish we could do that. You're Nico, and you just pretend that just like one Nico goes in and he's got like an infinity air, like full build 15 minutes in, and the enemy team just says GG. And I hallucinated it, guys.
The whole team was Nico's. What do you want from us?
Oh, what a moment. That's classic esports right there. None of this. It's not even, because I was going to say, the copy pasta, and then I realized I can't say that copy pasta because, that's real League of Legends right there.
Why don't you just say that? I don't really know
what
what
you're talking about. This is also real League of Legends because Carmine Core aren't playing that patient, passive playstyle that is exemplified in the copy pasta.
But I also think, like, KC have proven that they are a real team to focus on.
Oh, 100%.
Like, time and time again, they've come up clutch. Targamas tries to there.
Flash sort of like great fear onto Targamas there with the Grim Visage. He's locked up, down to 100 HP, almost falling. Carlson on the backline gets onto Kalist, flashes the wall. Carlson needs to get in. True Shot Barrage will be enough, but Carlson will get the kill now. Sheo being chased out by Kana, who flashes forward. Heretics find 2. I don't think it means much, but they did get 2.
Yeah, good shield from Sten there to stop Sheo going down as well at the back of it. So they do get 2. A little bit over-eager from Targamas, who just managed to split the uprights, but still, I think, despite like a hiccup or a road bump again, I think KC have shown great early game, solid map play, their mechanics are on point as well for the majority of these. So I think if you're looking at teams for that upper bracket for finals, for potentially winning the split, I think KC have thoroughly thrown their name into that.
100% agree with that, and we always caveat, we're 5 games in. Anything can change. We get to best of 3s, maybe Fearless changes things around. We do see teams experimenting a little bit more at the moment with their champion pools. When we get to those best of 3s, best
The
of 5s.
problem is, though, the way our format is that, like, we have this week 2 and we go, oh, it's only week 2, you shouldn't worry about it. And then week 3, get out of our league. You suck.
Leave.
What? It's kind of just a little bit of whiplash.
LTA, you get 4 games, man.
Yeah, that's
crazy. Go 0-2,
yeah.
0-2, you get 2 months off. Here, Carmine Core, very much in position not to have to take a breather after the regular season. If they win this game, which is looking like they will be already through to playoffs alongside Fnatic. 5 wins and you're in. And the rest of their schedule, they have Vitality, Fnatic, and BDS. So actually, that Fnatic game next week is going to be an absolute barnstormer. KC currently setting up around this Baron. Heretics still looking, poking, prodding, trying to find something. Camilo is farming up, has 2 items now. He's a full 1 behind his enemy laner, but his enemy laner also has 10 kills, whereas he has none. So kind of a understandable disparity between the 2.
I'm running out of things to say.
Yep, understandable.
Because this is a little bit of a slow one. Yeah,
it's crazy because it's 27 minutes in. It has actually been a relatively fast-paced game. It's just Carmine Core, I think that last mistake they made, the fact they didn't get the first Drake, so they're not on Soul yet. Like, Soul point comes up in 2 minutes.
I think it kind of shows where, like, the Atacam buff is. It's like, I think it is really powerful, but if you don't actually get good use out of it like an inhibitor turret, it doesn't really push the game forward that much. And I think teams are a bit, not saying KC in particular here, but just like teams have been a bit wayward with it at times where they go for it, they kind of just die for the sake of dying. And I'm like, you're still giving over in this new patch 200 gold. And yeah, you get the reset, but if you didn't kill anyone, you don't really get the tempo advantage either. So you just gave them 600 gold. Like, so yeah, I think you have to get that value.
I think as well for KC though, if you look at poke comps generally, they do tend to have relatively good wave play, which is an issue, right? You've got the Molten Fisher from Camilla, you've got the Piercing Arrow from Flackhead. It is hard to actually siege unless you have something like a Baron or you have a Soul, right? And that's what KC are waiting for. It's understandable the game has slowed down a bit. They looked for a little bit of engage in mid, they got caught out and they died. But now, with 50 seconds on the Drake, with Baron being up, my expectation is that we'll see Carmine Core forcing the tempo a little bit.
Also, that is just a pain if you're trying to engage every single time. And again, you're just like, yeah, we got range underneath the tower, so it doesn't matter too much. But as you can see, at least you're kind of doing what you need to here as as KC. It's, hey, we getting this push on top side. We've now got the push on bot. We go for the resets. It means that then you can open up mid, push in here, get your vision on towards this top side as well, and just make it really impossible for the poke comp to really play. They can try and play like over the wall in these positions, but if they actually can't get vision in the pit, it just doesn't work out for them. And you can always play for that entrapment as they try to regain that vision.
Looking to entrap someone with that Gaze of the Abyss. Does land the root, does a tiny bit of damage to Yike. Nothing really to talk home about. Kalist doesn't have flash. Carlson still looking for that flank position. Gets onto Kana, who's building up towards the Mega Gnar. Carlson trying to leap strike out, pops the stopwatch. Camillo down to half HP. Yike goes in, but he's speared by the Grim Visage. Targamas falling low. Carlson able to get away. Kana now in the midst of Heretics. He's going to have to dash back to the pit, and already Heretics found one out of this fight. Kana almost eats the Hextech Drakes. Fire breath there towards the back. Resets coming out from Camillo and Carlson. Kalist jumping forward.
No way!
Bloody, it's spiraling despair for Carmine Core. They've lost two already. Kana has the TP. He's going to rejoin in. Kalist has Flash and Cleanse now. Yike as well. No Flash on him. No Crescent Guard either. TP's coming out from Heretics as they look to stop the soul from Carmine Core, and I think they've done it pretty well.
The rookies on Heretics are playing out of their mind in that fight.
Crazy fight.
Carlson ended up using that leap strike to dodge away from the Targamas ultimate. He also then drew enough attention onto that bottom side that you see as KC go for this engage onto the top end. You just don't have the numbers. Like, watch, that was the Targamas ultimate down. But now, buying all this time, you just end up having Heretics reposition themselves onto the bottom side of the fight. They take out both Kana and Targamas, and Camillo here playing really well over the top of this wall as well, waiting for Vladdy to take that one step too far forward. He's just trying to look for the poke, but the second he does, cancels the reset and just shoots him down where he stands. Brilliant stuff from the solo laners.
As much as there's been a difficult game for Camillo, his Grim Visages, those fears have been absolutely on
phenomenal.
point. He's managed to cancel Targamas a couple of times with the engage. He cancelled Yike on the engage there. Lands the Spiraling Despair afterwards, and for Heretics, it's a sign of life, but you're still 8k behind. It's still sole point for Carmine Core, but you can see the damage onto Kalist. 3 items core completed on Camillo. Void stuff there. Targamas still looking for the flank. Sten flashes over it. The Solar Flare just short there.
But the thing is, every time Targamas uses this ultimate, it's a swing and a miss. You're buying more time for Heretics because it's the sole engage tool realistically. Like, unless someone walks into like a flash third Q from Yike or weird wind becomes lightning, you're just not going to have it. So at this stage, it's, oh, well, actually, KC just going to start up the Baron, but I don't think this is the call. Like, Heretics have a lot of poke. They know you're on it, and you don't have a real engage.
Sten going to be the one to step forward. Kana looking for that flank position. Carlson will mark him. Targamas and Vladdy are down towards the bottom side here. Counter-strike out from Carlson. Kana using the Gnar Chain of Corruption. Kalist has to jump away from it. Glacial Prism going down into Targamas. The Gaze of the Abyss as well, going to get the root. The Baron already resetting. Carlson keeping Kana busy. True Shot Barrage does get a chunk out of Heretics, but Carmine Core couldn't find much more. What have they got in terms of ultimate? Glacial Prism was used. Chain of Corruption was used. But on the other side, Kalist used True Shot. Kana used his Gnar.
Yike started up again, so KC think that they've burnt enough of the ultimates to try and go for it. Targamas now has his ultimate back up. Can KC find the engage? When becomes lightning goes wide for Yike.
8,000 on the Baron. Stand looking for the Winter's Bite. Will land it. True Shot again onto Blackhead. But look at the damage on Targamas. He's already dead. Carlson have to flash away. Sheo down. The Arcane Storm trying to put the damage out. Kalist continues to do so. Keeps hitting those Mystic shots. The wind becomes lightning. Stend jumps in the way at the right moment, but they just can't get onto Kalist. Sten trying to get the final order win. Kalist does it all once again. A quadra for him. He dies to the Ignite. But when Vladdy couldn't quite do enough in the fight, it's Kalist who stands up for Carmine Core.
Kana just going to try and interrupt the reset. Needs to try and find him. Says, peekaboo, I see you. As the rest of KC go to tear down the structures in the base.
First inhibitor's fallen. They have a wave as well. A cannon minion with them. Camillo's going to try and get to that Hex Gate. Misses the Grim Visage. The Boomerang will stop him from channeling through the gate. Kana takes the kill. Carmine Core, though, maybe not able to end yet. They take a single Nexus Tower. A minute and a half before the next Drake. Baron still alive, of course.
Yeah, but still, it's cracking open. A bit more of that base of Heretics. Always going to work out well for them. Baron is still on the cards, and I think you can kind of rinse and repeat. Kalist just a couple seconds away. And Camillo, I think, should have TP when he respawns. Maybe a little bit off, but I think you can just tear this down as KC before they even get there.
Blackhead has the flash, has the cleanse. Kalist has no summoners. Vladdy still has both of his as well. That Arcane Storm will absolutely rip through the heart of Heretics if it's given the time to do so. Targamas jumps onto Stand, Unbreakable down. Stand Beside Me used already as well, and Stand is just locked up for an absolute age. Carmine Core not giving Heretics the option of getting into the pit for a fight. Instead, they isolate the support, they take him out, and then they turn their eyes back to the Baron.
Vladdy in trouble though.
Glacial Prison is going to land. Flakked looking for the damage with the piercing arrow. It takes about half of Vladdy's health, but it's not enough. Vladdy can just retreat to the safety of his team. The Baron taken by KC, and once again, the game back in their control.
Yeah, without the Chains of Corruption from Flatkid, there just wasn't really enough in the tank to proc multiple of the points of corruption. So instead, KC get Baron, and it was a valiant effort from Heretics, but as you said, the gold lead just that little bit too much now. And Heretics just don't have enough in the tank, especially with Baron.
I said that when KC were 10,000 gold ahead. I'm not going to say it again. I know it's 12k now. I know it's Soul's up in 20 seconds, but we've seen Heretics fight back, and it wasn't just Carmine Core making mistakes. That Dragon fight was perfect from Heretics. They did exactly what they needed to do. So maybe there is some weird world in which they can find the picks, can find the fight again. Flakked has that Chain of Corruption back up. You've got 3 items on your mid laner. Flakked sitting on 3 as well. The True Shot Barrage does hit Camilo. Targamas looking for the engage, but the Grim Visage will fear him away. The Drake has spawned. Hex Soul, a possibility now for Carmine Core. Targamas putting on his tap shoes, able to dodge away from the damage here. Continues just to sidestep it, and Kalist is taking the Drake by himself. Yike will come in for the secure. There's the Soul for Carmine Core now. Heretics, all hands to the pumps. Can they somehow stop this ship from sinking?
Yeah, it feels so difficult. You're working towards your 6th item as Vladdy, whereas you've only just finished essentially your 4th as Camilo, if we're including the boots, and it just, you feel so out of reach. Even Flakked, your damage is kind of negligible at this stage with this poke Varus, and you just don't really have enough to tick through what you need to on KC.
Wave clear harder as well. Those Baron empowered minions a little bit tankier than the normal minions, so you can see Camilo unable to get through a wave with the Molten Fission. Kana looking for the damage onto Camilo from the side, has just gone into mini form. The inhibitor tower in the bot lane, the target, Glacial Prison going in, Carlson dashing in as well, but Kana able to flash across the wall. Sten stunned up the inhibitor tower, 4 Solar Flare coming out. Camilo was the one targeted by Targamas and by Vladdy as well. The Arcane Storm begins to do its work. Flakked forced back to the fountain. He'll escape to the relative safety of it. Yike now needs to get out as well. Counter-strike coming out. Yike able to dash away. Carlson pops the stopwatch. Only one Nexus tower stands for Heretics, but Carmine Core aren't even focusing it yet. Instead, they're keeping Heretics low. They'll take the second Nexus tower, and Heretics can't hold on to the game. Carmine Core diving forward, and they'll secure their spot in playoffs.
A well-earned spot in playoffs as well. A few hiccups here and there in that game, but in the grand scheme of things, KC controlled that game from start to finish, and Heretics had a few valiant moments, but KC will move on to playoffs.
Yeah, good play all around, as you say. A couple of mistakes from Carmine Core in the mid-game, a couple of good plays from Heretics as well. You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Yike, Vladdy, and Kalist are your options. I'm just saying, one of them had like 10 kills. Now, the first 2 were donated to him. Kalist had a really good game as well. He was targeted. But sometimes you just got to say, yeah, I love Kalist. He played it well, but Vladdy did a lot of work. We're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Ginny is standing by with Yike.
Another one of this house. Just want to know a fun fact? Another fun fact about me?
Yeah.
I never win when I play a champ twice in a row.
Bruh. Okay, that's good info.
In the middle of it all, he lands the smite. Artica sold out, but Vladdy is just waiting, and he'll happily take the kill. It's disaster! Oh my god! Vladdy did nothing, and he gets a double. All he did was walk across.
Look forward. Sams. Has. Takes TP. Look away, guys. TP behind. TP behind. I can go. I can go. No. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LEC. Genie here, joined with Yike from Karminkov. Another win under your belt that makes you guys 5-1. The only other team that has it is Fnatic. But do you know what that actually means for you guys?
We're in playoffs?
Yeah, absolutely. Woo! Hey! The fans are really excited about it. I'm assuming you're also looking forward to those playoffs. Let's talk about this game first, though, because you guys started so strong. And then I don't know what happened. You know, that fight in mid, kind of everything went downhill. But you brought it back. That's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, we were really, I think we played very good early, and then we started griefing a bit. I think we went a bit too deep on the mid lane, and I kind of wanted to end with the Herald, but then we wanted to get T2 bot. Vladi wanted to get T2, but I wanted to make the game fast, but we didn't really want to play fast, so it's fine. And then we griefed a bit, but we came back at least, and yeah, I mean, I think Heretics did good, you know, trying to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the performances from their solo laners as well, trying to stop you guys in your track, so that's a good performance from them. Playoffs, though, a little bit different. You're going to have 3 games, potentially, that you're going to need to close out to actually get a win, because it's going to be the best of 3s. Do you think that's going to change things up a little bit for KC?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be even better for us. I think the best of 3 is going to be fun. It's also going to be fearless, right? So yes. That's going to be very fun. I think we all have very strong champion pools, and I hope we can show it off. So yeah, I'm just excited for it.
Speaking of strong champion pools, Vladi on the Victor today. 10-0 start to this game. How does it feel to play with a mid laner that's just doing so well? The synergy between you guys has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the synergy is good between me and Vladi, and between him and the whole team. I think he was a bit mad. He didn't really get so much kills in the other games. So now he got a good game. He probably got MVP, so I'm happy for him.
When you're looking at, you know, going into these best of 3s and you're looking at how well the team has been gelling together, what would be your main approach to make sure that you guys stay on the top? Because I feel like you guys started strong and you're continuing really strong, but we're seeing other teams that have maybe had a shaky start, like G2, for example, but it feels like they're coming back. Yeah, I mean, G2 looks like they're coming back. And I think for us, most important, I think, would be to stay humble, because we have Vladi, Kalis, 2 young players, and we have to make sure we stay humble, even if we'll be winning. Like, it's just regular season, right? So anything can happen after. So we just have to stay focused and stay just working on the goals we have, and then we're going to do good. Is it easy to stay focused, or maybe a little bit more difficult to stay focused when you are playing against a former teammate? I mean, for me, it's for sure a bit harder, because I can see them over the screen line. It's just, it's more spicy for me. So for me, it's a bit harder, but I still think it's fine. Do you think the upcoming game then against Fnatic, because you're going to be going up against Mickey, you know, used to be your support, you guys had that synergy going on. Does that make it easier, more difficult? Because you kind of do know his approach to the game, but he knows yours too. I mean, for me, I think it's going to be, I would say, easier. It's just going to be fun to play against Mickey. I think we both like to fight a lot, so I hope it's going to be a good fight between us. Do you have a final message maybe you want to give to Mickey before you head into game next week? A final message for Mickey before next week? Don't pick Nautilus. Oh my God. Okay, well, I guess we heard it here first. Our Kia player of the game is going to be Vladi, so, you know, very well deserved, as we mentioned earlier on. But as KC locks in Winter Split, let's send it over to the analyst desk to look to how our regular season is shaping up. So, Laure, take it away.
Thank you, Genie. Amazing to see the glow up from KC from last year. I mean, I know that summer was better, but when you look at the project they had last year and the fact that they locked now in such a convincing way alongside Fnatic, we're sending 2 strong teams so far in playoff.
It's such a great thing to see. Karminkov build split on split. Disastrous entry into the LEC. No one's going to hide from that. But I'm really glad that they weren't cowed from it, that they've rebuilt, because if you're going to be a good team, you need to be able to take an L or 2 and show that you can get beyond that. Doing that so early, that's a good thing for me as an org. And I feel like it's 2 different stories when you look at Fnatic and when you look at KC on the other side, Finn, because KC rebuilding around newer players, Fnatic on the other side, full of experience. And it's not necessarily easier to make a team work like this.
Yeah, in a way, Fnatic is building on their previous year where they were kind of like developing, and now they just add in that Mickey, that upset factor, and now we kind of have this Exodia kind of assimilated in Fnatic, and I think we're really seeing results. I think especially the addition of Mickey just created so much for their mid-game. Mickey's always talking about how last year in G2 they were improving their mid-game, and I think he's coming into Fnatic with a lot of these ideas they took away from last year. And I'm excited to see if they can actually beat this machine that is Karminkov right now.
I might make a hot take about Fnatic, actually.
All right.
If they don't win a split, with this roster and on this kind of form, I think that there's something has gone horribly wrong. I think they should win at least one split this year. Starting off like this, fantastic way to show it. They have players on great form, but with the name brand they have as some of the all-time greats actually in some of their roles, they are really set up for success.
And it always depends on how much teams can speed up, how much teams can catch up on these teams that started the year on the right foot. And I'm looking at Movistar Core right now because in the next game, they also could be one of the teams we already have qualified into playoffs.
Yeah, and I can't stop talking about Movistar Core. I think with the addition of Georgia Pion, you such a complete squad finally. I think they just have threats in every single position, and I think Elioya is like one of the best junglers in the league of using all these tools. Speaking with Georgia Pion, a lot of great energy on that guy, just a lot of fun vibes brought into the league. Also a big fan of Mirwin. One of the only top
pretty good at game shows as well. I think that no one can realistically beat them.
But I think one of the only guys that I've seen execute Ambessa at one of these high levels that we expect from our players, and I want to see maybe some other champions. He's been hinting about it, but let's see what he has today.
And I think this is why I'm so excited for the LEC right now. All of these teams are really worth getting hyped about. It means that we don't just suddenly, it's just going to be G2 winning every split. Now, of course, they might get better, but every single one of these teams has a reason to be excited.
What I'm mostly excited, and I know that, who was it? Alvaro, sorry, mentioned it yesterday in PGL, and Yaik was talking about this on stage as well. Fearless draft for most of those teams, I really want to see how creative they can get.
And that's why I'm really interested to see in the last few games, will we see another couple of compositions? Because it's not enough to just play one style. Typically, if you get a couple of games deep into it, especially if you get into best of fives, you will run out of one style. You need to be able to play something which is a one and done, a Vi Orianna or a Nocturne or something similar like that. You need to have something in the back pocket, not just one comp.
Getting out of the shackles of a very restrictive meta right now, do you think teams are going to be able to adapt? Do you see any team actually who's going to be really vibing on the Fearless draft format?
I mean, I think right now all our top 5 teams kind of will be coming into that with high expectations. What you would think is that rookies would maybe struggle a bit more with Fearless draft, because as a long-time pro player, you've played in many different metas and you've been able to accumulate experience in many different champions. And as a rookie, you come in, you're just learning the meta now. So maybe if you get target banned, you won't have the deep pools. But we will see how...
So celebrate our rookies now. We'll see what happens later.
I mean, I would love to see how players like Vladi, Jackie, Kalist come in and face Fearless drafts, because I think these players have, of course, the talent to play any champion, but I wonder if that experience accumulated just so far.
We still have a couple weeks before that, of course, but we're all excited about Fearless draft. But before that, we have one last best of one to wrap up this week too. It's going to be SK versus Movistar Core right after this.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Welcome back to more League of Legends. We are here for the final... That was a nice word. The music kind of got me upbeat as well. It was nice. We're here for the final game of Week 2. SK Gaming up against Movistar Koi. It is 0-5 versus 4-1. MKoi have watched Fnatic and Carmine Core already claim spots in the playoffs at 5-1. We'll see if SK Gaming can upset the apple cart and force Movistar Koi to wait at least one more game before they lock their spot as well. We have a Zyra, a Kalista, and a Cassante ban out from SK, and a Skarner and a Maokai ban alongside Rumble being removed by MKoi.
Does this mean that Reeker might get his hands on Bloody? Or why do I keep saying Bloody now?
Well, I mean, he did.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
name for himself.
Victor, I think, is the way to go forward here. And I think, yeah, just get something that's a little bit more damage for himself, because I just haven't been a fan of the SK drafts where they've gone for the Galio. Yep. It just hasn't really been that great. So at least getting something that's a bit more damage oriented should work out. But I think as well, the drafts for me on a whole from SK have been a bit funky. Like going for the Nidalee, wasn't a big fan of it. This double Galio, wasn't a big fan of it. So it feels like kind of just going back towards, simplicity, I feel like should be the name of the game here.
Simple is king.
No.
We have the Victor already locked in. SK really just want to press our composition if you can do it. MKoi on the other side have the Corki and the Vi, two very strong picks already. Looks like SK might be going simple. Sejuani, their current hover. And now locked.
Great. I like it. And yeah, Ezreal works out very well here. Varus could be another option, but I think with the Vi on the opposite side, Ezreal very reasonable here. I imagine that Varus will be taken for soup on that bottom side anyway, so I think you're fine. But Corki, like, I think his home is now in the mid lane. I think a lot of people are experimenting with him in the bot lane, but we've seen here not the greatest success. LCK, it's abysmal. I think he's like 1 in 12 or something at this stage, if not worse. So, yeah, I think popping him mid, taking the Varus, and then looking for something from Mirren in that top lane. But this has been Mirren's great best champion, and he did a very good job on it yesterday, picking up the player of the game for it as well.
Going to crack out the Ambessa once again. I will say MKoi have only played the Corki and AD carry so far. Super's got 2 games on it. Haven't yet seen Jojo Pyun on it. Into the second ban phase, Renekton immediately taken away by MKoi. They know they have the flexibility to ban out a couple of top laners that can be a struggle for Ambessa here, because they want to make sure that Mirren has the best of times in that top side.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine. I mean, you can still keep that flexibility mid, but I do think when you've got the Vi, you don't want to double up on the AD mid as well. So I imagine it will be flex towards that top side. And then I think for Jojo Pyun, you still have a couple of options. I think his Talia game was fantastic, but even when you looked at his stats from his time in the LCS, he had a plethora of champions, like even picking up things that were kind of the flavor of the month, like that Nasus mid and stuff. So the guy has got a heap of champions he can play.
He said later to the LTA, all we care about is LEC stats now, okay? Nothing, none of those LCS stats over here. I'd love to see him play as Ari again. I think he needs redemption. AB obviously a possibility. It does look like, I mean, Super currently hovering the Kai'Sa. We'll see if he decides to lock that for the bot side. It is a known pick into the Ezreal because of how much you can chase him, but it actually looks like instead of going Kai'Sa, it will be Corki bot and Hui in the mid lane for Jojo Pyun.
Okay, so kind of setting up here to, you've already got great dive coming through with the Vi and the Ambessa. Now you got the Severing Bolt to just follow up on that and really put the herding down on towards something like Reeker on this Vladimir. Or, what are you doing again? Victor. So I think in the grand scheme of things, Movistar Koi have a really good spot here to just play for team fights, for dive, and with the Rakan pick, you don't have to actually have a lot that can answer for it. I thought they might actually go for the Braum here, just to be like, hey, we've got Sejuani Braum, decent comp for team fighting, but also that protection for the backline when you need it.
Going to pick the Jax finally into the Ambessa top side. Alvaro given last pick on this support. Nautilus gives you good follow-up to the engage from the Vi already. You have point-and-click CC, which is really nice. Means that if the Ezreal tries to ever escape over a wall, you can always follow him with the depth charge as well. So MKoi, very good all-in. Some range as well in the Hui and the Corki. On the other side, SK, they have a bit of poke themselves. We've seen how much Victor can do. Does need to be a little bit closer. Ezreal, though, a bit safer on the back line. And then the Jax into the Ambessa. Not a match I've seen too often, so I have to see how that top lane matchup goes.
Yeah, I think the fact that Jax has the counter strike should mean he still wins like early, like the level 1 push and stuff like that. So he should be in a decent spot. But I do think the Mbess is more just when we get to the later point of the game, I don't really care about Jax. I'm just diving onto the point and click CC from the Vi or from the Nautilus as well. So you have plenty of setup for Mirwin, even if he doesn't have the best of matchups in the individual lanes. So overall, I like what Movistar Koya bringing to the table. And I think it is on SK to prove to not just us, but I think a lot of their fans as well, that this is a team that is really able to take a fight in the LEC, because it has not been smooth sailing for them just far. It's a new roster, but they really need to pick it up here at the end of week 2.
I very much agree. I think we have seen them take a few fights. I don't think we've seen them win any fights so far. This SK lineup. Movistar Koya, on the other hand, have won a lot of fights. And I've been playing around with this joke in my mind. I'm just going to get it out here right now. Okay. Movistar Koya is a Spanish team.
Yes.
Right? If Jojo was a Spanish mid laner, he could be one way this game. Right? One way or another. He's going to find you. He's going to get you one way.
It's okay, folks. I'm going to turn off.
Mute me? Cool. That's understandable. That is understandable. Look, guys, as soon as it gets close to 10 p.m., it's my bedtime. Okay?
Yeah, the hour later has really affected a lot of people.
It really has.
Everyone over 30 has just been like, wait a second. This is not how this works. I'm supposed to be reading a book at this stage.
We see SK looking for a topside invade. I wonder if we'll see a lane swap from them. Rahel and Loopy are up here, but as is Genax, so it could be that they just look for standard lanes right now. Koi going to invade down towards this bottom side. Alvaro spotted on that ward. He can wait. Does have a sweeper of his own, but didn't sweep out the ward. Got one deep bit of vision out from Super. Looks like we will have a lane swap to start off this game.
Oh boy, my favorite. I saw, I don't know if you've seen the TikTok edits where they do like the really nice, beautiful music in the background and then the fancy writing comes up. It was just Captain Flowers.
Yeah. It's not real League of Legends.
Yeah. It's just, he really does have a way with words, you know.
SK will invade the top side here. Super will spot them as they do. Alvaro is just going to walk straight through them. Yeah, you might need to go all the way around there, Alvaro. Be a little bit late to the lane, but because MKOI are matching the lane swap, it will just be Australian lanes instead of a full-on swap hit between the two teams.
Unfortunately, one of Hysterics to row his boat in to explain how this is going to operate, but I'll be fine as... yeah, look, you're going to be first push here for Rahel and Loopy. Nothing too crazy. Still going to get pushed on bot. Rika are doing a good job of trading early with the Q, which is kind of why Victor has become very obnoxious in the level 1, because it's so difficult to trade with them. But it's just going to be a case of how do SK and Isma in particular want to respond to this. Although Ayoya snuck in past him and now going to be in behind Genax.
Level 2 gank. He just took away the blue. He took his own blue.
Yeah.
Hasn't taken any other camps. Just walked all the way around. And now he's going to go to the Grump. So I wonder if that was the possibility of gank that was immediately called off by either Mirwin or Elioya, depending on who, you know, decided that it wasn't quite going to work. I wonder if also they could have seen the fact that Isma was on his red. I didn't see quite the crossover between the two of them, but always the possibility that Elioya spotted him.
I think because, as he said, he kind of realized that Isma was coming down, so he just backed off and moved into his own jungle rather than trying to go for any sort of split map. But it did mean that at least Isma, with taking the red on the top side, will have those extra few camps. So I think it's on Elioya now to see what he wants to do with that bit of extra time. But we're in great trade on the bottom side against Genax.
Having a whale of a time in this 1v1 so far. Genax did get a slight XP lead, got to 2 first, but now it's even out between the two of them. Rahel and Loopy get to 3 first. Super does have their out Valkyrie. Alvaro will get knocked up. Used the dredge line early, trying to stop Loopy from jumping in with that battle dance or grand entrance, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, took a terror shot, so it kind of helped out Movistar Koya a little bit there, but now Ayoya on towards this top side. How dangerous is he going to get here?
I'm going to say not too dangerous because Elioya was just spotted. However, Alvaro can move. Loopy and Rahel just trying to guard that entrance, gate off Super and Alvaro from joining the party.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to Isma though, because this has been great pathing. So he took this top side, immediately ran over, defended his own, then rotated back up, avoided doing the Krugs, because it means that he's in position then to contest the top Scuttle Crab, and now he's just going to move immediately through mid lane as well and try and get on towards that bottom side. But You're maybe just looking for the gank onto Jojo Pyun instead, as Jojo...
Gravity Field goes down. Jojo has the flash, will use it early to escape Isma. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, trades continuing. Top side as well. Loopy forced away. Ignite, ticking another auto is enough, and Super pulls out first blood.
Nicely done. Good hook from Alvaro to set that one up, but Isma now going to spot it. Both of these resets.
Yeah, I don't know if he knew that Elioya was waiting in the bush, because Isma is now very low HP, and Jojo and Elioya can chase him down. Rika's just finishing his reset in the mid lane. It's like, Isma, you're on your own. Can you escape? Elioya flashes! And the answer is Isma cannot. 2-0 now for MKOI.
Yeah, Elioya immediately flashing, so then Isma doesn't even have a chance to react to the Q wind-up. Catches him, and then the punch to follow through means that works out. Remix is happening in the background. I'm not really too sure what that was.
I don't know if that went out.
But yeah, I think really good job. And again, just Isma pushing his luck that a little bit too far. Now 2 kills across Movistar Koi off of what had actually been a decent start for SK just off of the early levels.
But in the end, it's just those individual mismatches that really cost them, right? Like the fact that Isma steps a little bit too far forward after good pathing, the fact that Loopy and Rahel get a little bit caught out in the top side, and it's already a 7,000 gold lead over to MKOI. And if you support what MKOI have been doing so far in this game, and if you want to support the LEC, you can subscribe to the LEC on Twitch if I press the button correctly. Subscribers get your name up on the screen, ad-free viewing, and access to sub-only emotes in Twitch chat. Plus, paid and gifted subscribers also unlock the Why Though emote as an additional reward in game. I'm not going to say that perhaps the
timing
emote
was interesting.
Why though? Why? Why though?
Can you spam? If you can spam it in the chat, I feel like that's a...
Well, it's an emote in game, so
Yeah.
you can spam it to your opposition. Arcane Storm coming out here. Jojo trying to walk his way away and will manage to do so. The Gaze of the Abyss is going to lock up Isma as Jojo able to walk his way to safety.
Yeah, Jojo in his interview yesterday kind of said, hey, it's feeling very much like I'm still over in NA because everyone is coming to my lane all the time. And I think Isma kind of read that interview, was like, do you know what, that's like a great idea, because he's been there a lot, but it's actually been working out relatively okay for Movistar Koi. You're trying to see if he can steal one of these grubs away. As focus on bottom side for the moment, but here we go. Yeah, just going to be able to push SK back with the push on top side.
SK were able to get 2 of the grubs, so no feat of strength going over to either team right there. Jojo Pyun stepping forward, has about 300 health to work with him, with Alvaro and Elioya just around the corner. Should be fine. Rahel trading onto Super, Arcane shifting forward. Super has barrier, no flash for him. Rahel decides not to flash for the chase, with Alvaro working his way up the river.
Yeah, a little nervous as there was multiple members of Movistar Koi. Crab going to go cross to Elioya. How far do you want to go here?
Alvaro has flash and ignite. Luffy's going in with the grand entrance. Vault Breaker charged up by Elioya. Rahel now needs to jump across, but Alvaro lands the root there with the staggering blows, and Rahel dies to the ignite. And oh, SK, what on earth are you doing? They lose another kill, another 2, in fact, as Isma falls alongside him. MKOI, like, when people jump into your lap, it would be rude not to kill him.
Yeah, it's just, like, you don't have the damage. Rahel wasn't in a position to really follow down. And he's like, we're going to send it anyway and see what happens. It just, every time I watch SK, it just feels like they're going way too aggressive for no reason. And it's kind of sad. Like, you're in a decent position where you've already kind of pushed them off, but the fact that your Arctic Assault misses, then you end up missing the W from Isma. That's all of Isma's cooldowns. Like, yeah, he can get the lockdown a little bit, but Rahel immediately gets turned on. It's a good call from Movistar Koi, but like, who's dealing your damage now? Like, Isma has nothing left in the tank.
Yep.
Rakan? Like, what are you hoping for?
Rakan doesn't win these. I can promise you that. I kind of get it with Super's like 300 HP. It's like, if we get onto Alvaro, Super can't really help because he's so low HP, but there's a vibe between your AD carry and you. It's very difficult to make that play work. Credit to Movistar Koi, right? They are a huge lead right now, 1,000 gold ahead. They're in prime position to win out this game, and you have to see just how well they're working as a unit.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to highlight just how good Alvaro has been doing in this, as he's going to get a gank on mid as well here. But this man has been impeccable for Movistar Koi and quickly becoming one of my favorite players, if not favorite player to watch in the league. He has, every time Movistar Koi have gotten first blood, he is the one that has helped out. 100% participation on that. He's a 60% first blood participation as well. The guy has been a beast, and I'm super excited to see just what his development continues to be, because this is only his 2nd year, and he's already top 3 supports in the league, if not higher. Like, this man is incredible.
When he came in winter last year, I think he was in contention for the best support of winter, right?
Yeah.
Like, had a very good last year. Obviously, a few ups and downs as the year went on. Mad Lions Koi at the time, or Mad Lions, had a few struggles. The names change so often. It's hard sometimes to keep track of all of them. But overall, had a very good start to his career here in the LEC.
And really leans into the identity of what Movistar Koi have created for themselves, which is working through this strong jungle support, taking skirmishes in river, having those pushy lanes that can immediately collapse. And I think it really speaks wonders to Elyoya and Alvaro's synergy there, that this is something that you can literally build the entire team identity around. And now they're going to look for Rahel, but he's just going to be able to back away from this one.
It's just chip damage more than anything else. You're not really going to be able to kill an Ezreal like that unless Alvaro is there landing the hook. Mirwin having a fun time in this 1v1 matchup, chunking out Genex. Does have the public execution, but it'll be a bit greedy to try and dive a Jax with Counter-Strike up that he has now used.
Yeah, it does mean that Genex will have to reset, though, because he can't really contest in the next wave. So Dragon to Movistar Koi, and they're just going to continue to pick up pretty much not everything on the map, because those initial void grubs went across, but they are very much in control of this game right now.
Yeah, for SK, they can just try and scale up. You know, Jax scales well, Victor scales incredibly well. Ezreal does a lot of work as the game goes on as well, and even though Rahel has been harassed in that top lane, he has a CS lead, although the gold not in his favor. We'll see perhaps if SK decide to fight around the grubs. Both the top laners have TP'd down to the bot lane, so it will be at most a 4v4. At the moment, though, it's 2v1, as Isma has to flash the wall dash across as well to get to some semblance of safety. Elyoya now chasing towards the top side, has that cease and desist as well. Could look for Loopy, could look for Rahel.
SK are sticking around, and I'm not really sure why. Like, you've got push in topside. There is no reason for Isma to face check that until he has Rahel and Loopy starting to move across with him. So now he's out of the equation, and even SK trying to push in that last wave, nearly cost. If Movistar Koi had gone up immediately, I think they could have been caught as well. So it's just SK taking a lot of risks that are unnecessary, and Movistar Koi punishing accordingly.
Jojo did have to burn his flash in the mid lane. We saw a little bit of it in the picture. I think it was Arcane Storm followed up with Isma just, running around the corner. There's always a threat. And now Mirwin is the one who is under threat as Genex, Rika, and Isma are looking for the collapse. Mirwin flashes away, public execution gets onto the backline. Genex still tanking up the tower. Mirwin still very healthy, and that tower is ramping up. Isma down to 100 HP. Rika trying to put the damage down as well. Meanwhile, on the top side, there's another dive happening. Mkoi already killed off Rahel. Elyoya tanking the tower. Loopy was able to escape. Mirwin survives on the bot side and is perfect for Mkoi across the map. Rika, can you stay around here? Should be okay. Mirwin just dashes in, clears the wave, and then can reset.
Yeah, I mean, Rika accidentally taking another terror shot in the exit there means I'm not even sure if you can fully stick around. So dive successful on top side. They're going to get the tower off the back of it. And yeah, okay, you get some wave on bot side, maybe a turret play, but they just couldn't execute on the dive. Look, Mirren played that fantastically, and I think this is one of the big strengths of Mbessa post-6 is how well she can survive thanks to that public execution, the mobility that she has, but still, I don't think you ever really should have committed that for SK.
It's just a bit of a struggle for our last place team. They are 2,500 gold behind, and Mkoi have shown us just how good they are at solidifying leads like this. Like when they get an early game advantage, they tend to be pretty good at closing it out. Here, Rahel and Loopy trying to catch the wave in the mid lane. But Mirwin there in time to clear it out. Drake up in 2.5 minutes. Rift held about 3 minutes away as well. SK have a brief moment of tempo, as we so like to say. It's their turn in the chess game while Mkoi reset, and they've used the turn relatively effectively. You know, they managed to pick up 4 plates in total in the top side. They've got 2 plates already taken in bot as well.
Might even look for a bit more on mid wave. You're moving Rahel there to try and cover, but that's not really enough wave clear, I don't think, to deal with Movistar Koi if they decide to group up. Looks like they're not going to do so at the moment. It's more about getting vision and river for that dragon that's in about 2 minutes time. They can then kind of use that as a launch pad, as you can see Alvaro doing right now, to get deeper vision. And Loopy, they're just trying to face check and hold on to these brushes to spot it if there's some play coming in onto the bot side, but Mkoi at the moment just happy to take this one nice and easy and wait until that dragon spawns.
Feels like SK are playing for that mistake. You can see Loopy, as we said, hovering Rika. Perhaps Jojo oversteps, right? If he does, cool, you get a kill. Otherwise, you can't really force anything elsewhere on the map, right? Corki's relatively safe. He's also relatively strong, 2-0-2 with the Triforce complete. Jojo, the only one really, who's susceptible without that flash. Mirwin a possibility, but we've already tried to dive him once, and that didn't work out too well. So for the next couple of minutes, expect SK just to have Loopy moving behind people, seeing perhaps if someone oversteps. MKoi will gain control through the mid lane, get the push through, because Corki pushes faster than Ezreal, and then can step forward into the jungle on either side.
Yeah, but this is why I was talking about that launch pad on bot side, right? Because you've now got, with the resets that have come through, just a bit of a move into here. You get this vision down on this bottom side to make sure that's all okay. And now you're in a position as well to maybe look for a dive on the bottom half of the map.
Rika gonna try and survive this. I'm not sure how well he'll do. Gravity Field goes down, Elioya tanks up the tower. Arcane Storm going out as well. Cease and desist enough. Elioya flashes away, and that's spiraling despair not only for Rika, but also for SK. 6-0 now for MKoi.
And you had a double reset from Genax and Isma, so they're not really in a position to try and trade this on the map elsewhere. Super happy going to clear the wave. Rahel will be able to dodge away from the hook. Now a TP in behind Jojo Pyun.
Jojo has no flash. Glacial Prison is going to hit. Okay. Jojo, you overstepped a little bit. He's going to try and walk his way away. Just delay for as much as possible.
Get the wave.
Can't quite get it. Morton Fisher not enough. In the end, Isma picks up SK's first kill of the game.
But TP now available for Rika as well. So with him coming back onto the map, he will need to cover top side, but can also TP in for a potential dragon fight if they want to. Jojo off the map for a little while longer, but even the overcommitment on towards bot side means that Movistar Koi get mid. They get the push on top, so you're losing waves. They'll get a tower in return, but it's still like kind of a small cover over the gaping wound, but not a huge amount.
I watched a rugby match a few weeks ago. I can't remember who it was between, but one team was 87-0 up with about 4 minutes left to play. And this team gets a penalty, the opposing team. The team is at 0 points. And usually in rugby, when you get a penalty, you're looking for a try, right? You want to get 5 points. You kick it to the corner and then you go for the try. Instead, they went for the 3 points, right? Because they didn't want to lose 87-0. They wanted to lose 87-3. They missed the penalty. And they ended up losing 87-0. And I feel like that kill was the penalty moment for SK, right? It's, yes, we're probably going to lose. Yes, we're losing mid-tier 1. Yes, we're losing waves topside, but
we're on the board.
We're on the board. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. There's a lot of motivation to be taken from not being perfect gamed. Obviously, they wouldn't have been because they managed to pick up a Grubs and a tower. But now they are about to lose the Rift Herald, and MKoi still very much in control of this game. They haven't stacked up the Drakes as quickly as they could, but they are still the only team with a Dragon in this game. It looks like they're going to use the Rift Herald to crack through some of these tier 2s and then maybe turn their attentions towards the Drake before Atakan spawns in 3.5 minutes.
I think the thing is, usually you see Rift Herald kind of used to crack open a tier 1 tower because you're struggling to get there as Mirwin, as trades, but the fact that you've already taken top and mid means that you just get to use it on tier 2.
Yeah.
If you crack the mid tier 2, it becomes nigh on impossible then for SK to really hold control over an area for Atakan, because you just push in that wave to the inhibitor turret and then establish that vision on the side of the map that Atakan's on. So I think this is where SK are just now going to struggle to hold on to any presence on the map, because the second they step out of position, it's just a Rift Herald in one of these 2 towers.
And credit has to be given to MKoi for how they are managing not to make any mistakes. Because in this sort of situation, it is easy to be like, oh, we're just in the lead, overstep a little bit, right? We saw there Mirwin trading with Genax. He wins that 1v1. You saw he was very much an advantage to the health. He looks for the public execution, spiraling despair going down as well. The 2v1 also in Mirwin's favor. Genax gets a counter-strike. Mirwin diving forward, just as I praised them for not overstepping. Loopy comes back in, but where's the damn damage? You don't have any of Genax's in there. In the end, the tower will fall. The Drake as well for MKoi. I was going to say, yeah, Mirwin backed off because Loopy was around the corner. Here, Mirwin could go in because Jojo's around the corner.
And to quote my favorite caster, Rakan doesn't win them. So it's not working out well for SK at all. As Movistar Koi just continue to take turrets in their faces. Alvaro should be able to just, flash away. And is now completely fine. So that's now just all outer turrets gone. Oh, so tier 1 turrets gone. And that Rift Herald is looking very, very juicy for any of the inners.
Yes, it is. And, I think with 1.5 minutes on the Atakan and 4 minutes on the next Dragon, we're probably not going to see too much happen for a little while here, because MKoi don't have to force the tempo. They're so massively ahead, they can just wait until they get to 3 items.
But Mirwin is on Ambessa.
Mirwin is on Ambessa. Rob, he's 0-0-0.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If he goes like, whoop, a public execution, and then just murders them,
I'm not.
then
Look,
you win the game.
I'm saying he can do that.
Look, I'm an analyst. Okay. This is my professional opinion. Look, to go through it again, you whoop, and then you kill him. That's how it goes.
That makes
and
sense.
You have
So
to say whoop. Yeah,
In this situation, Mirwin is here.
Yes.
His opponent is over here.
Yeah.
Right, and then you go whoop.
Yeah.
Right,
You
and
got
then,
it. Yeah.
whoa, like this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, cool. That makes sense.
We should do the patch notes for Ambessa next time.
Just go whoop. Just Drakehound step all over them. I keep getting Drakehound step confused with Bloodhound step, which was the the Bloodfang you get in Elden Ring, the big like curvy sword.
I haven't played Elden Ring.
If Dracos was here, he would have got that reference.
But also, I think he should be.
Play-by-plays.
I think Dracos would be a little bit more upset because Drake is in the name and it's Drake Ghost. You should just assume it's him. It's League of Legends.
Drakehound step.
Yeah.
His step.
Yeah.
He's going manic.
Yeah, it's when he raps. That's the moves that he makes. You know.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. You got Hammer Time and you've got the Drakehound step. MKoi have total control of this game.
Course.
Yes. Wait, pending ride approval.
Soon, TM.
TP behind. SK are looking for something here. Loopy does have the quickness. Is he going to get down with it? MKoi looking for the re-engage, and Rika pops the stopwatch. Rahel caught out towards the backside. Counter-strike coming on to Alvaro as well as they're looking for the CC chain, but MKoi wrapped up Genax like a gift basket. He did. Wait, he did it. He's whooping. He's whooping on them, guys. Whoop! Straight onto the back line. SK get nothing. Mirwin takes from them everything.
It was just, they just couldn't stop it. It was just too quick. They were gone before their very eyes, and now the towers will fall with it. Just, again, great picks from Movistar Koi, and I really do like the fact that they are using this dive composition alongside, like, the Severing Bolts. Like, these are the combos inherent to this, and Movistar Koi are just setting up fantastically with it.
Well, Super didn't hit the tower. You do need the turning circle of a dime to be able to get to that tower. I think Riptide hasn't got those new stabilizers installed yet. You can tell I don't know anything about cars. Jojo just stepping
That's my 5-year-old bike.
I mean, they have Voracious. Just take the fight. You got false lives. SK won't even get any of them down for now. MKoi going to reset, it looks like. All credit to Loopy, all credit to Isma. They've looked for things. They just haven't been able to find anything in this game, really. It's a 5,000 gold lead now for Movistar Koi, and they are looking to make themselves the third team of the LEC winter regular season to lock a spot in playoffs.
I think the thing that makes me so excited for this split, though, is that it's really hard to call who's in top spot because, like, Movistar Koi, I personally think looks sick. Like, I really love watching this team, but you still got like Fnatic who are up there. We just saw KC do it, and like the coordination that you get from this team is great. Elyoy goes onto Rahel, he pulls him out of position here. You've got the dive that the end comes through on towards Rika right as the Severing Bolt comes down. You've got good peel in the back line for Supa, and I think he's really stepped up into his own as well. Like some of the plays he had against KC on the Callista were sick. So yeah, I think it's just LEC at the moment is the most exciting it has been in a while. Like, I really don't know who's going to come out on top this split.
I think alongside it, it's not G2 at the top, right? Yeah. And them struggling as Jojo flashes over the Glacial Prison, does still have the Voracious Attica. And meanwhile, there's an engage in the mid lane, cease and desist onto Rahel. Loopy dashes away, saves his own life for only a second as the Vault Breaker follows him. Depth Charge going to land as well. They still are just chasing forward for Loopy. We'll see Elyoya retreats. Genax underneath the tower. Alvaro and Mirwin still have their false lives.
That was a hook out.
Spare GA. Hey.
Look, he's
we
winning.
Watch and we don't judge, okay? Mirwin's still trading in it. Like, you could just look for a little bit more damage. The thing here is, often if you're trading your false life for damage, and you're looking for cooldowns, right? You're looking for flashes, you're looking for ultimates. When you're on the retreat like that, you're not really going to get any big cooldowns out, so there's no point forcing the pressure anymore. It's still 10-1 in favor of MKoi. MKoi next week, by the way, have Heretics, G2, and Rogue left up. So 2 games they would feel like they should win. The G2 game, I think at the moment they would feel like they should win as well, but G2 today did look a little bit more like their former selves.
Isma's building Heartsteel, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I'm pretty sure. Double Giants.
Yeah.
Just click on the Giants belt there, we'll make sure.
Yeah, I was like, this is definitely not the Warmogs build.
But you could get a Clink.
It is, yeah. It is the... oh, maybe no.
Yeah, the Heartsteel definitely builds out Double Giants.
Yeah. I feel like it's a little late for that.
Yeah, but a Clink.
Yeah.
When it goes clonk, like that.
Yeah.
It's the ARAM sound.
Maybe you're thunking with your clunks, I don't know.
Oh, if you He's got to get some numbers on the scoreboard. And if that's how he's doing it, we watch and we don't judge, Rob.
I'm trying so hard. Look, I get it. Look, it is damage and stuff at the end of the day. It just feels very late to be going for this. I think even at this stage, a Locus could work out better for you to just say, hey, look, it's a bit of magic resist, a bit of armor, and I can shield some of my backline damage.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I agree with you, and I'm done talking about this matter right now, because everything I say is like, why? You know?
And that's why we have this emote that you can get.
That's true, we do. We have this great emote you can get if you sub to the Twitch channel. At LEC on Twitch, you can get this amazing "Why Though" emote if you see your Sejuani building Heartsteel when you're 6,000 gold behind at 25 minutes. Oh, did Loopy see them? I'm going to say he didn't. I'm going to say perhaps he did not observe the fact that MKoi were waiting for him in the bush. It's another kill. Over to Super. Elioya perhaps looking for Rika. Cease and desist goes in. Good stopwatch. Has a second to think about what he's done, what his team's done this game, and the answer to that, not much, as MKoi continued to collapse. Glacial Prison landing on Elioya, though. He almost falls. He still survives. Spiraling despair on Jax as they can't get their second kill of the game. The tower forfeit for MKoi. 12-1 now, their advantage. It's going to be an 8,500 gold leads as they take the tier 2, or take some of the tier 2 in the bot side too.
Yeah, Miran's got the other one. Going to be able to tear this one down. Although with the Hex Gates, yeah, he's actually going to have to back away. But still, Baron up and available. You get to do your thing as Miran. Do it. So again, no damage. So I think Miran's going to be okay with this one. He'll just walk his way out.
More send a message.
Is the message that
How long can we CC Mirwin? He's got Swift March, so he's got that 4% extra movement speed.
Sorry, Mirwin can double kill.
Yeah, but we're ruining his tempo.
The tempo for Baron, yeah, they will. If we ruin his tempo here, the rest of MKoi can never get Baron.
No, MKoi can, but Mirwin can't, Rob. You got to take the small wins where you can. But yes, MKoi will take the Baron, as you say. And
are we being a bit? I don't know if we've gone a bit far.
Here's the thing. I think we are being jovially mean, right?
That's kind of my thing.
Yeah, I think SK in this game have been disappointing. They haven't been able to do much. They fell behind in the early game, and MKoi have jumped on that. However, this is the 6th game in a row where SK haven't really been able to do much. And when you bring in players and when you're like, hey, we're working on this project, at some point you have to expect to see something. I just don't think we've seen anything from SK yet. Obviously, there's still spring, there's still summer, but the fact that with 3 games left in the split, we are saying there are still splits in a month's time, shows how SK have performed so far. Jojo gets a kill on Loopy. Alvaro locked up for a second. Rahel was able to dash across the wall, buffering out, but Elioya's on the chase, and it's a public execution for Rahel as Mirwin takes him down. Isma, Rika, and Genax being chased away. Elioya could just jump across the wall. I think he's going to. Look at that Vault Breaker using the Oracles to catch out Rika, and the stopwatch doesn't really buy him much time at all. Mirwin dashing forward for Genax. MKoi with the Baron, 27 minutes in, are pushing through the base. The first inhibitor forfeit, and perhaps the Nexus Towers to boot.
Isma didn't build Heartsteel with Warmogs.
Oh, Warmogs. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
Sorry, but there's the engage. There we go. Loopy will fall. The rest of SK are sure to crumble. The towers return to rubble, and I think Movistar Koi are going to be very, very happy with this.
Did go for the Warmogs in the end. Double Giant's Belt. In the end, I think he must have sold one of them because I'm pretty sure Warmogs builds out of a single Giant's Belt. But yeah, as you say, MKoi will clean it up. 17 kills to 1. A dominant performance by them. Impeccable stuff. SK, on the other hand, found wanting.
Yeah, 0-6 for SK. With 1 week left, you've got a lot of catching up to try and do. But for Movistar Koi, I mean, they look absolutely fantastic. And again, like, I think next week, that Fnatic game, or sorry, not the Fnatic game, the game against G2 that they have is really going to solidify where they end in the standings.
You can vote for one of the MKoi players in your player of the game vote. Mirwin, Elioya, and Super, your options. They all had really good games. Mirwin obviously didn't have to do much, didn't have to be very involved at the start, but later on was. Elioya involved through the whole game, Super 2. Great stuff all round by MKoi, obviously. I think we are... I heard producer in my ear say stand by for casters, and I'm not sure if we're meant to keep... we are standing by. We're here.
Okay.
Oh, we're meant to keep talking. Okay, that makes sense. I'm sorry. It is 10 something at night. 10:20?
I've only got a podcast after this.
It's true. You're recording before it after this. It's going to be a fun one. But I hope you guys have enjoyed week 2 of the LEC here with us. It's been a lot of fun. It's really interesting to see how the top half of the pack has solidified. Obviously, Movistar Koi, Giant X, Carmine Core, and not Giant X, Carmine Core and Fnatic now at 5-1. Giant X still sitting at 4-2, having lost to G2 today. It feels like that top of the pack is looking very strong.
Yeah, I think it's just, I don't really know what way it lands, right? Because you've seen like Movistar Koi have taken down Fnatic, but then we've got like Giant X to take them down. You got KC that are in the mix. It's just, it feels like there is so much still to prove in that top side of the map. And that's not even before you introduce things like Fearless Draft and how that then starts to affect a lot of our playoffs as well. So I am genuinely so excited to see how this split pans out. The second we get into playoffs, like these best of 3s and 5s are going to be insane.
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think Fearless Draft is going to be super interesting here in the LEC. Ginny is now standing by with Alvaro in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you, Dagda and Medic. Welcome, everyone. We have a lovely interview with Alvaro. Another win. 5-1 start here for the winter split. How does that feel?
I mean, of course, I will say I'm really happy right now. I think we struggled a bit the last year. It's only in winter that we had a decent best-of-1 run, but the other times it was a bit harder. So, yeah, I'm feeling confident. If we are already doing great in best-of-1s, I think we're going to be a big contender for the best-of-3s and best-of-5s.
I would actually love to hear more about that because obviously we're going to be looking at the best of 3s. So far, we've only seen every single one of these rosters in best of 1s. You're going to have that Fearless Draft. Does that make things a little bit more different for you as a team?
I think it's the other way around. I think it makes it even easier for us because we are a team that has a lot of champion pool. We are a team that always likes to cook, as we say. I think we have the professional cooker on the top lane, Virwin. Sometimes the kitchen goes on fire.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but right now he's just playing 3 Casantes and 3 Ambessas. But I think we are a really strong team when it comes to Fearless Draft.
I would love to hear about that Ambessa, Vi, Nautilus comp that you have going on because it's disgusting. How do you expect teams to play against it?
I mean, if enemy is a carry without dashes and he's getting flanked, I think it's impossible to dodge it. I was thinking about going real as well, but I think Nautilus does the job even easier. I just need to point and click, so I cannot even miss the combo.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, I did also a combo on top lane. I did the ulti flash, which I was training, and I said, I'm going to do it today. I think it's recorded as well. So, yeah. I mean, I was happy that I think it's kind of easy to say, like, to do our combo. But, yeah, I mean, we were also really strong in the game, so it was easier to play any team fight.
I also feel like when I have conversations with you, so I've had spoken to you, Jojo, Elioya, and you guys seem all very happy and very content with not just the games, but also the environment as a whole. How do you as a team nurture those vibes and just like those connections?
For me, it's really important that everyone in the team is feeling the same vibes. I think when you want to be a really strong team, everyone needs to go on the same way, as I say. Like, they need to go, everyone on the same pathing. And I think right now, everyone is kind of enjoying the day by day. And I think it's what makes us even stronger. For example, right now, you can see that we have like this, okay, I don't want to sound egoistic, you know, but the aura of winner that no matter the game, if it's hard, we will still keep fighting. And it's something that I really like because I think last year we were struggling a bit more. We didn't have that much confidence, and when the game was getting harder, we were like losing the confidence. I think right now, even if we are like 5K behind, we are gonna find ways to come back the game. So I think that's really important.
No, I absolutely agree. I don't think that saying that is egotistical because every single player and like coach we talk to, they're like, it's a mindset and you have to be in the good mindset to be able to get these good results. And with 5-1 as well, I mean, you guys have had incredible results and that means that you're heading into playoffs. Are there particular teams that you're really looking forward to that you want to play in a best of 3 or maybe even a best of 5?
I mean, I want to play into KC.
Of course.
Of course, the rivalry is I mean, I will say KC right now, they're playing really well as a team.
Absolutely.
They're really, like, they're playing good as a pack. I will say, of course, I want to still face Fnatic and G2 from last year as well, and I think they are really good opponents, even if G2 is struggling a bit more right now in best of 1s. And I will say it's these 3 teams, but anyways, like Giants as well, they're playing well. I think what I love the most is, as I always say, competition. So the best competitors, give it to me, and I want to smash them.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the interview. I really do appreciate it. Thank you as well for everyone tuning in. That's all from us on this side of the studio. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Lore, Finn, and Elioya. Bye.
Thank you, Ginny. Amazing to hear from Alvaro. And also congrats, Elioya, for making it to playoffs. But I feel like that's the minimum expectations you had coming into this year with the roster you had.
Yeah, well, you never give it for granted,
Of
you know.
course.
I've realized with my years that like you gotta celebrate every win and every achievement. But obviously, yeah, I would say our goals are much higher than this, and obviously we are aiming to win LEC and obviously win World. So yeah, this is a milestone that we for sure had to do.
First step.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with how you ended last year, right? You got to keep building on that. Because I think last year maybe you came in. I mean, you probably had the same mindset knowing you guys. You probably came in thinking you're gonna win Worlds last year as well, or at least building towards that. Now coming into this year,
Yeah, exactly. It was more of a building towards there because and finding what are the good options that we are gonna have. Like who do we think is gonna be good enough to win Worlds? And yeah, I think we did quite a good year, all things considered. Obviously, we learned a lot, which is the most important. And yeah, this year so far is going quite well.
And I love the fact that you're saying you're not taking anything for granted because you had an amazing winter split last year. We know how the rest of the year went. You qualified to Worlds in the end, but yeah, a lot of ups and downs. Starting high here again, how do you make sure that this one is going to last? What about the learning?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's more on like the head coach that we have prepared more of also taking a bit more of free time when we have to, resting and also managing our expectations, because I think this was one of our biggest mistakes the previous year. That was after the first split. We thought we were much better.
Yeah.
Turns out we were still really bad. So yeah, we got surprised by that. But I would say this year is going to be much different. I think every one of us has changed a lot. Worlds made us mature a lot and made us realize how bad we still are compared to what we want to reach. So it's just a process, and yeah, we cannot drop the things that we're doing well right now.
You said something that really caught my attention, and Finn, I want to talk to you about this as well, because you've been in a lot of different competitive environments. Do pro players underestimate rest and how much time they should spend away from the PC, maybe touching grass or doing anything else?
I don't know, because when you look at in China and Korea, they barely take any rest, and they're still the best. So the kind of blueprint that you follow is that the more you practice, the better you're going to be. Because in professional sports, the body has to physically rest.
Yeah.
But while in esports, you actually don't have that physical necessity in the same manner.
Okay.
But I still believe there is a sweet spot that you're still trying to reach, and I think you guys are striving towards reaching that sweet spot.
Yeah, I think I have quite a strong opinion on this. Like, I think while resting is obviously important, I would say actually resting is the most important, but it's not how much you rest, it's how well you rest, because at the end, most of your learning comes when you're sleeping. If you can get this sleeping, if you can get your food right, if you're going to do these things right, you're going to just progress much faster on your day by day. So I think obviously resting is important, but resting well is the important thing. Is like, it's important that you actually, when you're resting, you are doing it well.
Resting,
like, yeah, because if you're just playing the PC and you're just playing another game, you're not really getting away from the screen. You're just, it's the same, you know?
Yeah.
So I think you need to be able to, to know.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me you can't just sit and watch a series your entire off day and that's not resting?
Not even.
Depends. If that's what you need, might be, you know. I think it really depends on everyone, like whatever your mind is telling you and what you need. I also think some people just over-rest too much, you know. They are like on the, I don't feel like working, and that's also not it. You also need to have the discipline, so it's just a mix.
A bit of la siesta, but not too much.
Oh, never la siesta. Siesta is always top.
Oh my God, I love it.
On the free day?
Yeah, right. At least once per day or once per weekend when you have time. Anyway, take a rest at home. Actually, I feel like we all need to. Focusing a bit more on the game, Mirvin got player of the game for this one. Again? Again? Not
this farming on Ambessa.
I mean, I know, like, I don't know what teams are doing. First week, 3 Casantes. This week, 3 Ambessas. I'm just giving a call for the next week, guys. The champion that is playing first day, ban it the next day.
You just ban it.
It's going to be free Gnar, free Renekton.
I mean, not Gnar.
Free Fiddlesticks.
Gnar, he cannot take that spot in my team.
Okay.
Yeah, Gnar top lane will always be for someone else, you know. Will be for Narmut, so I don't want to see his Gnar after it. But no, I think his Ambessa is actually really, really good on it. So yeah, I'm surprised we got it today. And I'm happy we got it.
Yeah, let's see next week.
He deserves MVP, so yeah.
Perfect.
Everything happy.
I want to talk about practice a bit. From the expectations you had at the beginning of the split into the team and players you're developed now, do you feel like you're progressing on the right path, at the right pace? What would be the improvements for the weeks to come, and especially moving to Fearless Draft?
I think it's hard to tell.
Okay.
But I would say we are in the right track. We still need to adjust some things. I think even though every one of us really values practice and we know how much value it has, we still don't come at our 100% most of the days, which I think is not going to make us beat the top teams. So we still have some things to work on, obviously. But I would say that this is the year that we are on the best track, that I'm having the most fun, and I think the practice is the most useful. So I think we're in the right track. I hope.
So far, so good.
Yeah, and I'm actually really surprised because I heard someone say that they're actually not practicing Fearless in their scrims already.
Yeah.
Do you have a take on that? Do you actually think you should be practicing that? Because I would assume people started practicing for Fearless already.
Yeah, I think we started practicing some. It was not most of it, but I'm pretty sure now we're going to start, since we are already in playoffs. It's just going to be, obviously, also we are not a team that we would just practice one champion. Apart from Irwin. Yeah, I know. Fuck, but yeah. No, but we practice many champions, so even though we are not really practicing on the Fearless topic, it's still like something that we are going to be good at, and I'm sure that this week on, we're going to start working on it like every day.
Fearless, practice tool, a lot of topics that you guys will remind me, because there's a lot of interesting things to talk about this year, but I want to bring your attention to something specific. Bwipo had some strong words about practice and maybe a new way to revolutionize practice in LTA North. So let's listen to what he had to say.
You're speaking about streaming your scrims, not just scrimming the team. So streaming the scrims, that would be extremely entertaining. There is a very popular team doing that right now.
It's their idea. We stole it. No misunderstand. We took the idea from them. I just personally feel like it's a great way to engage the fans, engage everyone, and just in general, do better. Because I think that for me, this is the number one thing. I mentioned I turned 26. I want to do better in every single way of my life. And I don't want to be afraid of people outperforming me because they know what I'm up to. I have 6 years of my career. You can VOD review every single secret that I've ever had. You can see in my gameplay out of all those years, especially at the World Championship. I've never left anything, behind. I've always put everything on the game on the Rift. So I'm not afraid to show you what my day-to-day looks like and kind of elevate the rest of the teams, because I feel like there's too many teams that are clearly not using every hour of the day as well as they should be.
So this is a tricky topic, because we know that Los Ratones are doing this in NLC, but it's a different system with a more influencer, former pro player based kind of a team. Do you think this would work in the LEC? Because the way I understand it, Bwipo feels like, well, there's nothing up in the air. We know what the meta is going to be like. Like, of course, you can practice some picks, but for him, streaming scrims could be a way for the league to get better. What do you think?
I could see the league itself getting better, but I think you're giving away too much information. I'm a bit skeptical about this. I don't think if you want to perform at your highest level, it's something you should aim for, because obviously, teams already know how you're going to play, but there is tendencies in your comms, in your way of saying things, like you might just give away more things than you don't need to. So, yeah, I'm skeptical on this.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be great, because you're giving away too much of how you play, of how you see the game. I think that would give an advantage to the enemy team. So he can stream his games.
He can stream his games. That's going to help you maybe later.
Yeah, I'll watch the streams happily. I don't think I'm doing it, so yeah.
Okay, Finn, do you have an answer? I know we've talked about this off air.
But I kind of share your sentiment. I just feel like when you come into a competitive league like LEC, I think the main focus should be for competition, and I think the teams should always strive to be at their absolute best. And I think as a team, you shouldn't think that you should stream your games for giving away information. I think you should always try to be as good as you can be, and you should always try to win the league, no matter where you are in the league. And I think if you as a team, as like a top team, start streaming your games, I think that focus is kind of shifted to another dimension that I think it's not relevant to your success. And I think you should always, hammer it home once again, always try to be at your very best.
Then how do you make the league better? In general, if you're the top dog, I know that G2 last year, for instance, started revealing scrim results after the split, as a way to motivate other teams to maybe not cancel scrims. I like the idea from Bwipo. I understand your concerns with this, but would you have leads or ideas so that the league progresses at once without revealing too much information? It's a very complicated question.
I think the best way that at least we thought or we can think is by just leveling up our gameplay as much as we can. That doesn't matter who we are playing against. We are playing as good as we can. So teams will have to adapt.
Yeah.
When they are playing into us, they will have to adapt what they are doing, and they are like, okay, we cannot keep farming right now. We need to cover this. They will have to give more importance to things that we are giving.
Yeah.
So they can realize this way that, yeah, the game is played as a team. It's not 5 players just doing their game. It's as a team play, and you need to coordinate. You need to do all of these things. So the plan that we have is like just doing it ourselves, no matter the game, no matter what we are doing. Like always give our 100%, and this way just teams will have to catch up, or we are just gonna be better. Yeah.
And the last time Europe was good is when there was that G2 team, 2019, that was just by far so much better than everyone else, that everyone else kind of forced to level up alongside them. And that is kind of what it takes. It takes 1 or 2 teams, back then it was Fnatic and G2, that are just so ahead of everyone else, and they will naturally catch up to them.
Yeah.
And I think we're kind of like trying to reach that same thing again, where we need to catch up as a region, so we need 1 or 2 outliers to kind of do that for the rest of the region, so the rest of them can just like hitchhike on their success.
And I feel like we're going the right way, honestly, when I look at the standings, the playoffs scenarios and everything, how many teams qualified, how stacked everything has been so far. 3 teams made it to playoffs. The rest is going to be fighting next week. But Ilya, your support yesterday was saying something that we echoed at the beginning of the day, the fact that the league is competitive and that every team is here to fight. Even the lower teams got better. Do you have this sentiment as well?
Yeah, for sure. I think this year, right now, I think, how I said this, I would say that there is quite a difference between the top and the low teams, even though I think low teams still got a bit better. I would say that there is, to me, 5 really strong teams that I would say are ahead of the others. So, yeah, I think in this case it's the top.
I mean, you're one of them, so.
Yeah, so I think these 5 right now, we are playing much better than the others 5. Obviously, there is still good things from the other. I think Rogue, for example, I think it was until game 5. I'm not even sure if they got it, but they were 100% Atacan, even though they lost some games. So they are still doing things right. It's just, I would say the other teams are more consistent at playing the map, playing the team fight. So yeah, I think the league got better. I think the top teams got much better. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a better top 4, top 5, I feel. And
I'm curious. You're like the 4th or 5th person I heard say that Rogue is actually way better than the showroom.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, yeah, I mean, the standings are not quite lucky with them, but so far the games were quite close, and they should have taken more than 1. Like, it came to details that they just didn't pull it off. So yeah, I don't think they deserve to be that low.
And it's going to be interesting when I look at their schedule, because on the first day next week, they're going to play G2, a tough one. But on the second day, on Sunday, they're going to play SK. So this one is going to be interesting. But let's say on Saturday, the first day, we're going to have Finn. What do you have your eyes on? Which matchup?
Well, there is the GX Fnatic, and I think that is definitely the one to look out for, because I think GX kind of lost today against G2, and I think they want to, because they've been acting pretty cocky on socials lately, and I think they want to be able to claw back and show that they're still a top dog worth to be playing with, and I think they want to solidify themselves as one of these top 5 teams. I don't think they want to fall behind the other 4, so to say.
Ilya, any closing thoughts on your matchup against Heretics? Or not?
I don't think, I mean, Machuki, I'm coming for you. You know, I think Irwin and their coach are really big friends. I know they are not gonna be giving Mambesa, so yeah, I mean, they are the first. They are our first day game, so he will not be able to ban Mirwin champion. And I'm sorry, Machuki, you're just losing. But you're taking the bullet for the next 2 teams.
Give it your best. Ilya, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Always great talking to you. And Finn, it was amazing having you all weekend. And all of you guys and girls at home watching us, 1 week remains in the winter regular season. Next week, we bid adieu to our bottom 2, and we'll see who advances in Fearless playoffs. Join us on Saturday, 5:30 CET. Thank you for watching, and have a good night.
But enemy jungle can be around. I mean, I can
the jungler, bro. Just send it.
Yeah, sure.
No flash.
It's Galio. Okay. I'm watching.
Sorry, Healy. You are that guy.
Okay.
I will go. I can go here, okay?
Why is that? We are winning on the other side. We can go more. Yeah, we can go more. Okay, no. Yeah, we don't.
Okay, Rumble ult requires here. I think it's Rumble.
One shot him.
Yeah.
1 HP the running, guys. No ulti.
Yes. Can you play this here, Marek? I don't have nothing anymore. Okay, the Rennek is very low, okay? We are winning mid, I guess. Yeah. What the f winning hard? You guys are just...
Well played, boys. Caps is losing massively to Jackie, who still has the flash, but him is to save his mid, and now Jun is in for a world of hurt as well. Caps dies to the spear.
No flash anymore. You just flashed. It's okay. Don't go to the deep. I need help, guys. I'm winning. I'm winning. Come to us. 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 Look on Deli. There is it. Another one of Since Hours.
What is this guy?
Just want to know a fun fact. A fun fact about me.
Yeah.
I never win when I play a champ twice in a row.
Bruh. Okay, that's good info.
In the middle of it all, he lands the smite. Arctica sold out, but Vladdy is just waiting, and he'll happily take the kill. It's disaster! Oh my god! Vladdy did nothing, and he gets a double. All he did was walk across.
Let's go forward.
Sums.
Has.
Takes TP. Look away, guys.
TP behind. TP behind.
TP behind.
I can go. I can go.
Mama. No! Okay.
Victor 1 HP. Victor 1 HP.
We kill Jax.
Kobe?
Kobe?
Chupa, Isma, your brother. Don't do this to him.
Burn.
The perfect teammate! They take it all! In knockback, instant combo punch! What? It's Big Pong! Oh my god! Clubs! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!